It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ya kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ya kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo hoba aju ba fi bedwale esa to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kwan timi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me sape. Yes, I may deliver my mom for me and Sape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we hear rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station has one road block here. It go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra, nothing a year ding. Ye can also be brave, I say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ya kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ya kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo hoba aju ba fi bedwale esa to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kwan timi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me sape. Yes, I may deliver my mom for me and Sape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we hear rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station has one road block here. It go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra, nothing a year ding. Ye can also be brave, I say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase ye dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa so to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kan timi no dia mekan se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape. Yes, I may deliver my mom for me and supper.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we hear rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station answer one road block here it go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra nothing a year din. Ye kwan also be brave say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim got spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very, very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase ye dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa so to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kan tumi no dia mekan se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape. Yes, I may deliver my mom for me and supper.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we hear rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station answer one road block here it go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra nothing a year din. Ye kwan also be brave say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious.
All right. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure those of us who have been here a little earlier and listening to some of the comments in the vox pop that they are playing on the screen will be saying in your heads that these are the reasons why we are late. It says from Pokuase to Accra, Kwame. That's your road. You just came from there. I see.
That road is very, very bad.
Hello. All right. The TV3 man is already angry. This is the right forum for him. We, like I said, those of us who listen to some of the vox pops already. You said you are from where?
I'm from Kutunse. If you know Kutunse, the Amasa mine stretch to Sawam. Very, very bad road. Why? Very bad road. They brought my car just last Friday, almost a month.
Can I say?
This is rack, steering rack. I bought steering rack. I bought hob. See the things I bought. See it yourself. You see, one road. Why? Not that I've been involved in accident, though. Because of the nature of the road. Every 2 weeks, you have to take your car to mechanic.
See. Now, what TV station here? Where was TV3, Media General? Okay, I gave him the chance to say it, and I'm happy that he got here right on time that I was talking about this road. And because whatever we listen to on the screen at the moment is not a hoax. That's the reality. We didn't bring that gentleman here to speak on this. He's not part of those people who were interviewed when that documentary was being put together. I don't know who did that documentary. But those are some of the reasons why all of us are gathered here this morning for a very, very important assignment. We should be starting in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I just want all of us to settle down. We're going to have an initial introduction into some of the things that will be required to do, all of us together as an assignment before we are joined by our dignitaries, and then we start the morning's assignment, this important assignment. If you listen to the passion to which that TV3 or Media General gentleman spoke, you would agree with me that we're here for a very important assignment. And we all have to be proud that we're going to be part of that solution, hopefully. Thank you. Let's settle. Watch some of the footages as it plays, and we'll be right back with that introduction of what is required of us. Just in 2-3 minutes, Wilhelmina will be joining us with that assignment. Thank you. So those who are still standing around, please settle. Take your seat. There are a lot of seats around, apart from these two in front of me. All of the seats, let's fill them before we start the assignment. Thank you.
As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole, and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very, very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. the roads are very, very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be giving some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that's easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you will be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us. As the money that we get, the income, it affects the income.
Sisi apa dia ya kwa nyenye ebi akanda kwa afi dia ya kaka eko 37 kwa no na so kan ni nsa wan kwa no ama sama eko ase kwa no eko nsa we no onu mi de obekwa aba no mfuturo be ye hunam tale ko ye didi wo ba di ba fi bedwale esa so to didi so ekwa ni de nyenye nsa wan kwa no mi no na me kan se mo so mo ye kwa no so mo nya nya wi se bi obi ye na se be kwa ye na de be boy jabu ma damu ni na me ye tuma na me ye tuma me sape se me deliver mama for me sape
car easy in terms of traffic. And yeah, person here rounds BCC because one station has one road block here. Go affect the whole Accra. It's a matter. Not everything. Yet one free access.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. We just fall in the pothole, and then your room was poor. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be giving some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you will be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us. As the money that we should get, the income, it affects the income.
Sisi apa dia ya kwa nyenye ebi akanda kwa ase ye ya kaka eko 37 kwa no na so kan ni nsa wan kwa no ama sama epoko ase kwa ni eko nsa we mu onu de obekwa aba no mfuturo be ye hunam tale ko ye deliver wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa so to deliver so kwa ni de nye nsa wan kwa no de American se mo so mo ye kwa no so mo nya nya wi ye se bi o be ye wi na se be kwa ye na nde be boy mpa jabu ma damu ni na me ye tuma na me ye tuma me sape se me deliver mama for me sape
car easy in terms of traffic. And yeah, person here rounds BCC because one station has one road block here. Go affect the whole Accra. It's a matter. Not everything. Yet one free access.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole, and then your road just fall. It's very, very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads are very, very bad in Accra. So we end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am an online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. We are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah. So basically, driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us. As the money that we should get, the income, it affects the income.
Ebi akanda kwan ase ene ye kakra eko 37 kwan no na so kan ni insawan kwan no amasa man poku ase kwan ni eko insawe mu onu de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye hu na tale ko ye deliver o ba aju ba fi be dwale esa so to deliver so kwan ni de nye insawan kan ni no da man kan se mo so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nye ye ebi o be ye na se be boa ye na ndi be boa ye pa travel ti mi ma da muni na me ye juma na me ye juma mi ensape se me deliver mama for mi ensape
car can easy in terms of traffic. And rounds because one station has one road block here. Go affect whole Accra. It's my car.
The traffic there is very, very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole, and then your road just fall. It's very, very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads are very, very bad in Accra. So we end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am an online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. We are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah. So basically, driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us. As the money that we should get, the income, it affects the income.
Ebi akanda kwan ase ene ye kakra eko 37 kwan no na so kan ni insawan kwan no amasa man poku ase kwan ni eko insawe mu onu de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye hu na tale ko ye deliver o ba aju ba fi be dwale esa so to deliver so kwan ni de nye insawan kan ni no da man kan se mo so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nye ye ebi o be ye na se be boa ye na ndi be boa ye pa travel ti mi ma da muni na me ye juma na me ye juma mi ensape se me deliver mama for mi ensape
car can easy in terms of traffic. And rounds because one station has one road block here. Go affect whole Accra. It's my car.
traffic here is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole and then your rim was spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, as I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am an online driver. In a day, we'll be giving some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be tired. Yeah. So basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us as the money that we should get, the income. It affects the income.
Ebi akanda kwan ase en de kakra airport 37 kwan no na so kan ni insawan kwan no ama sama poku ase kwan ni airport insawe mu onu de oba kwa aba no mfuturo ba ye hu na chale ko ye delivery wa ba aju ba fi be dwale asa so to delivery so kwan ni de enye insawan kan no the American say so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nye ye ebi o be ye na se be kwa ye na nde be boy pa travel to ma da muni na me ye juma na me ye juma me sape se me deliver mama for me sape
car easy in terms of traffic. And yeah, rounds back because one station has one group here. Go affect whole Accra. It's a matter. Not anything. Yeah, quite
traffic here is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole and then your rim was spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, as I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am an online driver. In a day, we'll be giving some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you will be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah. So basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us as the money that we should get, the income. It affects the income.
Ebi akanda kwan ase en de kakra airport 37 kwan no na so kan ni insawan kwan no ama sama poku ase kwan ni airport insawe mu onu de oba kwa aba no mfuturo ba ye hu na chale ko ye delivery wa ba aju ba fi be dwale asa so to delivery so kwan ni de enye insawan kan no the American say so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nye ye ebi o be ye na se be kwa ye na nde be boy pa travel to ma da muni na me ye juma na me ye juma me sape se me deliver mama for me sape
car easy in terms of traffic. And yeah, rounds bi sisi a back adwuma bi a wontumi nyɛ because one station as one road block here go affect the whole Accra. It's Maka nanti ɛyɛ den yɛ kwan bebree asɛn.
Traffic here is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your road was spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you being here on time. In spite of all the complaints that we are hearing on the screens, the traffic, the bad roads and all of that, quite a number of us were able to make here on time. We are about starting the morning's event in a very short while. In the meantime, there's a small assignment that all of us will request that we all partake in it. Understand how we are going to make today's event very interactive, because we want everybody to be part of the solution for which we are gathered here. And we're going to be taken through a very simple exercise, how we can all be part of the day's event. It's not too packed, an assignment that we have. Those of us who have copies of the program, I'm sure that you would see we have a very quick opening session, which I would attempt to make it as quickly as possible. And then we move to the panel sessions where we would have a lot of conversations and discussions involving almost everybody. But while the program is going on, we'll expect something from you. And that's what I'm going to let you in very shortly. Wilhelmina Jemfi is going to lead us through that exercise. She's going to teach us how we can be part of this whole program, make it interactive, a session as possible, and make it solution-driven as possible. Please, if we are not too bored, let's put our hands together and welcome Wilhelmina Jemfi. A big round of applause for her, please.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm here to take you quickly through the Slido platform. It's going to be an interactive platform for us. We'll be using it to answer questions and share our views on the sessions as we go. So first of all, I'll kindly request that we take out our phones and open the camera up. We would like to scan the... If you have any challenges with scanning the code, you could type in slido.com on your browser. If you're having any other challenges, you could just show by hand and my colleagues would attend to you. Colleagues, we have someone on this side who is having some challenges. If you're having issues with the scan, you could type in slido.com on your browser. If you're using the browser, once you type in slido.com, you would have to enter the code at the bottom, 2162467. Once again, if you're having any challenges, please show by hand and we'll attend to you. Okay. Please show by hand and my colleagues would attend to you. If you've been able to log on, kindly just raise your phones and then I'd be able to check if most of us have been successful. Okay, we don't have too many people. Please, are you having any challenges?
I think somebody has a challenge. Please, let's all get involved because we are going to need this particular exercise, one point or the other, in the course of this entire program. So all of us, please, let's get involved. Let's get to understand how it's been done. Scan it. If you can't, we can just come over and then make sure that you have it done on your phone, please.
Please, can we have by raise of phones to see how many people have been able to log on to the platform? Okay. We'd really like for everyone to be on it before we move on, please. Once again, if you're having any challenges, just let us know. We'll attend to you. So I'd like to assume that we've all been able to log onto the platform. Please, for the last time, let's show by raise of phones if we've been able to log onto the platform. Okay, I think we have a good number. So this is going to be for the opening session. We've logged on some questions. I'm sure once you logged on, you were able to view the questions that have been loaded onto the platform. Okay. So the first question, in one word, tell us how you're feeling. We can already see that our interactions are being displayed on the screen. So this is the platform we are going to be using during the whole day. You'll be able to log on your questions. You'll be able to answer questions, ask your questions, and make comments on the way the sessions are going. We have 12 participants, 8 participants responding to this question. I think we are a little more than the number we are seeing. Please, if you're having any challenges, let us know and we'll attend to you. Okay. I'll move on to the next. Kindly indicate your gender on the platform. So we are asking, what are your expectations from the Urban Mobility Forum? Please let us know what your expectations are. This is an open text question, so whatever you expect to achieve from this or whatever you're expecting the discussions are going to be during this forum, please let us know. At the end of the day, we are going to do an evaluation to check if your expectations have been met. I'd like to assume that we are now all conversant with the platform. If we are not, my colleagues and I are around. You may approach us at any time and then we'll help you out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Wilhelmina, please. That's a very important exercise she's taking all of us through. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we appreciate once again taking time going through that particular exercise. We need them along the line to get interactive. We'll read your questions with everybody gathered in this room, those who are also watching and listening to us online. We're about starting the main event, the reasons why we are gathered here. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a lot of us in this room woke up yesterday with a very terrible news. Some of us till now can't even believe it. And we are trying so hard to believe it. A very distinguished individual in this country, a very important individual, a man known for so many things. Those in academia know him on a different level. Those in development and planning know him on a different scale. Those in governance know this man on a different scale. The media know and understand this individual on a different scale. As a matter of fact, all of us who were part of the Ghana Urban Forum a week or 2 weeks ago saw him. He was a keynote speaker, meeting the journalists, speaking to everyone. Beyond that, he led a very important assignment, giving this country a very important document that all of us are proud to have, a national development plan, framework for this country, how we envision our country to look in the next 30, thereabout years from now. The Vision 2057, we call it. Unfortunately, right after launching that particular document, following up with a lot of media engagements to ensure that people understand and the country embrace it. Maybe not him, but some way, somehow, he decided to leave us just yesterday. I would crave your indulgence, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to observe a minute's silence for the former Director General for the National Development Planning Commission, who left us just yesterday. The news is in the papers, on radio, on television, people are reading about it. He's a family of this house, and we have to acknowledge him as such. A minute silence, please. Thank you very much. Shall we be seated, please? May God rest his departed soul. Metro TV, can we sort this out, please? I can't really sit. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now about starting the morning's event, and we are fortunate to be led this morning by another distinguished, very, very distinguished individual of our land who is going to chair the occasion for us. But I won't be the one because I'm not capable. I'm not at that level yet to even introduce him to you. This man has done so much in this country, and a lot of us admire him so much. I would invite Ms. Eunice Asumening, the RTI officer at the Ministry for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, to introduce the chairman for this occasion. Let's put our hands together and welcome Eunice, please.
I'm honored to be called upon to introduce our chairperson for today's August occasion. Our chairman for today is a renowned academic and public servant with extensive background in public administration, public policy, and governance. He was a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science, University of Ghana, where he served on various boards and councils, including the Examiners Board, School of Sciences Board, and the Legon Hall Council. He also contributed significantly to academic research with publications in both local and international journals covering topics such as parliament and public policy making, taxation policy, elections, democracy, amongst others. He's been involved in national development initiatives, serving as a member of various committees, including the Infrastructure for Policy Eradication Program, which is IPEP, the National Steering Committee for the Population and Housing Census and Integrated Business Establishment Survey, IBES. He is also an assessor for the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission and serves as an external examiner for a number of universities. His commitment to excellence and leadership is evident in his roles as the chairman of the Planning Committee for the annual Civil Service Week celebration and award ceremony for 4 consecutive years, which is 2020 to 2023. He currently serves on boards of the Ghana Statistical Service, the Audit Service, the Council of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, which is GAMA. He functioned as the Chief Director for the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, where he was instrumental in nurturing the interface between Parliament and the Executive. He supported the participation of political parties, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, the media, amongst others, in the policy-making processes in Ghana. He also created a platform for independent governance institutions such as Electoral Commission, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SRAJ, National Media Commission, National Commission for Civic Education, NCC, to harvest and share ideas on the sustenance of Ghana's democracy. He's beautifully married with 3 children. I hope with all that we've heard, we agree that he should chair this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, help me with a round of applause. Welcome, Dr. Francis Agridako. Dr. Evans Agridako, sorry. The head of civil service, head of Ghana Civil Service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for our chair. Let's do it better as the chair takes his seats. Chair, can you please come up so that the rest of your lieutenants will also join you as well. Let's continue to put our hands together for chair as he comes up, please. Thank you very much. And you said it, he's the head of all the services. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to invite to the podium very distinguished individuals who are going to help us steer the affairs of the opening session of this event. We are fortunate to have in our midst the Regional Minister for Greater Accra, Honorable Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover. Honorable Daniel, let's put our hands together for him as he comes up to the stage. And Honorable Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover currently serves as the Greater Accra Regional Minister. Prior to assuming this role, he held the position of Chief Executive Officer at the Volta Aluminium Company Limited. Let's continue to put our hands together for him. And he has experience as a 2-term Member of Parliament for the Tema East, the vibrant Tema East constituency. Yes, Chairman says Nyasem Kitwa, and it's true. Tema East. And has served as Deputy Ranking Member and Chairperson of the Transport Committee of Parliament, Trade of Parliament. As a matter of fact, he was also the Deputy Minister for Transport in this country prior to taking his role as the Chief Executive Officer of Valco. Let's continue to put our hands together for Honorable Titus Glover. Because in corporate settings, Honorable Titus Glover has demonstrated his leadership capabilities as both a Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Chief Executive Officer. He is recognized for his exceptional leadership and dedication. Honorable Titus Glover has received numerous awards and honors, including recognition for his service to industrial and commercial workers and an honorary doctorate degree in ports and shipping. His participation in international conferences and workshops further demonstrates his commitment to continuous learning and engagement on global issues. I wanted you to see all of that, and in spite of that, look at the man who is geared up and ready to move right from here to clean the city of Accra. There's a cleanup going on, and he's spearheading that. He says that is even much more important to him than any other thing. Getting on the ground and making Greater Accra the best. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Titus Glover once again. It's a pleasure to see you always, Senior. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, also joining Honorable Titus Glover is the Deputy Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Honorable Abdullahi Abanga. Honorable Abdullahi Abanga, let's put our hands together for him, is currently the Member of Parliament for the Binduru constituency in the Upper East region, and also Deputy Minister for the Ministry for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Honorable Abdullahi Abanga holds a diploma certificate in business studies in accounting, Bachelor of Commerce degree from Cape Coast University, and a master's degree in development finance, professional chartered accountant certificate from the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana. Once again, a big round of applause for him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will introduce the other dignitaries that will be joining those who are already seated. Also, let me take the opportunity to recognize some dignitaries and institutions that are here. I recognize the University of Ghana. I recognize the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology already seated. And it's appropriate at this point to recognize the presence of Professor Michael Buensi of the KNUST. Let's put our hands together for Prof. Also with us from KNUST is Professor Charles Adams. Let's put our hands together for him. Mr. Divine Ajo is the Director, RSI from the Ministry of Local Government. Let's put our hands together for him. Engineer Pat Oni is the Deputy Director at the Department of Urban Roads. She's also with us. Let's put our hands together for her. Mr. Kwabena Denchira is the Director, HRA, Ministry of Local Government. Let's put our hands together for him as well. Mr. Eric Banoili is the Financial Controller, Ministry of Local Government. Let's put our hands together for him. Mr. Samuel Seth Pasa, the man who has been running around ensuring that all this come together for the good of this country, is here. Let's put our hands together for him. He's the Director, Local Governance and Decentralization at the Ministry of Local Government. So, Mr. Pablo Salazar from Transitech is with us. Let's put our hands together for Pablo. Dr. Ernest Tajiman from University of Ghana is with us. Let's put our hands together for him as well. Mr. Charles Annan from GAPTI, the Chief Executive Officer, is here. Let's put our hands together for GAPTI. And then Julian, Mr. Julian Alere, doctor, as a matter of fact, from Transitech. Doc, it's a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take the welcome address from the Deputy Minister for Local Government. But before that, Before that, the Embassy of Switzerland has been very instrumental in all the reasons for which we are gathered here. The reasons behind the Urban Mobility Forum, and you would find out shortly, the projects for which we are closing, which is warranting this entire forum. The Embassy of Switzerland has been very, very key in ensuring that we have arrived at this point of our time in history. And the ambassador is fully behind us and fully and ably supported in this auditorium. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's invite the head of cooperation at the Embassy of Switzerland to Ghana with a big round of applause, as a matter of fact. Simon Hebeli is currently the deputy head of mission. Did I get the first name right? Is it Sai or Sai? Okay, Simon. Thank you. Let's put our hands together again for the Embassy of Switzerland. Thank you very much. Now, before we take the welcome address, we want to hear from our chairperson whether we have the permission to go ahead and what he's expecting of all of us. Mr. Chair, let's put our hands together and welcome chairperson for the occasion, please.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, for the good work done thus far. Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, we are told he's on his way. The Greater Accra Regional Minister, I call him Honorable Titus Glover. Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Honorable Abdullahi Abanga, also an MP. So the ministers who are MPs, they cherish that. So if you don't add MP, you are in trouble. So MP. The Chief Director of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Let me recognize our distinguished development partners. Let me recognize Dr. Simon Hebeli, Deputy Head of Missions, Embassy of Switzerland in Ghana. Let me recognize our academia, Professor Michael Pokubuansi and others, our esteemed staff of both the civil service and local government service. I can see the representative of the head of the local government service. Recognize the representatives of professional bodies. Let me recognize the representatives of paratransit unions, directors within the civil service and the local government service. Our minister has just arrived, so we recognize Honorable Martin Ejie Mensah-Kosa, in whom I'm sometimes pleased. All times, this is. Our media professionals, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I bring you greetings from the staff and management of the Office of the Head of Civil Service. And let me say that it's an honor to be here at this important forum, which has brought together all key stakeholders in the urban and transport sectors of our economy. I'm especially delighted that this forum will provide insight into current trends based on numerous studies and findings geared towards enhancing accessibility and urban mobility within the Greater Accra Metropolitan Assembly or area, with the possibility of replication in other metropolitan areas of our country. In point of fact, I'm very excited that this program is under the auspices. And let me say that when I was going to school, one of the words that I cherished most was auspices, especially at the time OAU was there. Then under the auspices of the OAU. Wherever I am, I will run and listen to what follows. So I'm happy to say that under the auspices of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, which I consider as one of our buffer institutions, as far as local development is concerned. Every development is a local development. Now, the phenomenal role of this ministry in our development trajectory should position it as an anchor as we prioritize sustainable urban mobility and accessibility. Let me recognize the Honorable Minister and recognize the management and staff and the research team, and of course the sponsors. You need to have the wherewithal, the fiscal space to be able to undertake any meaningful venture. And so we recognize you for this generous sponsorship and support, the Swiss State for Economic Affairs, and indeed all key stakeholders for ensuring the success of this project. The theme for this forum, prioritizing sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in the Greater Accra metropolitan area, for me is appropriate and apt. So researchers have argued plausibly that urban mobility challenges will worsen unless adequate measures are implemented as African cities continue to grow. And these are research papers that I gleaned from some of the participants here. The United Nations has pointed out that urban population in sub-Saharan Africa particularly is projected to double by 2050. You know, and this we know from the O-level days, in the 80s, factors such as rural-urban migration, this is something that we've been grappling with, and of course the natural population increases are largely responsible for this trend. Authorities have contended that unless commensurate socio-economic investment and opportunities are created, African cities will find it difficult to cope with the dire consequences associated with such rapid urbanization. Certainly, the growing urbanization will be accompanied by demand and pressure on resources, no doubt. There will be more mouth to feed, service pressure among others. The reason that even in the distribution of the common fund, within the criteria, we have the service pressure factor, which really gives us the opportunity to see the areas that are really coming under pressure. And increasingly, our cities are coming under pressure. And it is sad to relate that many people will not have access to vital public goods necessary for sustenance unless something dramatic changes. That is why we are here. Interestingly, Ghana is among the rapid growing urbanization or urbanizing sub-African countries. And we are told that at independence, the urbanization rate hovered around something like 4.7%. There has been this figure has been oscillating, the 60s, the 70s, and 80s, and between 1984 and 2000, it fell to about 4.2%. The Ghana Statistical Service has also indicated that in 2021, 56.7% of Ghana's population live in urban centers. Now, the UN Habitat has also projected that Ghana's urban population is expected to grow, to around 72.3% by 2050. Now, the Greater Accra is said to be the most urbanized geographical area in our country. Indeed, the Greater Accra is by far the main migrant receiving region because it has a pull factor, right? Human beings will always move to areas where their interests will be catered for. Even animals will move to areas where their interests will be catered for. So somebody asked me at an interview how I was going to stop migration. I told him I couldn't stop it because human beings have always moved, right? Because we want our interests to be catered for. Now, the population and housing census that I related to, the thematic report on migration, which revealed that 10 out of 16 regions had more people migrating out, with the voter region, for instance, having the largest net loss of people. Of the 6 regions that had a net gain of migrants, Greater Accra had the highest gain. And this according to the Ghana Statistical Service. It is against this background, ladies and gentlemen, that the Greater Accra region readily suggested itself for a project of this nature. Article 35, I mean, if those of you who want to know what is it that the state of Ghana ought to do for its people, turn to the chapter 6 of our 1992 Constitution, the directive principles of state policy. I call them the aspirational, the chapter. Now, 35(6)(c) of the Constitution enjoins the state to take measures to provide adequate facilities for and encourage free mobility of people, goods, and services throughout the country. Good. Prioritizing urban mobility and accessibility in Greater Accra is therefore very vital. Indeed, our city, and I mean the Greater Accra, is a heartbeat. You understand? A heartbeat. And it stands at a pivotal junction. Now, as we continue to grow and evolve, the challenges of urban mobility and accessibility, it demands our immediate and focused attention. Urban mobility affects every aspect of our lives, from commuting to work, accessing essential services, fostering economic activities, among others. And we face significant challenges, especially in Greater Accra. Traffic congestion, inadequate public transportation, limited accessibility for many of our residents, among others. These issues not only hinder our productivity, but also impact adversely on the environment and our well-being and quality of life. We do not want to behave like infants, colleagues. We cannot and we should not behave like infants who are interested in here and now and the self. We ought to pay attention to the fact that our development should not constrain the ability of future generations to develop. And that is sustainability. So we are developing today, but we should not constrain the ability of future generations to develop sustainable. And this is the reason prioritizing sustainable urban mobility and accessibility for me is an imperative. But I wanted to say that prioritizing urban mobility and accessibility is a priority, right? Without the risk, I wanted, even though there's a risk of sounding tautologous, but I wanted to emphasize the preeminence of this particular adventure and this venture. Indeed, we have no choice in the matter if we really want to confront head-on some of the debilitating features of urbanization. And I find the expansion of the scope of this project, a good transport project, and building capacity effort through institutional development, studies, the data collection, training, the technical assistance, very interesting, because we want evidence-based, policies and programs. And I have argued time and again that indeed, if we are going to craft policies based on guesswork, one conclusion is certain: implementation nightmares. But if you want policies that can really address the critical problems, those empirical studies for me should be the major guiding principles. And we ought to be futuristic in our orientation. An institution of normative measures that can really address the critical problems of our society, including but not limited to sustainable urban mobility and accessibility. Let us be reminded that today, and please take note, let us be reminded that today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we could ignore. I take that again. Today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we could ignore. Let's reflect. And as we deepen decentralization drive and prevent the centralization of decentralization, because when we are decentralizing, we want to decongest Accra administratively, etc. But if you make it impossible for decentralization to work, then invariably what we are doing is that we are centralizing decentralization with dire consequences for you and I. Let's leverage on technology innovation across all MDAs and MMDAs, promote public awareness, engage stakeholders, and what structures are necessary to improve our circumstances, develop non-motorized transport options, among others. I know that most of us don't live in a city center. The services are all located in the city and we live far away. And therefore commuting, if I was telling my secretary that if my wife saw me on a bike to work, you want to find out whether I'm okay. You understand? And, maybe seek another attention or talk to my pastor, among others, to see whether indeed I'm good, I'm okay, access, among others. But these are models that I think that the research that you have done provide a lot of areas for reflection. It should not be said, please, that when we were in charge, we did not deliver. And in conclusion, let me say that prioritizing urban mobility and accessibility in Greater Accra is not just an infrastructure challenge. It is a pathway to a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all our citizens. And by working together, and I mean governments, private sector, our development partners, communities, we can transform Greater Accra metropolitan area into a city that is not only accessible and efficient, but also much more livable and resilient. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that I have never attended any program where the proposed chairman has proceeded to give some remarks and said that he's unable to chair. I have not. So, consistent with conventional wisdom, I accept to chair this opening ceremony and trust that I will enjoy unalloyed and unflinching support from all of you. And I wish all of us a successful forum, and may the presentation and discussions produce implementable recommendations to anchor our quest for sustainable urban mobility and accessibility. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Let's continue to do it better for the chairperson. If you have a chairman like this and a remark like this from the commencement of the program, you should know what to expect at the end of this forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we should ignore. It shouldn't be said when we were in charge, we couldn't deliver. When we were in charge, we couldn't deliver. That should, they say, the Nigerian movies, they say, Tofiakwa. It should never happen. And that is why we are seated here today, because once we are in charge, we should find a way to deliver. We should find solutions, and for which reasons we are here. A lot of us who got here early listened to the video and the footages of complaints, barrage of complaints of people who are not able to get to this auditorium on time because of bad roads, because there are 5 lanes, 10 lanes, and market women have taken over 2 lanes and 4 lanes. So our movements are hampered in our cities and towns. The Greater Accra, where we all have as our major city, the least said about us, the better. Fortunately, there's a man who is in charge, and we will be hearing from him shortly. Because it shouldn't be said that when we were in charge, we couldn't deliver. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're fortunate to be joined by the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Honorable Martin J. Mensah Kosa. He's a Member of Parliament. Let's put our hands together for him. A Member of Parliament for Techiman South Constituency. Honorable, please join us upstage. If you don't come, almost all of us have to go down there. So he's a Member of Parliament for Techiman South Constituency. Let's continue to put our hands together for the Minister. And he has been since January 2021. He was a Deputy Minister for Local Government before elevated to the Minister, Substantive Minister status. And prior to his election into Parliament and appointment as a Deputy Minister for Local Government, he was a Deputy Minister for Regional Reorganization and Development. He served as Director of Elections and Research for the New Patriotic Party. And Honorable Kosa served on the Parliamentary Select Committee for Foreign Affairs and currently on the House Committee of Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises Committee. He was awarded an MA in Politics and International Relations in 2007 from the Nottingham University in the United Kingdom. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our Minister, let's put our hands together for him once again. And at this point in time, we're going to take a welcome address from our Deputy Minister, having listened, heard, and settled by our chairperson. Let's put our hands together and welcome the Deputy Minister for Local Government, Honorable Abdullahi Abanga, with a big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the chairman for today's program have already set the tone for today's discussion and what a provoking statement and remarks he made. My assignment is to welcome you to this all-important program for today. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Evans Agredaku, the head of Civil Service, my own minister and boss, the Honorable Martin J. Mensah Kosa, the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. The Deputy Head of the Swiss Embassy, Simone. Is that Simone? Our development partners, who are present here, the Municipal Metropolitan District Chief Executive present, Chief Directors and representatives from other ministries, distinguished panelists and experts, the academia, representatives of professional institutions, representatives from transport operators, members from the media fraternity, distinguished panelists, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development to this important Urban Mobility Forum. This forum is being organized as a closeout event of the implementation of the Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project, GAMA, within the Greater Accra Metropolitan Area. Over the past 8 years, our Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development under GAMA has been instrumental in transforming urban mobility and accessibility within the Greater Accra Metropolitan Area, with immeasurable support from the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. It has been a journey marked by studies, data collection, trainings for transport planning efficiency, effectiveness by our local authorities, as well as the proposed implementation of small-scale demonstrative projects at 6 selected junctions within Accra and Tema to enhance the safety of road users. Even though today's forum is a close-out event for GAMA, from our perspective, it is not the end of the story. Indeed, the platform has been created to highlight the key achievement of the project and share lessons learned for decision-making and subsequent design of similar interventions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this forum is an opportunity for us to share our findings, discuss best practices for sustainable urban mobility planning, and to foster collaboration among all stakeholders, such as the academia, experts, practitioners, transport operators, development partners, and other mobility and accessibility enthusiasts. Through this effort, we aim to collaborate with all stakeholders in our collective efforts towards improving urban mobility, accessibility, and ensuring that our cities are well equipped to meet the needs of the residents. Our keynote speaker, Professor Michael Poku Bwansi, the Vice Dean of Graduate School at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, will share his experience and deeper understanding of transport-related issues within our country and provide more insights into the theme to provoke a conversation among participants and provide his thoughts on what stakeholders must do next to ensure that we have resilient, safe, livable, and sustainable cities. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you all to enjoy the conversation we are about to have today and participate fully in the discourse. In this regard, I would like to extend the Ministry's gratitude to SECO for supporting us through this GAMA journey and for sponsoring this mobility forum. Thank you very much, SECO, for your dedication and commitment to this important cause of improving mobility and accessibility. I am very confident that the forum will serve as a platform for meaningful dialogue, knowledge exchange, and collaboration to ensure our shared goals of creating a more sustainable, accessible, efficient, and sustainable urban transportation system in Accra. Together, we have the power to shape the future of urban mobility and make lasting impact on the lives of all residents in the greater Accra metropolitan area and across the country. Let us continue to work together towards a brighter and a more mobile future for Accra. On this note, on behalf of the Minister again for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, I wish to welcome you all once again to the Urban Mobility Forum. Let us make the most of this opportunity to shape the future of urban mobility in Ghana. I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can do it better for the Deputy Minister of Local Government. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, as we heard from our chair, Ghana's urban population is growing about 72%. And indeed, the Greater Accra region, we are told, is the lead in this direction, geographically, growing a lot when it comes to urbanization. Fortunately, there's a man who has surrendered himself to ensure that we come to a very wonderful resolution to all our problems when it comes to the issues we are confronted with in the Greater Accra region, which is the subject of this particular project that we are closing today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, we welcome the Regional Minister, Greater Accra, Honorable Daniel Nikwate, Titus Glover, with a big round of applause, please.
Dr. Evans Agridako, our chairman for this occasion and head of service, my brother MP for Techiman South and Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, the Deputy Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Local Government, an MP for Binduri, Your Excellency Simon Heavily, Deputy Head of Mission, Sweet Embassy for Ghana, Benin, and Togo, Chief Director, Local Government Ministry, members of academia here present, reps of transport organizations, our friends from the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've sought permission from the Minister for Local Government in advance, because from my dressing you can see that I'm on the beat. So right after my remark, I'll politely walk to continue, because GAMA is waiting for me in the Mashi area to clean. I am delighted to be invited as we gather to celebrate and reflect on the remarkable achievements of the Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project in the Greater Accra Metropolitan area. This project, initiated by the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, has been an innovation in our efforts to prioritize sustainable urban mobility and accessibility. We cannot talk about urban mobility without looking at critical issues, challenges. One our chairman touched on is about the population growth. And because of this population growth has led to poor planning. You see people indiscriminately putting up structures anyhow. I mean anyhow. As I speak to you now, there are a lot of people who have put up slums around Great Coat pylons. A few weeks ago, there was fire that gutted an area behind Circle, the VVIP and the STC station. An area is called Ecomog, and the whole place is a slum. Thank God there was fire that gutted the place. I didn't wish them bad though, but the kind of social vices in these areas, criminals, hidden criminals, that's where they operate. Young lads, mostly foreigners, operating like a red light in these areas. Honorable Minister, I can assure you that we'll be able to pull down all those illegal structures and making sure that we're going to barricade that place. Because they live under the pylons. And you can imagine if these lines drops down, the number of people who are going to lose their lives. It is because the assemblies are inactive to ensure that planning adhered to. But I can assure you, in these few months, we want to make sure these indisciplines that is going all over the place are really, really taken care of. One other challenge is about sanitation. Because of the mobility, the population of Greater Accra in the recent population and housing census is 5.2 million people. Geographically, we look small in size, but the numbers are here. 5.2 million people. So you can imagine how we handle and dispose and manage waste in this city, particularly in Accra. That is why the government chair, the sanitation ministry, the local government ministry, and the RCC have partnered strongly to make sure from today and tomorrow up to the mid of August, we're going to clean the whole of the region to make sure that we're able to sanitize the place. Another challenge that we've also seen is about infrastructure. I saw the video being played where the motor rider and the Uber driver talked about road infrastructure. Government is doing its bit under the circumstance. A lot of road projects is ongoing in the region that we are seeing. Thankfully, the IMF and the other donor agencies are able to agree with us so that the funding that was blocked initially is now being lifted so that we can continue this road infrastructure to ease the traffic on our roads. We can't talk about mobility without talking about congestion. Vehicular congestion all over the city. When you go to London, I studied in Oxford, then Warwick University. And the idea of deterring people from driving into the London city center so that they can use public means of transport to deter people. That is why CAPT was brought, so you can park and ride. So long as you want to come to the city center, then you will be prepared to pay fines. That is why CAPT was brought. Unfortunately, because we don't have too much of dedicated lanes, wherever they want to pass, you see truck drivers and everybody parked right in their lane that they cannot work. So congestion has been a major challenge when it comes to urban mobility, and also pollution. These are areas that we need to look at, and I can assure you, everybody, including my minister for local government, that the assemblies will be proactive. I'm a type, I don't sleep. When I'm given an assignment, I make sure I deliver. Before I come to my office, I walk through, I drive through some of the assembly operational areas, and to make sure, I just call you the CEO. It is not my duty to do a job for you. That is why we made a chief executive. So all those chief executives who are sleeping, by this time they should be awake, because we have a lot to do. Dr. Chair, it is my understanding that 8 years ago, GUMAP was launched with a grant facility of about $6 million from the C-State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. Since then, the project has undertaken a comprehensive scoping study to assess the potential for urban mobility and accessibility interventions in Greater Accra Metropolitan Area, GAMA. The primary objective of GUMAP has been to improve urban mobility and accessibility in a bustling metropolitan area, of which is a great deal of concern to the Regional Coordinating Council. What set GUMAP apart is its approach to look beyond traditional infrastructure-focused transport projects and instead focus on capacity building efforts through institutional development, studies, data collection, trainings, and technical assistance. I am therefore happy that the ministry has provided this platform to share with us some of the key achievements of GUMAP and to solicit our views on the way forward. Dr. Chair, distinguished invited guests, as we look to the future, it is our hope that the foundations, lessons, and recommendations of GUMAP will serve as a reference point for future urban mobility and accessibility projects, such as the upcoming Kumasi Urban Mobility and Accessibility Projects, Bus Rapid Transit, GUMAP BRT. The Regional Coordinating Council remains committed to partner with various stakeholders to formulate urban policies, strategies, and programs that will further improve urban mobility and accessibility for efficient delivery of services to our people. On this note, Honorable Ministers, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all stakeholders, beneficiaries, partners, and all MMDAs who have contributed to the success of GUMAP. Your dedication and hard work have made a significant impact on the lives of the residents in the GAMA operational area in the region at large. Let us continue to work together towards a more sustainable, accessible, and efficient urban transportation system for the benefit of all. I will avail myself for any communique that we may arrive at that will enable us to work with in the Regional Coordinating Council. Dr. Chair, Honorable Ministers of State, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, once more I want to take this opportunity for this platform. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the Greater Accra Regional Minister. Let's put our hands together once again for him. And Minister, we request that, first of all, we appreciate the exercise that you are heading towards to undertake with your traditional rulers, and we appreciate that endeavor. I know that I would encourage you to take a look at Kanishi, take a look at Medina, where solid waste has taken over the median and has taken over main roads, very principal street that is leading to from Piduase all the way to the Flagstaff, the Jubilee House. That is what has been taken over by solid waste, and you have seen that. You are working on that. Okay, so we appreciate it, and we appreciate the fact that you mentioned sanitation as a major problem. Your region has a population of 5.2 million, you mentioned, and you have a lot of tasks on your head. Let's put our hands together for the minister again, please. Indeed, the GUMAP project is to improve urban mobility and accessibility. A lot of things have been done on this project. I'm sure that all of us who are going to stay through to the end of this particular forum would attest to the tremendous results that we can all account for out of this particular project. And a lot more is coming up. As we also again heard from one of our speakers, we are hoping that this is not the end of the many good things that we have encountered out of the GUMAP project. The GUMAP project was supported by development partners, and we have already heard a lot about them. At this point in time, we are going to hear from them, they themselves, what they make of this, where we can go from this, and maybe we can also take the opportunity to ask for more. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's invite Simone Heberly, currently the Deputy Head of Missions, Head of Cooperation at the Embassy of Switzerland, with a big round of applause, please.
Honourable Minister, Deputy Ministers, the regional minister that has just left, under the auspices of our chairperson, I request humbly to stand on established protocols, but I acknowledge everyone's presence in this room. Good morning to you all. It is a real pleasure to be here today at this forum. The forum will share the learnings from a truly innovative and enriching project. The Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project, GUMAP, as you have heard, a USD 6 million grant project funded by Switzerland's State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, was launched already back in 2016. This project is part of SECO's broader initiative to support sustainable urban development in Africa. We are doing this currently in Ghana, Tunisia, Egypt, and South Africa, because the question is not whether we will have cities in the future. The question is whether we will have livable cities. In Ghana, GUMAP aimed to analyze and enhance urban mobility and accessibility. You have heard it from the previous speakers that the project focused on strengthening the capacities of institutions involved in public transport planning and traffic management in the Greater Accra Metropolitan Assembly region. This goal was pursued through many activities, really, various studies, training workshops led by international, by local experts, and particularly the participating institutions were the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Thank you so much, Minister, for being here. The Department of Transport within the MMDAs, the Greater Accra Public Transport Executive, the GAPTE, also represented here, and the Department of Urban Roads. I was informed that altogether 16 larger activities were carried out under GUMAP. One of the recent ones, and one that received quite some attention, was a household survey on mobility. It was a first of such kind in Ghana. Additionally, and I'm glad to know that academia is present in the room, the project established collaboration between the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, EPFL, and the KNUST in Kumasi. The project was training students in urban mobility and accessibility and was thus enhancing the expertise in this crucial sector to be available in Ghana itself. Practical activities are still underway. Although we are closing kind of officially this project, it doesn't mean the work doesn't continue. Mostly it is left with redesigning and improving 6 critical junctions in the GAMA region to improve traffic flow, but also road safety, including for pedestrians. Lastly, the project is also in the process of purchasing 15 automatic traffic counters for the Department of Urban Roads to better understand and monitor traffic volumes. Over the years, the project has also faced a few challenges. Some delays at the start, consulting service procurement, and the necessity to restructure the project in 2019 to boost operational efficiency. And once we had done that, COVID-19 was hitting all of us, causing additional delays, also due to travel restrictions back then. I'm proud to say that the project has easily overcome these obstacles, and many activities were successfully completed thanks to the dedication and hard work of the ministry's teams and all the stakeholders, including the heads of the transport departments and the implementing agency, Transitec, also present here today. It is my hope that this forum will spark high-level discussions among officials and decision makers, leading to more reforms necessary to further improve urban spaces, mobility and public transport systems in Ghana's growing cities. I conclude by expressing my gratitude to the Ministry of Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, all other involved government institutions, consultants, academics representatives, and everyone involved in GUMAP for their commitment and dedication over the years. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Simone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the question is not whether we will have cities in the future, but whether we will have livable, productive, and sustainable, as well as resilient cities. The Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development has vowed that this is what they intend to give all of us. And so just about 2 weeks ago, we had the Ghana Urban Forum. And today, 2 weeks or less after that, we have the Mobility and Accessibility Forum, all ensuring that we bring ideas together to see how best we are able to have livable, productive, sustainable, and resilient cities in this country. At this point in time, we invite the Honorable Minister for Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development for his keynote address, Honorable Martin Ejay Mensah Kosa, Member of Parliament. A big round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much, my brother MC. So, I came in late, but I decided to experiment with the challenges of mobility and accessibility in Accra. So I planned my route to walk through some difficult areas to access, so that when I mount the podium, I speak to the real challenges that is on the table. So apologies for coming in late. It was deliberately just to go through the difficulties of moving and accessing your way in Accra. Mr. Chairman Evans Agridako, Head of the Civil Service, Honorable Titus Global Regional Minister, Greater Accra, Madame Simone Hebeli, Head of Cooperation, Swiss Embassy, Representative of the Chief Director, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives, representatives from ministries, departments and agencies, the academia, representatives of professional institutions, representatives from transport operators, friends of the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are gathered here today at the closeout event of the Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project, dubbed the Urban Mobility Forum. As we close out on the technical implementation of the GUMA, we are delighted to share with you the knowledge and foundations laid under the project, which serves as the impetus for envisaged improvement in urban mobility and accessibility within the Greater Accra metropolitan area. This forum also accords us the opportunity as experts, practitioners, stakeholders within the urban mobility and accessibility space to share their insights and ideas to foster sustainability of urban mobility and accessibility with a focus on GAMA. Indeed, this forum is akin to the recently successfully held Ghana Urban Forum on the 4th and 5th of June, which brought together similar stakeholders, practitioners, to deliberate on key issues relating to urban development and management in Ghana. I recall that one of the subject matters highlighted was the challenges of urban mobility and accessibility in our towns and cities. It is therefore refreshing to see all stakeholders here again to interrogate issues relating to urban mobility and accessibility and prefer appropriate solutions to them. All these actions tie in appropriately with the theme for the forum, prioritizing sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in Greater Accra metropolitan area. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Greater Accra metropolitan area has experienced rapid urbanization and population growth, which has led to increased pressure on transportation infrastructure and services. You will agree with me that our daily travels are mostly associated with congestion, air pollution, and public transport inefficiencies that require critical and urban attention. Recognizing the importance of urban mobility to spur socioeconomic development and growth is necessary to prioritize policy dialogues on these issues to improve urban mobility and accessibility. Addressing the myriad of challenges such as traffic congestion, air pollution, and inadequate road infrastructure in our cities and towns does not only rest with the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, but requires the collective effort of all other ministries, departments and agencies, development partners and private sector citizens as well. Mr. Chairman, accordingly, the ministry has over the years collaborated with other partners to formulate policies, devise strategies, design programs and projects for improved mobility and accessibility, culminating in increased road infrastructure and conditions, and improved urban services and livelihoods. Indeed, one of these policies includes but not limited to the final revised draft National Urban Policy Implementation Plan. The revised draft incorporated a strategy relating to urban mobility and accessibility. Thus, the strategy improved governance and financing for urban mobility and accessibility under the objective to expand access to urban infrastructure and services, clearly demonstrates the ministry's commitment in dealing with the issues. This effort by the ministry is intended to guide the design of various programs and projects with a focus that goes beyond transport to promote mobility and accessibility. Some activities under the strategy are to allocate funding for urban mobility operating costs and investments from the metropolitan assemblies and the national budgets, to diversify and include other potential sources of financing for urban mobility and accessibility. As a ministry, we have also not relented in our efforts towards achieving the sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 11, which targets and ensures affordable and sustainable transport systems. It is my ardent hope that the discussions held here today would focus synergies and enhance partnership among urban mobility stakeholders, including MMDAs, MDAs, development partners, academia, and the private sector towards improving mobility, accessibility for the over 4 million people in Ghana. We also want to use this forum as a platform to share with stakeholders some achievements and lessons from GUMAP and how these experiences can shape the design and implementation of other urban mobility and accessibility interventions, such as the Kumasi Urban Mobility Accessibility Project, to be implemented within the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area. Mr. Chairman, the ministry initiated the implementation of the Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project in the past 8 years. This intervention is a $6 million United States grant from the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. Based on the findings from a scoping study, the project was designed to look beyond the conventional infrastructure-focused urban mobility and accessibility projects, such as construction of urban roads, interchanges, bridges, among others. The GUMAP focused on capacity building and institutional strengthening such as studies, data collection, campaigns, service, trainings, and technical assistance. The beneficiaries of this project are 6 metropolitan and municipal assemblies in Greater Accra region, namely the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Tema Metropolitan Assembly, La Nkantanan Madina Municipal Assembly, Ga East Municipal Assembly, Ga Central Municipal Assembly, Ga West Assembly. Other beneficiary institutions are the head office of the Department of Urban Roads of the Ministry of Roads and Highways, the Greater Accra Passenger Transport Executives, GAPTI, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. The project components emphasizes on urban mobility planning and transport, public regulations, traffic planning and management, investment measures, and a new master's program at the KNUST in partnership with the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology of Lausanne in Switzerland. These project components have interrelated activities all geared towards achieving the overall objective of improving urban mobility and accessibility in Ghana. The chairman, permit me to highlight some key achievements of the project, which but not limited to the following service and studies in Ghana: household travel survey, public transport routes and passenger flows mapping, public transport operations, performance and transition to scheduled services, fleet transport study, traffic volumes data collection, trotro fleet modernization study, and preparation of area-specific local area traffic and parking plans framework for optimizing of multimodal accessibility, among others. This means that all road users, including pedestrians and non-motorized transport users, are considered. The summaries of these studies can be found in brochures handed to you. As part of the long-term technical assistance for urban mobility planning and management, for the first time in 2021, 3 transport-related indicators were integrated into the district performance assessment tool. These indicators include inclusions of road safety activities in district medium-term development plans and annual action plans, implementation of 60% road safety interventions in the action plans of MMDAs, and a register of public transport routes operators, vehicle drivers, and terminals. This is very significant because with the indicators, the ministry can ensure that the MMDAs are spearheading urban mobility and planning within their jurisdiction. Additionally, as stated earlier, these studies, surveys, experiences, and lessons informed the transport-related strategy and activities in the final draft of the National Urban Policy and Implementation Plan. Various capacity building and training workshops have been organized on critical topics in relation to public transport and traffic planning and management, as well as study tours. Transport and Urban Road Departments in the MMAs benefited from on-the-job training to staff on work methods, traffic data collection and processing, strategy formulation, key studies, demonstration projects, and investment priorities, which all inform the choice of the 6 junction improvement works in these beneficiary AMAs. Also, there is the staff of Department of Urban Roads beneficiary AMAs were trained on the installation and implementation of the traffic data collection cameras and on different topics relating to traffic and parking management for effective transport planning, management, and their jurisdiction. Through the partnership between Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology for Lausanne, under Component 4, 3 new courses, thus Intelligent Transport Systems, Transport Demand Modeling, and Traffic Flow Modeling, have been designed and introduced at KNUST. To date, a total of 600 students have completed these courses and 5 professors have been trained. Mr. Chairman, the ministry will deliver small-scale pilot safety improvement measures at 6 selected junctions within the beneficiary MMDAs. The junction improvement measures are aimed at testing the applicability of some findings from the studies conducted, as well as improving road safety for all road users. These junctions are Babayara Padmore Street intersection within the Tama Metropolis. Otublohom Obibini Street intersection in the Accra Metropolis. Ashongman Alafia intersection in the Ga East Municipality. 3 Junction in the Ga West Municipality. Mambo Junction in the Ga Central Municipality. And Ogbojo New Market Junction in the La Pantanan Medina Municipality. I'm happy to announce to the beneficiary MMAs that the contract for the implementation of the works at all the 6 locations are expected to be awarded in the coming weeks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite the great achievements over the 8 years, the project has certainly not fixed all the urban mobility and accessibility challenges of GAMA, but the output provide an important baseline for targeted investments, monitoring of mobility and accessibility performance, replicating similar interventions, and carrying out further studies and designing the best possible projects comprehensively to address the most fundamental urban mobility challenges in GAMA. The data gathered during the project implementation period will form the basis of the establishment of an urban observatory for continuous data to guide urban mobility decision-making in GAMA. It is also envisaged that the heads of transport departments of the beneficiary MMAs have built their capacity and their skills and knowledge upskilled to enable them to deliver their duties effectively and efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, let me iterate that my statement at the just ended Ghana Urban Forum that Section 12 of the Local Governance Act 2016 enjoins metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to champion the urban development agenda within their jurisdiction. Urbanization presents a lot of opportunities that has the potential to change the face of our development. It is my hope that these actions are driven by downward accountability, digitalization, citizen participation and inclusion in urban governance, circular economy for sustainable development, strategic public-private partnership, systems approach to urban governance and management, prioritizing sustainable urban mobility, metropolitan governance and coordination across jurisdictions, as well as fostering child-friendly urban environments. Indeed, once we are all guided by the principles of inclusivity, sustainability, good governance, resilience, ownership based on decentralization and subsidiarity, coordination and coherence, we hope that national policies and strategies are transformed into short, medium, and long-term local actions towards achieving transformative and sustainable urban development. Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, I wish to extend our profound gratitude to the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs for their continuous support and cooperation in respect of urban development agenda and decentralization. On this note, I wish us all fruitful deliberations, and I look forward to all the discussions from various sessions. It is my hope that SECO collaborates with us to implement the recommendations from the studies and surveys within GAMA, whilst we replicate these studies in our metropolitan or urban areas to promote sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in Ghana. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let's put our hands together once again for the Minister for Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony has enlightened us quite a lot on why we are present here and the task that is also ahead. We are going to need a lot of energy to engage the task that's ahead. In a short while, I'll list some of the things that we're expecting when we come back from refreshment and then also our photography session shortly. A lot of us are expecting that the challenges that the minister himself attested that he faced when he attempted to use some routes before coming here are to be addressed at the end of this project. We want to see the traffic congestion reduced. We want to be able to move freely in our cities and towns. We want to know how GUMAP has addressed all of these, how the data observatory is going to address these, how the building of capacities are all going to address these. And fortunately, we are told that we have the distinguished individuals who are going to help us through our panel discussions to understand these things. Because quite often, and we have heard from a number of previous ministers, government officials, that most projects that we undertake in this country don't impact on the people, sadly. We undertake quite a number of projects and we don't feel the impact on the ground. There's a flooding conference going on, and flooding is killing us, washing properties and washing human beings. We are dealing with mobility and accessibility project. Yet the minister experienced traffic, for which reason he had to detour and still wasn't able to get here on time. How do we ensure that all these projects are leading to the impact that we are looking for as people when we come back after the refreshment, after the photo session? This is just a ceremony. We are going to engage the GUMAP in detail and look at how the future also holds for us. So prioritizing sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in the greater Accra metropolitan area is going to be one of the subjects we are going to hear on. That is going to be delivered by Professor Michael Bwensi, a Deputy Director, School of Graduate Studies with the KNUST. You can't afford to miss that presentation. As a matter of fact, I think it was Prof. Bwensi who played that video at the last urban forum that I saw first. So we should expect to hear a lot from him. There's also going to be a presentation and discussion on a strategy for sustainable urban mobility in the greater Accra metropolitan area. Synthesis of studies and surveys conducted under the GUMAP. We are also going to hear a lot from that, from Transitech Consulting Engineers. The bottom line is, with all of these conferences and forums and talks, how does that impact on the solutions that we hope to see on our streets? How do we ensure that traffic is no more? And again, I see Madam Pat also here. The last time I spoke with her, she says they've been able to put up a certain platform that is ensuring proper traffic regulation in some parts of Accra. She'll tell us about it if you are curious like me, and whether that is making any impact. We'll hear from her after that. Madam Pat, is there pressure on you? Plenty pressure, because we want to see the traffic congestion move away. You know, we can't continue to have all these beautiful forums and conferences still going back to us, our problems without any impact. And I borrow from the ministers all the time. They always complain. They become ministers, they see a lot of projects, and they don't get the impact. And people hold them accountable to it. That is what we want to avoid. We want to hold our people accountable and see impact. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session, the opening ceremony of our program this morning. When we return, as I announced earlier, when we return from the refreshment, we're going to have the presentation. So there will be a media session. There will be a pull-out. Colleagues will be interviewing the distinguished fellows in this auditorium. And then right as I end, we'll have a photography session also here. Please endeavor to return from the refreshment in just 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We will ensure that everybody is back into this auditorium. The Slido that you were introduced to, it wants you to impact or input into the conversations we've had. Get interactive. If you have questions so far from the photo before, the morning session, please put them in the Slidos, ask your questions, put down your contributions and comments, and we will definitely read them when we come back after the presentations and while the discussions are going on. Shall we have the photographer, our techies, our photographers? If you're ready, we're going to have the photographs. The high table will just be here. The ministries, directors will join. Our special guests, the presenters, speakers, please, you can join them. And then all of us will take one beautiful picture together. Mr. Chair, can we have you lead? Madam Honorable, if you can lead. So we have the directors coming closer. Directors of the Ministry of Local Government Decentralization, also the speakers. Yes, please. They should be down. Okay. They want you to be down, yes. all of us will be part of this picture so that tomorrow, as it was said by the chair, if we don't see the traffic problem solved, our children's children will come and see this picture at the ministry and say, these were the people who failed us. They couldn't deliver. So you have to be part of this picture. If you run away, we'll bring you back. If you don't deliver, we'll take you on. Our grandchildren will take you on one day. We take the high table first. The directors, please join them. And then our distinguished speakers will join. And then all of us invitees here, very important personalities, will join as well and have one big family photographs. The stage, I think, is enough. Directors, please. CEOs, captain, panelists, please, all of you, you can join. We can climb up, so that we have. Prof, yes. Okay, all of us, speakers, panelists, directors, CEOs, the SECO team. Okay, once that's been taken, Ministry of Local Government, staff, all stakeholders, as many as we can, please, let's get closer and take this one big family photograph. Please, all of us, unless you want to hide from your responsibilities to make sure that our cities and towns are better, please join us. Let's have one big family. All of us, please. I think at this point we can all come together. Let's climb, those who can climb, those who can just stand on the ground, please. If you are tall enough, you can stand on the ground. If you are like me, you climb up, then you can be seen. Don't hide. All right. As many as we can, please, let's all come together. This is a family photo of all who have vowed to ensure that we have smooth movement, accessible movement in our cities and towns. And we are committed to deliver on this promise. If we fail, let our grandchildren take us on. Thank you very much. Refreshment is served. We're back at 15 minutes, please. Thank you. "15 minutes, we return for our first presentation by Professor Michael Buensi, and then we will follow accordingly, looking for solutions.
the traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought
in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Nanso en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ho ba aju ba fi bedwale esa to to delivery so ekwan ne de nye insawam kan timi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape they say me deliver mama for me nsape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic any bia o person we ye rounds be cca back ejuma bia won't mean it because one station has one road block here, it go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra, nothing a year din. Ye kwan also be brave, I say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim got spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long and you know our work is about sitting and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Nanso en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ho ba aju ba fi bedwale esa to to delivery so ekwan ne de nye insawam kwan timi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape they say me deliver mama for me nsape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic any bia o person we ye rounds be cca back adwuma bi a wontumi nyɛ because one station answer one road block here it go affect the whole Accra nti Accra nante no ɛyɛ din yɛ kwan no so bebree asɛe.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily, so that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income, it affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ya kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ya kakra eko 37 kwan no na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no onum dia obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa to delivery so ekwan de nye nsawan kan timi no de American say me unso mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wiye nti bia mo be ye wie na say be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape just me deliver mama for me nsape.
Accra car can only easy in terms of traffic any bia o person we ye rounds bi sisia back adwuma bi a wontumi nyɛ because one station answer one road block here it go affect the whole Accra nti Accra nante no ɛyɛ din yɛ kwan no so bebree asɛe.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily, so that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income, it affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ya kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ya kakra eko 37 kwan no na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no onum dia obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa to delivery so ekwan de nye nsawan kan timi no de American say me unso mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wiye nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye pa travel to me ma damuni na me ye adwuma na ma ye adwuma me ensape just me deliver mama for me ensape
Accra car can easy in terms of traffic any bia o person we hear rounds be sisia back adwuma bia
Let's put our hands together again for the culture. And we appreciate all of you for sticking to the 15 minutes time. And coming back inside on time. On behalf of Dr. Chair, we thank you for making it back into the auditorium on time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, our next assignment is a very big one. We have a presentation coming up from a very distinguished academician on prioritizing sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in the Greater Accra metropolitan area. I'll do a quick run through a few things and then we will invite Prof to join us for that presentation. In the meantime, before we all left for that quick snack break, we had a very important session. We were reminded that we can't continue to behave like infants who are just interested in right now and forget about what is coming up in future. We just come here, have conferences, talks, enjoy snack breaks, lunch breaks, and forget about everything and forget about the future. We were reminded that that's how infants behave, and we can't continue to behave like that. We're also reminded by our chair that today is a tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we should or shouldn't ignore. And that it should be said that when we were in charge, or it shouldn't be said that when we were in charge, we couldn't deliver. The chair also talked to us about the fact that researchers have argued that urban mobility challenge would worsen unless adequate measures are put in place. And that's why we are here. Unless we put together adequate measures, the mobility issues that confront our cities and towns will worsen. And we will not be able to make meetings on time. And we will all fall into the category of the TV3 journalist who spoke to us earlier about his problems commuting from Pokuase. That's why I wish that all our journalists will come back in after they pull out interviews with our dignitaries. This is a matter that concerns all of us. Otherwise, we continue to be late in programs. We can't have better lives in our cities. We're also reminded that at independence, the urbanization, at independence, the urbanization rate have, actually hovered around the 7%, 4.7% per annum between 1984 and 2000. It fell down to 4.2% thereabout. One of the reasons why we should begin to have conversation. We're also reminded that the UN has pointed out that urban population in sub-Saharan Africa countries is projected to double by 2050. And then we heard from the Greater Accra Regional Minister that the region that he is overseeing, 5.2 million population is what he has. And rapid population growth is hampering mobility in this city of Accra. Poor planning is one of the things he talked about. Sanitation, people throwing solid waste on the streets, making the streets almost immobilizable and immovable. He also talked about assemblies that are inactive, and I hope that we have some assemblies here. Assemblies are inactive, for which reasons, according to the Greater Accra Regional Minister, we are not prioritizing mobility and accessibility. We also heard from the Swiss Embassy, and they talked about 6 million grant projected for the particular program that we are talking about today, and we are closing. That's a GUMAP to support urban mobility and sustainability. They also talked about the fact that Swiss is supporting other countries aside Ghana and this program, and today we want to compare, we would like to compare the other countries that have benefited from the Swiss support. So that includes Tunisia, Egypt, and South Africa. We want to see whether we have been able to use our $6 million grant as effective as we should have. And then we heard from our own minister as well. He says this project consists of 4 components. So again, the 4 components, we're going to hear a lot about them. We want to interrogate and see how the components are benefiting and impacting our cities and towns. in this country. Now, 5 professors and hundreds of students have been trained out of the GAMA project that we are talking about today. We would want to hear how that has made a difference and how that has also impacted. We also heard from the minister that data collected from the project will be used to establish a data observatory. How important is this data observatory and what impact is it going to make on all of us? In the meantime, we're going to take our presentation from our distinguished personality, Professor Michael Opoku-Boensi, who is the Deputy Director of the School of Graduate Studies, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, on how we prioritize sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in the greater Accra metropolitan area. Let's put our hands together and welcome Prof. for the presentation. Again, I request that we pay attention and send in comments, questions, and suggestions that we feel it's important to the discussions we are going to have through the Slido, because we will make use of them. We'll project them on the screens and read them and share them together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajiman. To start, I will first of all, with the permission of the chair, stand on existing protocol so that we can be able to make time. Good morning to everyone. Well, when I was asked to present something, I decided to undertake some reflections. And what I'm presenting is not new. They are the very things that we are used to, but for some reason, I've decided not to give it the needed attention. And I want to say that our towns and our cities are like our children. When they are giving birth to, we have a responsibility as parents to manage them. If you manage your child very well, the child grows and becomes responsible. If you are a parent and you decide not to take care of the child will still grow. But the child will grow to become something that you may not want. And that's how, if we decide not to act, our towns and our cities will exhibit tendencies that we are not happy. And one of them is what we are discussing in terms of the mobility and accessibility challenges that we have. Again, listening to the speakers, we've all realized that we know what to do as a country. We know what to do to improve our towns and our cities and make them livable. However, we've not been able to do that. For whatever reason, I may not be able to tell. But I'm sure whilst going through this presentation, we'll tend to appreciate some of them and see how we address them. So in terms of outline, can I get an assistant, please? I'll just give a brief introduction about the subject that we are talking about in terms of urban mobility and access. And then some problems our greater Accra metropolitan area, and by extension, part of our cities or our country is experiencing. What are the causes, what are the effects, and measures that we need to put in place to ensure that we improve mobility and access in our towns. And then the conclusion will largely depend on some proposals that I think that we may want to consider as part of the discussion. Okay, so when you look at literature essentially describes mobility as the ability of a group of people or an individual to undertake a certain journey. And the World Bank defines it as leading to the demand for transport services. So that is what mobility. So people essentially moving from one origin to a destination. And each one of us undertake this almost on a daily basis. And mobility primarily focuses on the design side, the demand side of transport system. So people will move to go and enjoy services. And it's become very important primarily because of how our city structure is. most of our spatial structures in our cities are radial. And when we talk about radial, most of the major arterials will move straight to the city center. Wake up in the morning, if we are heading north, we are all going to north. That is it. It is because of how our structure is. And in developing our city structure, we have also made sure that our investments are also along those same lines. So your job places, your markets, your major offices are all located in one location or the other. And so we move to be able to enjoy these services. When we talk about access, we are talking about the capacity of a location to be reached. And usually we look at the infrastructure that supports it and how easy it is for an individual to use this infrastructure to reach the location. Now, effective mobility and access are crucial to urban development because, like you all come, most of us are transport players, so we understand that. It is the life wire of the urban space. So that is what drives our activities. And it's important that we have an efficient mobility and access system. Because without that, there will be so many problems. And that is the reason why we have gathered here today to share ideas as to how to move. Our cities are growing, and this growth brings along the demand for movement. And this demand for movement has also put a certain strain on us as a society in terms of our ability to provide the needed transport system to support that growth. And so cities or bigger areas, spatial units like GAMA, in developing countries lack the sufficient accessibility and mobility for the population. So when we are talking about growth rate dropping down to 4.2, 4.7, there's something that we usually miss. Even though the rate may be declining, the number of individuals are quite substantial because of the population increase. So we have a situation where a lot of us are moving virtually to the same location during certain time of the day. And then that brings its associated problem that we have today. In GAMA, if you look at most of the studies that have been done, traffic congestion has been identified as the main mobility and accessibility challenge. And we need to be able to deal with that. What are the causes of congestion? I just decided to pick just one of the problems, just to highlight a few things that we do. When we listened to people, when the minister was talking, he talked about trying to test it himself by going through certain part of the city to be able to understand what the real issues are. One of the problems we have is the inadequate infrastructure. And where the infrastructure is, sometimes the conditions are very poor. So you will find bottlenecks that are caused by this particular phenomenon. And it's common in most parts of our city. Apart from the major arterials, almost all the secondary lanes have problems in terms of the quality. And that is why we have the congestion problem that we have. The other problem is also the absence of an efficient public transport system. So we have built a system where everybody depends on his own means of travel. And that has created the problem that we have. We have an informal sector that has thrived, has virtually outwitted the regime, and has perpetuated itself in a way that is what is driving the public transport system that we have. Since we went to trade liberalization and allowed the private sector, they took control of that sector simply because there was a gap. The state was not able to provide the public transport needs that we needed, and so they took over. And over the years, they have dominated the space. So even though they are giving us what we may not want, they are virtually in the market space, and it's very difficult to get them out because they become a political force, a very dominant force that sometimes is very difficult. And if we want to build a sustainable transport system, we need to find out how we are going to get them along, because it's going to be very difficult to keep them out. The other challenge we have is also the attitude of road users. Drivers, traders, pedestrians, we are all guilty. Sometimes for basic reason of crossing the roads at unauthorized places, for example, can lead to some of the problems that we have. Almost all of us are guilty of jaywalking. So when there are pedestrian crossing facilities, we don't want to use them. you will find a situation where a driver will just stop without regards to other road users, just to sometimes allow somebody to cross or to pick a passenger. And this behavior, combined with some design issues where we have not had designated places for the other road users, result in some of the problems that we have in our cities. So it restrains mobility and makes access difficult. Then also, because we are talking about sustainable mobility, we have a situation where we don't have non-motorized transport to complement the motorized transport regime that we have. And that also creates problems for us. So these problems, together with others, have led to a lot of the challenges that we have in our cities. So what are the effects of these congestions? This morning, the minister shared his experience, and I'm sure all of us coming here, including our friend from TV3, shared that experience. We all find ourselves in some situations sometimes where we have come to realize that it seems that it's the norm, but it is not. I've come to realize, I'm not in Accra, but I've come to realize that when you stay in traffic for more than 2 hours in Accra, it's normal. I think when that happens, probably that is the best day that you have. And I also got to know and experience that when it rains, it gets worse. So it becomes a bit of a problem when you cannot plan your activities simply because of the challenges that we have. So congestion restricts mobility. And when that happens, there are travel delays. So you cannot plan your life. If you decide that you want to go somewhere in 2 hours, by the time you realize it's 4 hours. And it looks like everybody has become a habitual latecomer. And for us, it's normal. But in terms of hours lost, productivity, the cost to GDP, when we begin to appreciate this, we will come to understand that we cannot allow our towns and our cities to exhibit these congestion tendencies, which ultimately will lead to the problems that we are talking about. The longer travel time also lose time lost as a result of your inability to be effective. I've seen people who stay in offices late in the night. I've seen people who leave the house sometimes 4:30, 5:30, simply because 15 minutes late will probably lead to an extra hour in traffic. And these are some of the issues that we have in our towns. And so when you spend hours, apart from the loss of time, productive times, it's also the cost that is associated with it. Those of you who drive, at least we've been told that when you stay in traffic and your engine is running, you lose some money as a result of that. And I think there's one thing that most households are not doing, that is to put pen to paper and estimate how much we spend every month on traffic. When you look at that and you compare that to your earnings, then probably you come to the conclusion that it's either you're a magician or something simply is not right. Those that are able to meet those mobility needs, especially when they are work-related, it simply means an household expenditure item is being sacrificed to make room for that. And we need to respond to that as well. Pollution is normal in our cities. Apart from what my brother Musa Etel said in 2020, in 2018, the WHO also estimated that the basic threshold that we needed in terms of emission levels, Accra had gone past it 4 times. And so you begin to see people suffering from respiratory problems, tuberculosis. Sometimes people are suffering from all sorts of ailments, bronchitis and all of that. And we think that it is probably the doing of a certain rich in our village or a certain grandmother who doesn't like you and so is giving you problems. But these are some of the issues that we have. Our cities are gradually killing us as a result of that. But because it's normal, we are okay. Sometimes you may be following a vehicle and you need to pause for some time simply because you cannot see ahead. And these vehicles have passed roadworthy certificates and are supposed to operate. So we have some of these challenges that occur. But our focus this morning should rather be how do we build a sustainable urban mobility regime. And I think that we will spend a bit more time to talk about that. when we create sustainable urban mobility, we make the city or the environment a better place for all of us. It comes back to what I said from the beginning, that so when you are talking about sustainable mobility, essentially you are looking at a pathway where there is a conscious effort to build a certain regime, and that is what we need to look at. So creating transport systems that meet the needs of people and goods while minimizing environmental impact and promoting social equity is what sustainable mobility is all about. Now we have been told that we are living in a world called barrier-free. What that means is that whatever system we are building must accommodate every aspect of our society, the aged, the children, those that are physically challenged. So the sustainability measure here must address all these needs. So why do we need that? We need to build a sustainable urban mobility and access regime simply because it's important for urban development. We've said that transport is the lifewire of every thriving economy. Our cities, our towns will function well, will make life comfortable for us, will help us make savings simply because of that. So when we have an efficient urban development, then it supports the well-being of the urban residents. So you don't have to wake up at 4:30. You can plan your life knowing that you have a meeting at 8, leave at 7, and in 30 minutes you will get to the destination. It's important that when we pursue urban development, we will promote economic growth and then access. And most importantly, reduce environmental degradation. So it's important to pursue sustainable mobility because of one, it's important for urban development. Every society tries to develop or exist or pursue policies simply to ensure the development of its space. And when that happens, everybody is comfortable, and we need to look at that. The other important principle that we need to pursue as a result of sustainable mobility agenda, one is to ensure what we call integrated planning. One of the problems we've had is that whenever there is a problem in a space, we tend to focus our attention on that space without looking at how it affects the entirety of the society that we have. So all our interventions have been ad hoc. So we sort it here, and by the time we are done, we put another problem somewhere. So without having an integrated planning, where almost every facet of society is brought together, we will not be able to solve or ensure sustainable mobility. Human beings are rational, and that is why they move. So if you cannot then anticipate what their movement needs or their access needs is going to be in the next 10 years, you cannot do it. And so I was happy to hear and read that one of the things that the GAMA project did was to understand how the baseline situation is and how we can use the data as a basis for future planning. So by integrated planning, we are talking about coordination among transport modes. So we need to build a seamless connectivity between the various modes. And we all know that we may have, our buses are not dominant, our trains virtually not existing, our cycling is risky if you ride, and our walking, you are a nuisance on the road. So you have a regime where we are supposed to build a coordinated transport mode system where other road users see other road users as nuisance. And we need to have a change of mind on that. So we need to build that. And I'm happy that gradually we are beginning to work on that. At least the massive mobility project, and then we were not too successful with the ACCRA one, but I remember when we had a meeting with the World Bank team, some of the questions we were asking was that, what lessons have we learned from the ACCRA BRT to be able to make sure that we don't go back to the same problems? We also need urban planning integration. Everything that we do is land use. It is the basis for our interaction. So either you are going to school, you are going to work, you are going to market, you are going to church, or you are going to the nearest mutual joint or fufu joint. They are all land uses. So they are the ones that drive the movement that we talk about. So we need to look at that. How do we use the existing spaces, and how are we familiar with their trip generation or through attraction capacity to be able to plan. We need to be able to break what I call the dominance of the poor. Almost everybody has to go to the city center. We need to do that. And that calls for careful planning. And that is one of the areas that we need to look at. Then we also need to promote public transport. And I've given some examples in the next few slides, and then we'll see. And encourage non-motorized use, basically cycling and walking. And when the chairman was talking about his intention, or there's the possibility that he will ride bicycle, the wife will complain. I remember a professor who came back from Dortmund, and he was so enthusiastic he wanted to ride bicycle because back then it was a common practice. And he was almost killed on KNS. And people will see you and ask you what is wrong with you. There are moments that I decide to park my car and walk, and everybody wants to pick you. And you ask yourself, why? Why do we have the culture that if somebody is not driving, there's something wrong with that person? And that is why even young people are craving to own vehicles. We did a study about the behavior of students and the desire to own vehicles. And you'll be surprised their intentions or their aspirations. Some of them don't even see some vehicle modes as vehicles. So if it's not a Mercedes, it's not a BMW, it's not a Jaguar or Lexus, they don't classify them as even vehicles. That is the taste of the middle or our students, and you can imagine what is going to happen in the next 10 years. Almost every space will be filled up. We live in households where in a particular house, on Sundays, the father will move the car, he's going to church. Sunday, the wife will move because she has a medical meeting after church. And the young ones in the house will also move another vehicle because they can't wait for their old parent because they'll be talking too much. And these same people will then go to the same church premise and be looking for a space to park. This is very normal practice in our urban areas. And these are some of the things that we need to do. So we need to discourage the dominance of motor vehicles as much as possible in our cities. And then talk about inclusivity, which we've talked about, and the fact that we design transport systems that cater for almost every aspect of our society. I said some case studies. There's a lot of literature on them. But if you look at the history of Copenhagen, it's seen as one of the most sustainable cities, primarily because of the dominant use of cycling. So they build a whole infrastructure for cycling. This did not come out of the blue. It came because there was that conscious effort to have this done. Aside providing the ease for people to move, it also cuts down substantially their health bill. So this is a typical case of that. If you go to Bogota, they have a BRT they call the Transmilenio, and it's one of the most successful. In spite of the challenges that came from the beginning, it's still seen as one of the cases. And if we want to build that type of system, at least it provides us a very better case to understand what happens and what we deal with it. For our friends in Japan, I'm sure some of the time and why it's important to provide systems for people. I brought our friends from Tanzania, and I keep saying this because we virtually started our BRT with them. For some reasons, which I'm sure the players here will understand, we were not successful. Currently, they have a BRT system. Okay, that was the first African city transport program to be adjudged the Sustainable Transport Award in 2018. So when we were busy thinking about Ayamilo and how to start it, they also started this. Currently, they have over 300,000 passengers that they pick on a daily basis, and they have over 305 buses. And the question we need to ask ourselves is, what is so different about them? Okay, and the moderator was talking about whether we meet, always talk, and then we go. I'm hoping that as part of the discussion, we will be able to understand what lessons we can pick so that the Kumasi project can be successful. I've seen the mayor here. I'm sure he's very particular about making sure that it succeeds, and he will need answers. He will need strategies to be able to ensure that it works very well. We also need to look at the designs. We said that designing for all abilities is key. Usually when the focus is on the able people, we tend to ignore the minority in society. And if we are interested in prioritizing sustainable mobility and accessibility, then we need to look at that. Some may be too difficult to provide, but I always say that I'm more comfortable with an individual or an institution that plans with ambitious targets and achieve half of them than somebody who doesn't plan at all. When we talk about the role of IT or ICT in our transport regime, we tend to always forget, but not too long ago, we started receiving Uber and all of that in our space. Now they are all over the place. We are talking about electric vehicles, they are all over the place. So there's a tendency to always think that this is far away from us. But the evolution of society is such that we cannot wait. It's only when you plan that you can be able to respond when the needs are. We also need to talk about affordability. And I told my senior brother that we need to look at this carefully. Aside the constraints that we go to trying to meet our mobility and access needs, the greater part is those who are left out as a result of the cost involved in travel. We say that if you spend more than 20% of your household income on transport, then you are transport. It is true. And there are households who sometimes forgo essential travels simply because they cannot afford it. When I was doing my PhD, I did some work in Kumasi, and I got to know that people were now interested in walking. Not because that is their preferred option, but simply because they cannot afford it. If you want to understand this very well, whenever there are increases in transport fares, see how people work in our towns and our cities. Some of them will walk. It's not because they want to walk, it's because circumstances have made them to walk. They've been priced out in the local economy, and we need to look at that as much as possible. We are complaining about food prices and all of that. It is all because of the transportation component, and nobody controls that bit. So it is easy having for anybody who is selling to say that transport fares are gone up, and people suffer the consequences as a result of that. So we need to look at that. We need to think about the cost involved in travel. Then, Mr. Jaman again raised the issue about we do all these projects, we undertake all these initiatives, and people cannot or doesn't benefit the people. I remember when I was in first year in the planning class, they mentioned one town in Ghana, that this town had benefited from almost every poverty intervention program in Ghana, and yet still was poor. I don't want to mention, maybe there will be people here, okay, from there. But that is the reality. And I have been involved in projects where even before the key technical actions are undertaken, the most important thing to them is how do we communicate, how do we engage the beneficiaries. If the whole essence of GAMA, the whole essence of any government intervention is to make life better for people, why would they complain after project implementation if that is the goal? It's simply because we think as technocrats gathered here, we know virtually everything, and the end users, the beneficiaries, don't know anything. But they have lived, they have their own capacity, their own adaptive capacity to the extent that they can be able to survive most of the things that they go through that you, the technocrat, cannot deal with. And I think it's important that one of the lessons we have from this project is how do we integrate and ensure that people who are supposed to be end users are part from one project design to part of the implementation and make input. When they do, you don't need any minister, you don't need any professor or any engineer or any technical person to tell them that the project is beneficial to them. They will understand it themselves because they are part of it. They are part of the whole implementation. And I think it's one thing that we need to look at. And if you're able to do that, then we'll look at it. Having said the things that I've said, there are some real barriers to ensuring that we can have a mobility and access regime that is sustainable. The first is the economic constraints. So we got support for this. The project, we are in the closer phase. How are we upscaling the lessons into other areas? It calls for resources. So funding limitations and sometimes balancing the cost and benefits of such intervention is key. Having said this, I also want to add that it's not always that some of the initiatives, when you're subject to any rigor of economic analysis, will pass. That is why, in some instances, you look for the vulnerability and try. That's the state's responsibility. And we need to be able to look at that. The political will, I was trying to look for an image, I wasn't finding one. I hope this one will present them. We need to go beyond the rhetorics. We need to have a system where our political class can begin to demand results from the people who work. And by extension, the people of this country will also demand results from them. It seems that we don't have the leadership to deal with it. Especially now that we are in election year, nobody does anything wrong. And I was happy when the Greater Accra Regional Minister said he was going there, and anyone who goes contrary is going to personally get involved. But the question we need to ask ourselves, do we need a minister to go and demolish somebody who has structure, who has built the waterway, or somebody who is selling, or who has parked on the carriageway to the extent that it's impeding traffic flow? So if you don't have a minister who wants to do that, the minister who sees evil, no evil, hear no evil, he doesn't want anybody to call him or her names, that means that nothing will be done. So we need a regime where there is leadership, and not just when I say political, not just the political class, but the technical, the chief directors and all of that. Because where I sit, apart from going to the class to teach and taking my pen and writing, I probably to influence policy. The power to enforce does not lie with me. And maybe I may be in a position that is even more privileged, but the majority of the people may not even have that opportunity. So we need to build a system where the various institutions are supposed to do their work. The various institutions are accountable and are able to deliver. And we have to look at that. And the long-term commitment is also key. I understand that we may not have the money. I understand that we may not even have the capacity in terms of the human capacity to do it. But when you make a conscious attempt that this is where you want to get into in the next 10 years, then you begin to take the step. And that is one thing that we need. Then our people, behavioral change is key. Okay? Public resistance to change is new. And I remember my vice chancellor told me something that it's only babies who, when they weary or saw themselves, are the ones who will not complain when they are changing their diaper. If you take that cohort of human beings out, everybody is against change. Everybody, all of us, they are not comfortable with it. Especially when we have developed a certain culture or norm, it's very difficult. But we cannot work for or pursue sustainable mobility and access when we keep on doing the things that we are doing. When we don't respect other releases, when we begin to virtually take the law into our hands, when vehicles that are over age and rickety are given road certificates, and all the problems that come with it. So we need to do that. And that's the only way that we can do this is why we have the laws and the regulation. The moment we bring in individual sentiments, we cannot do this. I always tell my students that we don't build a society hoping that people do the right thing. It doesn't happen. But we build a society where the regulations and the laws will force everybody to do the right thing. And that comes back to the implementation that we have with our regulation. Without sustainable enforcement, we can never pursue or achieve sustainable mobility and access. And we need to do that. We also need to promote a shift in the mindset. On campus, and Professor Adams is here so he can attest to it, you may be driving and you'll find a university student with his earpiece and walking in the middle of the carriageway. Who won't be tired if you knock, you horn. The next thing is that, why? You will then do this, there's space, just go. And these are supposed to be, under normal circumstance, the elite, people that are under training to become responsible people. They see it as normal to see the zebra crossing and still cross this way. And then when you try to horn, then you hit the bonnet of your vehicle. That is the society we have. Until we promote mind shift, where people become more concerned about the environment, people become more responsible, we will not be able to do it. And it has to start from our schools. The chair said, or I think one of the speakers said that we should not be seen as the ones who made everything collapse within our 10. I want to believe that we have failed our society and we should turn our attention to our children. Maybe when we start from there, they will help us. If not, they will come after us, even in our old age, and tell us the things that we have done that are not successful. So some proposals, and these proposals are not new. Institutional capacity, it was one of the areas, the focal areas of GAMA. It cannot end. We need to continue. We need to have a system where most of our people have the capacity to be able to do the job that is assigned to them. And that is key. We also need to have an integrated planning regime where the various modes are integrated in our land use mechanism. So we have a building capacity, we are building mixed-use development. We should understand that these interventions will bring its associated traffic. We need to bulk break our dominant cities and begin to create other satellite markets, satellite points, where people can get, and that is important, the same level of service. Sometimes you won't understand why somebody will drive past more than 50 watches selling joints and get to a certain particular location to buy watches. Sometimes you think they are crazy. They are not crazy. They are rational and they are looking for something. And until they find it, they will not stop searching for it. And so when we want to provide alternative options, those options must provide the same level of service. Other than that, they will not take it. And we need to look at that as well. We need to address the issues of the informal sector. Okay. And I don't know how, maybe in the discussions we will find out, but we need to improve on that. We also need to look at our designs. And I made the point somewhere exactly a year ago that if we want to improve our transport mix, then almost all the new projects must make provision for the other modes. So is it too much to have a bicycle lane? Is it too much to have a pedestrian walkways attached to the existing right of ways that we have? So maybe in the 60s we did that without knowing, but what about 2024? What about the new projects that we are designing? What are we doing about them? We need to make that provision for them. We need to also invest in public transport. I said it during the Urban Forum, and I'm saying it. I'm not a believer of government providing this because our experience has shown that we will fail. We will start after 5 years, 10 years maximum, we will fail. And I believe that the private sector has the capacity to do it. In most cities that have public transport running, the municipal assemblies, the metropolitan areas are shareholders and partners in getting that done. So our MMDA should begin to look at how do they partner the private sector to provide public transport system, and we need to look at that. We also need to look at smart transport solutions. I said it. Now the Uber guys are here, then the electric vehicles are here, and we don't know what is going to happen next. But we need to be able to make sure that we have a system that addresses these concerns. Then promote non-motorized transport. I want us to feel comfortable walking. I don't want your wife or your husband to call the pastor to find out if everything is right when you are walking. Okay, we should walk. We should encourage that. Apart from the health benefits, it saves us money and also ultimately makes us healthy. And we need to be able to look at that. And then awareness, public awareness and education are key. We cannot develop or cannot perceive a certain development target for a group of people who are not part of the process. So all our transport interventions, we have to find a way to get the people involved. And when we do, we'll be able to get the required resource. Then the PPs, public-private partnership is key, we need that. And then long-term vision and policy support. Let's envisage how we want to see our towns and our cities in terms of mobility and access in the next 10 years, the next 15 years, and ask ourselves what do we need to do to get there. It might take time, it might take a lot of efforts and resources, but it's only when you have your eyes set on a certain picture or goal that you will be able to achieve. Along the journey, there will be so many things that will obstruct us, but if we are focused on the target, I'm sure we'll get there. And that is what we need to look at. So I'll conclude by saying that sustainable urban mobility and access is essential for all of us. By investing in sustainable transport alternatives and making our cities more accessible for everyone, we can create a better future for all of us. We can all play a role in promoting sustainable transport by making choices that reduces our resilience on cars, our reliance on cars such as walking, cycling, or taking public transport. That should drive the whole discussion moving. That's fine. Okay. So I'll end here and
thank you very much, Prof. We're going to invite, devoting the next 5 minutes because of time, the next 5 minutes for question and answers and comments. Anyone, you raise your hands, we'll bring the microphone closer. Questions, comments, suggestions for Prof. Yes, I see a hand, please.
I wasn't going to say anything because when the professor talks, he's covered everything. But I'm saying this for the benefit of my professional colleagues, that what Prof presented is a complete change model. Everything is there. Now, the issue for us is how do we pick that change model and incorporate it into our workflow processes. So when we sit in our offices, every component that has been mentioned there, you should be able to take it and ask yourself, what have I done about this today? Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a discussion session for the next 5 minutes. You want to contribute, you may want to add to what he just said or what Prof said or question something. I see Institute of Planners, Pesi. I see Dr. Beku, Arthur. Yes, any hand? Yes, sorry.
All right, so thank you very much for giving us an overview of the challenges. And he rightly said it. We've been talking about this thing for a very long time. I mean, a lot of the issues that he spoke about, you realize that you can classify them as either infrastructure issues, demand issues, supply issues, institutional issues, and all these together have created a problem. Even though in the past we've tried to solve the problem, we have taken them in piecemeal and not in a coordinated fashion. So you realize that even where we have done things, it has still not helped to alleviate the suffering. For example, you can build a huge interchange only to move the traffic 500 meters to the next traffic light. So what have you done? You spent so much money you only allowed the traffic to travel faster for 500 meters. If you do a journey time study and you look at from the origin to the destination, nothing changed. So it's important that, you also mentioned it, we have to do more integration in our planning. But I think we must have a good, realistic, holistic view and begin to implement it, because we have been talking for too long. Thank you.
Good. Dr. Beku and then Percy, we've been talking for too long. We're looking for the solutions. Okay.
Okay, so in the spirit of talking for too long and looking for solutions, I would say that some decisions or some pronouncements that come by way of development paradigm, once they are issued, we should work out the technical ways of getting them done. 2 examples. We've all heard of, in the past, that the regional capital of Greater Accra region was to be relocated to Dodowa. So that will mean that even if we say all the ministries are going to be located in Dodowa, just as Prof said, every morning traffic would be going towards Dodowa on that stretch, rather than coming towards this place. And at least we will live here for the economic activity, those who are going to Makola and the rest. We've not heard about that policy. We also heard about getting another airport somewhere around Pram Pram, Central University area, and then the land prices started moving up, shooting up. We don't know what has happened to that. There are a number of them. So my suggestion is that, in the spirit of looking for solutions, I think some factors go into some of these decisions. Once we take them, we should have that political will, that technical bite to be able to implement it to the core, so that it can generate the needed change that we want. Thank you.
Good. How do we get a technical bite? How do we get a political will? Dr. Beku.
Mine is a question pregnant with 3. Very fantastic presentation. Good food for thought for all players in the sector. But that's academia informing what has been learned, the lessons and all that. My question is, how do we achieve the integration of academia, innovations, and advocacy in designs of projects like that?
Good.
The second one is, how can we get academia, maybe going further down, how can we get academia to advise designs, not just the infrastructure, but the designs of programs, of compacts, of projects, right from the beginning? Okay. Because I think these lessons are very, very good lessons, very fantastic ideas, which I believe if they are integrated from the beginning, it will help. My last one is, how can we get long-term transportation plans that are not only national, but also city or conurbation oriented? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Prof, you take those 3 questions and we'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Senior. The Deputy Minister is here. I want to make a statement, and your reaction will then tell me what answer I should give. There's a thinking that the political class, one way or the other, are scared of the academic class. I don't know whether it's true. Honorable, what's your take? It's not true. Okay. Because for some reason, and I've had students who had sat in my class and are now MPs, some deputy ministers. The moment they assume the political class, it looks like almost all the knowledge we have in this world resides with them. To the extent that they feel threatened in engaging. But whenever we meet as academics, one of the things we talk about is that if our ultimate goal as society is to ensure development, and that is the goal of the politician, and that is supposedly the goal of the academic, then I don't see why there should be a problem. It just happened that we all seem to be pursuing a certain end goal, and our understanding of that end goal is completely different. And when I went to the graduate school, one of the things that we started working on is that there's so much research that is done at the postgraduate level, so much research. But apart from the person being awarded a PhD or an MPhil, nobody else knows about whatever is happening. So to start with, we need to be able to share the research outcome with the general public.
Yeah.
So we've started, first of all, collating all the abstract of all the PhD students, that's where we think we should start, that have graduated in KNUST, into a booklet. And the idea is to drop these booklets with almost all the MMDAs and then the development partners. At least they get to know what is being done first. Then the second is that whenever we believe that there is any major breakthrough, the department, the candidate in question, the university will engage. So we also begin to have media briefing. Because when you put it on the shelves, nobody will read them.
Good.
The third one is that Honorable is so busy that when you give him a thesis of 200 pages, he won't read. So as a requirement for graduation, and the graduate school board has approved, is that every PhD student will present a policy brief. We believe that is our contribution in making our results accessible to everybody that matters.
Okay.
So that's one. Two, in terms of how do we ensure integration, I always use the model of Singapore as an example. When you go to their development planning authority, you will find the architects there, you will find the civil engineers there, you will find the planners there, you will find almost all the professionals in the built environment sitting around the same table to discuss the issue, and they find solutions. When you come to Ghana, the architects are in a different corner, the engineers are in a different corner, the planners are also in a different corner, and we begin to throw at each other who is doing what is right. And it all comes back to how projects are designed. If the project, and who controls the budget, let me add that. The space that, or the fight that we see is simply because somebody wants to control the budget. But if you put budget aside, and we design integrated projects, then you expect that you cannot work without the engineer, you cannot work with the architect. They all sit around the same table and take decisions. And sometimes when they take those decisions, they go to the field and test the results of that decision. So the project, when we talk about pilot, it's only in Ghana that, and probably in the African world, that we talk about pilot projects, and they are huge projects. Pilot projects are supposed to test an idea, look at the challenges that has come up, and see how we can upskill that. But for some reason, we pilot projects, and they are all projects on their own. At the end of the day, we have finished. But that is why we have those problems. Long-term plan, senior, it starts from, and it's rather unfortunate this morning, we started by paying a minute silence to our past Director General. I remember he taught me in first year, planning school. And one of the things he said is that you cannot make any move when you don't know where you are going. And all of us, if we have not built, we aspire to build. If you don't know what type of house you want to build, somebody will build it for you. The architect or the foreman or whoever will build a certain house that you may not like, simply because you don't know what you want.
Yeah.
What we need, and which I think we have now, is our National Development Planning Framework. That should be the basis for that. Okay. When that has been done, we then expect the various entities to pick their unit and go into detail and design that. I said it during my inaugural lecture, and I said it at the forum too, that we need local transport plans. We need it. So that the various MMDAs who are sitting there, by law, they have a responsibility. They should be able to plan that. Okay. And it's all because they don't have the capacity to do that. And if you don't have it, there's nothing wrong to seek assistance. It's not all assistance that's about money.
Okay.
And that's what I can say.
All right. Thank you. So let me just add this one for, let's put our hands together for Prof. That's a good one. So this one, Slido. Are there any current policies that promote sustainable urban mobility? Prof. Can he have the microphone quickly?
I think when you take a look at even the 2008 National Transport Policy had it.
Okay.
And the new one has the draft has it.
Also
the issue is whether, like my president said, how do you move from the policy to action?
Okay. If we are discussing mobility and accessibility in Accra, then we must have a holistic discussion on the activities of motorbikes. You agree, Prof?
Yes, it's linked to what I said about the informal activity. You see, they've become so dominant because there's a gap. Somebody says, in space, there cannot be a vacuum. The moment there's a vacuum, somebody will take over. It appears there's a vacuum and they've taken over. If we think that we need them, I am against the regularization of these activities within certain spaces.
Okay.
I think that they play a crucial role, but in the scheme of transport, I want them to play the role of a feeder. Where they go to the areas that are feeder, less accessible, and bring them to feed the major lines. The moment they begin to compete with, and that's what our bus transit, the problem they're solving, the buses competing with the trotros and the taxis. Where the taxis can go, the buses can go. So you sit in the bus for 2 hours, you are not getting to your destination. The taxi will go through the back door and get to the destination early. So at the end of the day, what sense does it make to sit in the bus for 2 hours when you can move? But if they play that supplementary role, then I think that we should be able to allow them.
Thank you, Prof. Let's put our hands together for Prof once more. He mentioned that we are always late everywhere we go, but one of the places that, Prof, I know we often are not late is when we are going for lunch or dinner. Sadly, we try as much as possible to meet time to go for lunch or dinner. This morning we were late to start this program. I am also going to beg that we get late to lunch this time around. Maybe we'll learn to start early next time. But our next presentation is coming from Pablo Salazar Ferro from Transitec. He's a Transitec consulting engineers who will be delivering a presentation on strategy for sustainable urban mobility in GAMA, synthesis of studies and surveys conducted under GUMA. Let's put our hands together, welcome him. He's got 15 minutes to do that, and then after that we'll have a short discussion, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm going to change a bit the setting because as opposed to Prof, who's very good at it, I'm not good at talking while I'm standing still. So I need to move. Sorry about that. But I'm hoping this will be as good as a presentation as the Prof just made, because I think they're quite complementary in a way. So to begin with, and to kind of make up for making you go to lunch a bit late, our intention is to hold a quick survey about what you did to come here this morning. So can we just set the, sorry, can we just put the questions we... Slide. We have the questions. So the idea is that we're going to ask you 5 questions or so on what you did today and what you would do in an ideal world, in a way. And what we want you to do is to keep that in mind throughout the presentation, and you'll see the interest of it at the end of the presentation, so in about 40 minutes. Is it okay? Yeah. So just before we start, and because the introduction was quite good, I have a bit of a confession to make. So the first one is that when they introduced the title, they said we're pretty much going to present a list of activities that were conducted under the GAMA project. That is, I think, what is stated in the program. I'm happy to say I'm going to cheat. Why? And it's pretty easy to explain why. It's because I think that QR code does it better than me. To list things that were done, I think I'm not better at it than just looking at it, which I encourage you to do. There's a whole list of presentations and activities that were conducted under the GAMA project that I really would like you to look at first. So we took a bit of a different route here. And the idea is to show you what you could do with that level of information and that level of data that was collected and the different studies that were conducted. And show you how we interpret it in a way to take a bit of advantage of the place you're giving us in today's forum, and show you what we have done and show you what we can see from that data. And to answer a bit what the professor said is, okay, now that we have that, let's imagine what could happen in a couple of years in Greater Accra. So please, now it's already started. So the first one is, how did you come here today? Who walked? Who took a car? Who took a trotro? Did anyone take a bike to come here? I'm guessing not. It's possible to laugh. Yeah.
Yes. Anyone took a bike?
I think you can answer on this. Okay. 6 participants. Can we show yeah. If you came by car, so I'm guessing some of you came using your car. Did you come alone? Or was there someone else in the car with you? Were you a passenger of a car? Or did you just drive alone to come here from your house? That is the second one.
Okay, so we want all of you to respond. You can see from the top of the Slido the number of participants who are responding. We need a lot more of you to respond quickly. Thank you. Good. Let's get interactive. Respond to the questions as quickly as possible.
It's not bad. So none of you came alone by car. I have 100 that said no. Can we move to the next one? Yeah. These are your responses. So, if you came by car, how many passengers did you commute with? So, how many people were with you in the car? Most of you came by with 4 other people in the car. How long did it take you to get here? In general, the idea is that if you travel for more than an hour, you're taking too long. What the theory says, and maybe it's an old theory now, but what the theory says is that if you travel for more than 1 hour and 15 minutes during the day, you're taking too long to travel. So your trips should be at about 40 minutes. I'm guessing you traveled longer than that today, some of you. and this sentence. So if you take public transport, what do you need to do to take, what needs to change for you to take public transport if you don't take it already? Would you walk to get places in Accra? Or why don't you walk? And then the last one, which is almost the same, is would you be willing to take a bicycle to get around in Accra? Or what needs to happen for you to take a bicycle in Accra? So we'll keep that for a while on reserve, and then I'll just try to move into our presentation and show you what it means. So, I am presenting here pretty much by, and I'm not really afraid to say it, by chance. Is it because I did not participate in every GUMAP activity? I participated in some of them, but GUMAP was actually quite a comprehensive effort that I would like to acknowledge a bit Mama and Mohammed that worked a lot on this. They did work on pretty much every activity. And then experts like George and Julien that were also here, but many others worked on that project. So what did we attempt to do from the beginning is that we figured out that ACCRA was a very good case to implement some conceptual framework that was developed under the SSATP program in 2013, which is the EASY framework. So the EASY framework basically states that in order for mobility planning to happen in a proper manner, you need to have 4 pillars that work together. The first one is enable, which is creating the conditions for change to happen, creating the conditions for mobility planning. Then you need to avoid, to move on to the avoid pillar, which is, in a nutshell, optimizing the link between urban planning and mobility planning. Then shift, which is prioritizing those modes that are more, let's say, virtuous in terms of carbon footprint, that are less polluting, that are, in a way, less dangerous for everyone. And then the fourth pillar, which is improve, which focuses on improving infrastructure and vehicles to meet those demands. So all those four pillars were key in let's say, the onset of the GUMAP initiative. Then there's a couple of things that were added to this, and this is pretty much what the status quo is in planning in African cities. So I'm going to move a bit away from Accra and tell you about what's going on in different African cities. The first thing that you need to know is you are under the current, let's say, mobility conceptual planning model. What often cities do is that once demand increases, you seek to produce supply. So you're trying to meet demand with supply. The problem is that you're reaching a point where actually, even by producing a lot of supply, you're not going to meet demand. So demand will explode. And you will see Accra is one of those cities. You can produce and really put forth an effort on producing infrastructure, producing services. And still, it's going to be really, really difficult to meet demand. So the idea is to actually, why not work on demand too? So let's say that you can actually influence demand by planning. And just as a basic example, which is often stated, is that what is the best, I don't know if anyone knows what the best trip you can make is in a city, is the trip you are not making. Because if you're moving around, you're actually consuming, if you're moving around, especially in a motorized vehicle, you're consuming energy. So you're polluting, you're creating more congestion for others. So the idea is that you can also influence demand. And how do you influence demand? Actually, you start thinking about a multimodal system. A multimodal system is one that has all modes and that is really trying to apply that easy conceptual framework. So I'm going to go a bit more into the detail of what that means. The first thing it means is that for each mode, there's a pertinent, let's say, scale for it and a role in the system. You cannot expect people to walk for 30 kilometers to get around. But walking 1 kilometer to get 2 places is actually quite good. It's the pertinent scale. And if you are trying, for instance, to use a trotro, maybe trotros are not meant for short distance trips, but they're really interesting in terms of medium to long distance trips. Whereas high capacity modes are more interesting, and if you plan for BRTs, you often plan for longer corridor BRTs, so a bit longer. Then this is quite a radical statement in a way, is that private vehicles, private cars, and one might include also motorcycles, private motorcycles. Actually, they're not meant to be used in shorter distance trips. You can do that by walking, you can do that by cycling. So the general concept here is use the right mode. Pick the right mode and plan accordingly. If you're planning for a short distance city, well, maybe walking, cycling, and public transport is the way to go. The second one is that, and I think it was said many, many times now today, is that for every mode, there's a different capacity. So it's not the same to travel, for instance, with collective taxis, as it is, for instance, to travel with BHLS or with a full-scale BRT, a high-capacity vehicle. So high-capacity vehicles, as I was saying, are much more efficient for metropolitan scale trips and not for local trips. These vehicles, collective taxis, minibuses, even smaller buses or standard buses, are probably more interesting for urban scale or local scale trips. And I think it's important to not just focus on, oh yeah, so I'm understanding this is the trunk and feeder system. No, there's a lot more complementary options between those vehicles. The idea is to find one that is adapted to each city and not force that solution into that city. The third element, which is also key when understanding what the planning process is in African cities now, is the difference between an accessibility function and a transport function for road hierarchy. Currently in Accra, you have, and I'm going to be a bit blunt here, you have very little or very few high metropolitan, high capacity corridors. There are not many infrastructures that fit that bill. And in local areas, well, you saw the pictures, you saw people talking. There's potholes, there's just floods that are running, the infrastructures are not great. Yeah, there's an infrastructure problem, but there's also a hierarchy problem. Is that some of those main roads, which are meant to be mostly transport function, that means transport people with the street on that direction, are not fulfilling that function. Because they're being a bit, in a way, harassed by that accessibility option, where, for instance, a market is placed right next to a big infrastructure. So you see people crossing the street where they should not cross the street. And on the other side, well, local roads, well, sometimes that are used as infrastructure for transport purposes, where they should be used mainly for accessibility purposes. That is connecting people, not creating barriers between people. And that is key in local areas and in neighborhoods. So with those type of, if you look at the road network like that, it is possible to very simply, very schematically say, first high or primary roads, then a secondary network, and then a local network of roads. Should be the, let's say, the minimum you need in a hierarchy for roads. My question is, in Accra, does that exist? As far as we understood, yes, there is this idea, but it's not fully implemented, or is mixing some concepts. So, with the different efforts that were conducted under the GAMA project, we did produce a lot of data that is quite interesting and that helps us understand what the current situation is. So I just as a methodological interest, this comes from the household travel survey, but not only, it comes also from traffic counts, from surveys that were conducted on different types of modes in the city. And we all combined this into this presentation to show you the level of information you now have to conduct planning and to see what the vision for Accra is. So the first one is, well, you're still a very young population. Accra is young. So it is likely that you're going to continue growing. That means more people. That means demographical growth is still happening. I think earlier this morning they talked about 4% per annum, which is still quite high, even if you came down from 7 and something at the beginning of the decade. 4% per annum is still quite high. That means that population will still keep getting younger and more people will arrive into the city. And that means also that more people will be moving around in the city. The number of people that are traveling today will be multiplied by a certain factor in coming years. That will put much more pressure into the system. And the system that is already somewhat flaky in supplying the answers to demand. Currently, when you compare, so Accra is right here, just as when I explained the graph. Accra is right here. This is the average daily trip rates around the world. You see, for Accra, when every person that moves or that travels daily in Accra is traveling at a rate of 2.01 trips per day. That is significantly on the lower scale of the spectrum. When you get younger, when you begin to come into economic growth, and when you begin to be a more mature city, the only way is to go this way. So people will travel more in coming years. You are still at the beginning of the travel demand growth. Pressure will be added, not only demographic pressure, but also pressure on mobility demand. Every one of you, instead of traveling twice a day, will travel at least 2.5, even 3 times a day. And that will be felt on the system. What does that mean, in a way? If today, that this comes from the household travel survey, about 7.2 million trips are actually happening in Accra daily. And most of those trips are done walking and with trotros. Even if you see collective taxis show up a bit and private cars show up a bit, the main modes remain walking and trotros. In terms of what modal shares that represent, if I do this pie chart, that means that about 47% of trips are walking, 35% of trips are trotros, and then the rest, which is about 17% of trips, correspond to other different modes. We are planning, the current planning process in the greater Accra territory is basically meant for about this 9%. If you begin building infrastructure, and you begin adding and adding and adding supply to meet demand, you're basically planning for this, and you're forgetting about 75% of that pie chart. So the current infrastructure provision is giving priority to this. What we are meant to do is actually look at it from the whole system and not just one mode. I'm not saying forget about cars. That's not the idea. Is look at it from a multi-modal approach. This is another way to read it, and this is a bit more of a warning sign. In 2014, you had about 4,700,000 trips per day. 2023, you're at 7,200,000 trips per day. Only without changing any modal share, without changing anything that happens in the composition of the structure of the city, just by mere demographic growth and by mere demand growth, you will multiply that by 2 to reach more than 14 million trips in 2035. That means 10 years from now, There's going to be twice as many trips in the city as there is today. Even if you grow, even if the city supplies all the infrastructure it needs, you will still put your current system under an enormous amount of pressure. And it's really unlikely to meet demand if you don't deal with it. You cannot only meet demand with supply, you will need to think about impacting demand and think about solving the issue of multimodality. Look at it from a whole instead of looking at it from different modes, one at a time. This jump is actually not uncommon in African cities. There's other cities that are also seeing this. And that is why the main idea or the main message that we have for you today is you need to have a vision. I think the professor said it best. You need to have a vision for the future and start planning for it. If you're not trying to do something right now, this will come too quick for you to react. So the moment to act is right now. I think we're even late in acting for ACCRA. So this is important. That is really important to keep in mind. So there are different opportunities that we have seen in ACCRA, and there are many, many things that we can say about the different data that was collected. This is one, let's say, the analysis that we can provide you. This is the analysis that we conducted to see what vision we could propose for ACCRA. If we were given the data that we have, because now it belongs in a way to you, if we were giving that data and using our experience in different cities and using our experiences in different projects, what would be our idea of the solution? So we're not saying this is what you need to do, but we're just showing an example of how to do it. The first thing that you need to think about is space allocation. So just bear with me a bit here. This is pretty much a typical ACCRA street, where you have a lot of cars, some motorcycles that begin to appear in the network, that run on both sides. If you calculate or if you estimate the number of people that road is transporting or is able to take in, you're talking about 3,300 persons per hour per direction. That means that per hour, there's going to be about 3,300 persons traveling through this area, if you maintain that same structure. Because why, again, you're giving this priority to private vehicles. If you think about it differently, if you distribute that space that you have, which is quite big, because infrastructure in Ghana is big, you can actually travel, you can actually meet demand for 10,600 people per hour per direction, just by redistributing a bit what is there. And you see what comes up. The first thing that comes up is that you are giving more place or a more prominent role to public transport, but also to non-motorized modes. And you're still allowing for private vehicle usage, because it's important that it's still gonna come. But they are a bit more restrained in what they can do. This is just a theoretical approach. So just to show you that with a road section as this, you are able to introduce change from that scale. Then, again, using the data that was collected, we can begin to understand how demand is placed differently in ACCRA. This is the demand for public transport, for private car usage. So in red, or in dark red in a way, is where you have most modal share provided by private cars. So this is where people who begin their trips begin them with cars. And let's say the lighter shades is areas where you have less cars in the system, or where origins do not depend so much on cars. That is the first one. But keep in mind, this will grow. People will get motorized in ACCRA. There's going to be ever more people using cars, because as of today, you have a very low car rate. So we're talking about 170 cars per 1,000 households. Just private cars per 1,000 households. That is low. That is in a way comparable to the car 5 years ago. So you are a bit low. This will grow. That is inevitable. This will grow. This is taxi usage in the city of Accra. So you can see that taxi usage is more intense here in Accra Central and in Tema. Whereas in the peripheries, you see it's a lighter shade. That means it's a bit less. This is walking. And walking is quite important in the peripheral areas, whereas it's much less important here. And then you can also see public transport. And what's interesting about public transport is we were able to split it into two, trotros and collective taxis, which were the ones that represent the higher percentage in modal shares. What is here is that you can see the N6 corridor appearing and the N4 corridor appearing. So those are the two, and I think you can feel it in the city. This is where trotros are really important in terms of demand. Whereas if you take on collective taxis, you see it's pretty much in the peripheral areas, and especially in GA, where you have a lot of collective taxis. So all this information you already have. Now the idea is what to do with it. Well, you need to understand also where people are traveling. You know where they come from, you know how it's distributed. Now the idea is how is it represented, or what is happening in the network. This comes from traffic counts conducted under the GAMA project. So I don't know if you, I'm going to take 2 quick minutes to explain this. I know some of you already understand what it means, just to have the room leveled. These different colored lines, they are called screens. So once you go through that screen, you're counted. If a vehicle travels through that imaginary screen, it is counted. So the numbers here, for instance here, in that screen, you have daily almost 300,000 vehicles crossing that line. So you have 300,000 vehicles, about 475,000, about 328,000, 280,000. So you see, demand is growing on this side and a bit less when you enter here. Whereas here, you also have a different screen around Tema that is 120,000 cars, or car standards in a way, crossing that screen. But not everything is the same everywhere. In the N1, what you have is mostly cars that are using that screen. That doesn't mean that cars are moving around most people. Even with that car share, there's trotros moving more people than those cars. If you go on to the N6, well, cars are still important, but trotros are more than 3/4 responsible for moving people around. And then if you do the same thing in the N4, you have even more trotros responsible for moving people around. So you see, you start to understand how people are moving around in Accra. So the question we had now is, okay, we have that base. What can we do with it? Or what could be the idea for us with it? And this is what we wanted to present. So we are introducing a concept. A concept is not a plan. A concept is, in a way, a first approach to solving the problem. So with that data, let's use schemes to understand how everything is working and try to figure out what areas need to be touched to solve the issue. So we did a simplified version of what is Accra, or the greater Accra region. And in white, you see the main corridors you can identify currently in Accra. That is our support. This is where we're going to work first. So the first question is, if I'm going to think about moving a lot of people, the most pertinent mode when dealing with metropolitan trips is high-capacity public transport. So where do I need to implement high-capacity public transport? And I think some of you might agree already, which is the N6, and the N4. Then there's the question of the N1. that crosses the city if it's pertinent to use that corridor as a public transport service corridor. But what is clear is that you can begin to think about these two corridors going into the city to solve the problem. The second question that we had is, well, non-motorized modes. So here there are two approaches. The first one is people in the peripheral areas, and that also was proven with different GAMA activity. Actually, their conditions when walking here in peripheral areas are really, really poor. So you're often walking without sidewalks. You're often walking in dangerous places where you can actually get hit. You are actually crossing where you should not cross. You're also walking in unshaded spaces where you can really, really feel the heat of the sun. So here, what needs to happen is that you need to improve those conditions. And the other approach is here in the central area of Accra Central. And in Tema, what you need to do, or what we think needs to be done, is that you need to encourage non-motorized usage to reduce the impact of motorized modes. So there's two different types of approaches. Here to improve conditions, and here really to encourage movement by non-motorized modes.
All right.
For private car usage, again, this is the basis that we have, and you can see here there's a big area where something needs to happen. So there's a big question over there, and the N1 corridor begins to take a bigger role in the system. So the concepts. First, link the mobility planning aspect with land use planning aspect. And how do you do that? Well, you create poles. Why do you create poles? Because in those poles you can reduce the need to travel. So the main pole, and it should stay the main pole, is Accra Central, which is the bigger pole, which is where most activity is occurring right now. The second big pole is Tema. Third pole is Medina, and Kasoa a bit later. So those four poles, and especially these three poles, should create a triangle that will help define the urban structure of the city. Around those poles, it's interesting to develop secondary poles that should be served also by public transport, and you'll see why. So, the
Pablo,
idea is...
we're going to have to push you to do the next 2-3 minutes, wrapping up. You did a very good strategy by moving away from me, so I couldn't give you... That's a very good strategy, but wrap it up real quick.
That's fine. I'll try to do as quick as I can. So the second one, and sorry, I'm going to rush a bit through this, but I'm really hoping we can discuss this at length a bit later. So the second part of the concept is how do you do with non-motorized modes? So two different things. First, on the peripheral areas, we'll focus on improving conditions. And then in the central area, what you need to do is, I don't know if you can use the word, knit a network. You can knit a network of non-motorized corridors. So it doesn't necessarily have to be high and very expensive infrastructure that needs to be put. You just need to knit the territory so that people can move walking and by using bicycles in that area. Why? Because that way you can protect that central area and reduce the pressure on the system. Then, this is a bit more complex for public transport, and I'm going to try to go as clearly as possible here. The two corridors that were presented earlier, that is the first thing. Then you have a big opportunity with that rail line between Tema and a bit of the north of Accra Central, and then going a bit along the N4. You have a big opportunity. Why? Because here there's a big space where you can still develop between Accra Central and Tema. There's a big area where you can still develop. Then there's a need to knit, and again, sorry about using that word, to connect Accra Central with Tema here, and a bit with Kasoa. We know this is a bit complex, so it's just a scheme as of today, because we know there's territorial implications here. There's geography issues right there. So Just a scheme, not necessarily a plan. And then also implement multimodal hubs. Why? Because that way you can avoid people crossing Accra and have them stop here and then take a public transport, an urban or metropolitan public transport service there. And this is all based on a hierarchy of modes. So first, high capacity modes, then improved trotro services, and then still trotro services that can be a bit more local in a way. Then, again, for private vehicles, again with the hierarchy, and I'm hoping you will retain that. It's really important. You will need to have, we think, 5 levels of hierarchy that go from regional and metropolitan transport functions, which is the N1, that has a big capacity, to local and neighborhood scale for accessibility issues. But there's two important things. This coastal road or connection should be interesting to have as the one between Medina and Tema. And then a ring road to protect a bit the newly implemented, let's say, non-motorized area that were presented just before. And then this is the synthesis of the concept. So you add all those layers together, and this is how we envision ACCRA to work. And this should help in reducing that pressure that you're going to feel in the system. And that pressure that can actually hamper the mobility and the necessary economic function.
All right.
Just one final slide.
Okay, so that you spare some of the technical details, I'm sure that they can engage those, in the technical side can engage afterwards, and then just give us a conclusion, hopefully.
Because this is the conclusion.
Okay,
and it's good because it's not a technical one. So, we did talk a lot about avoiding, shifting, and improving the system. What we did not discuss is the enabling part, which is key, and that is the basis for all. And GUMAP helped a lot in creating some conditions, but there's still a long way to go before all those conditions are created so that you can implement the vision for long-term mobility and sustainable mobility in Accra. And sorry I took so long and I made you wait for lunch.
Let's put our hands together for Pablo. Thank you very much, Pablo. Any questions quickly for Pablo from the implementation consultation angle of the GUMAP? Transitech Consulting Engineers. Yes, sir.
Of course, you rushed us through, so probably what I'm going to say, you have it, but maybe it didn't come out clearly. I mean, you are looking at travel patterns, land use, and city structure. Now, from what we heard in the morning, which is largely true, in the morning, everybody comes to the center of Accra. And in the evening, they go back. Now, you are suggesting that we could have growth poles, which is fantastic. But these growth poles that you're talking about, they must be centers of activity. All right. Already they exist. This is not plain land. It is built up areas that people live there. So if you say you're going to create growth poles there, it means you have to be able to move activities there. And that could create implementation challenges because people live there already. And most of those things are domestic residential buildings. So it's important that you first look at underlying assumptions and look at also there are different municipalities cutting across all these things we're talking about, which have different regulations and different ways of doing things. So there are some underlying issues that must be dealt with first of all. But I think I agree that we need to have a different concept and enable, avoid, shift, and improve. Fantastic. Thank you.
Pablo, fantastic presentation, even though you were squeezed within time. Yeah. I can see from your analysis that you are looking at a base of 2014 and then looking at 2035 as an end. Is that correct?
Correct.
Fantastic. And then you just indicated also that if care is not taken and the necessary steps are not taken, we may be having 40 million of expected
takes about 30 minutes. We may reserve the question and answers to. But somebody also signaled, I don't know, and maybe depending on what chair tells us, somebody signaled that if we are not careful, GUMAP is so important, they may not have the ears and that energy to listen to everything. What do we do? Let me leave it to the rest first. Do we do this one 30 minutes? Okay. So let me also invite upstage the engineer Patience Oni. Let's put our hands together for her. She's currently a Chief Road Safety Engineer at the Department of Urban Roads and also a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers. Also upstage, Mr. Alex Johnson. Let's put our hands together and welcome him as well. He's the head of transport planning at the Greater Accra Passenger Transport Executive. He has also worked for the City Administration of Accra as head of Metropolitan Department of Transport. Let's also put our hands together and welcome Professor Charles Adams, a visionary of the African Center of Excellence, a regional transport research and education center in Kumasi. And because of time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you just go ahead from your perspective. Give us so far, what should we know about the GUMAP? And I'm starting with you, Planner Seth Pasa, because of the role, the significant role that you have played when it comes to GUMAP. What is GUMAP? What has it done for us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajiman. As the name connotes, GUMAP is urban mobility and accessibility project. From a policy perspective, I think that we've been doing a lot in terms of policy formulation and design of programs and projects. So clearly, GUMAP has brought out a lot of issues which I would call the soft issues, institutional strengthening issues, linking theory and practice. There are people who are engineers and planners here, after leaving KUST or University of Ghana and everywhere, they've never gone back to their university and vice versa. But there's a need to have that relationship, that theory and practice interface, so as to ensure that we are not able to maintain the status quo. So GUMAP came in, I was in the thick and thin of it, and Dr. Atta and Edem and Co. and Alest, we were part of the people who designed GUMAP. And one thing that has been brought to the fore is the recognition of transport departments in our MMEs. And these beneficiary MMEs, in line or taking cognizance of LI 1961, we cannot create transport departments which are not functional. And certain capacities must be built. And I thank GUMAP for making sure that our transport department have been recognized. Physical planning departments within these MMEs were all connected. And then working in tandem with urban roads. So bringing all partners together to tinker with what we call urban mobility and accessibility is what GUMAP has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Engineer Oni, Patience, in terms of traffic planning and management, investment measures and new specific, okay, so we'll spare you from that one, but in terms of traffic planning and management, now I've heard you touch quite a number of things that have been done in this particular area. If you also give us your perspective.
With the introduction of GUMAP, a lot of components were undertaken. And the key one was the data collection survey, and then the household survey that Pablo took us through. And you know, data is very, very important. And with this, since 2015, Department of Urban Roads have not done any data. So in 2023, this data collection has been done. Now there's an update. Though there's a gap, there's an update. And this data that has been collected, everyone can come and have a use of it. We get academia coming to the department to request for this data, and especially with the students, they are able to have data that they can use, and then it relieves them of the burden of the cost burden. We have consultants that use this data as secondary data to be able to come up with conceptual and preliminary design stages, and that also reduces their cost. We also have project briefs that we oftentimes update, and this data help in updating this brief so that developing partners come to take this project brief, and they are able to adopt a particular road for the developmental projects. For the household survey, that is the first of its kind, and it's a baseline study that has been done, and it has come with some indicators that were generated by all of us, the participating assemblies, and then we can enhance it in the next coming data collection that we will do. And then that one comes with the challenges of understanding the needs of the environment, the needs of the people, and the data in all will go and help us to bring policy decision making. And even with the participating assemblies, the one that we did for mapping of public transport routes is a step that we need to start discussing on, so that these routes define the routes of the tractor operators, and where there's a need to do a review, so that where the stopping points are good or not good, we can have a review and redefine it to get good stopping points, and then even speak with the assemblies or the Department of Transport, then they can come with interventions so that the road will be safer. With the data collected, especially with the junction 10A movement counts, we have given up the information to our TMC, Traffic Management Center, and then we are using it to review our signal timings. And then with this data again, we are able to understand where there's congestion, where there are bottlenecks, and that helps us to improve the road network as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the academia, Prof. Adams, and from where you sit, what would you say are some of the highlights of the roles that GUMAP has played so far?
Okay, thank you very much. I think GUMAP did a lot of good to us in the university. We were fortunate to come on board at the early stages, and therefore, partly the design of even how the disbursement of the component 4 will be done was influenced, being that we, first of all, made a partnership for the first time with the Core Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, which is EPFL, a very famous Swiss university, very skilled, with a lot of facilities and staff. This helped us, first of all, to build capacity for our own staff. Now, we, working with EPFL, we designed a new master's program, or we revamped our existing master's program, and we came up with an additional one. Now, in doing so, what we tried to do was to introduce courses that nobody was teaching in Ghana. So, for example, we came up with transport demand modeling. We saw that there was nobody. So we were planning. Actually, we didn't know the demand, and we didn't know how to do the modeling. When I say that, what I meant was that people had gone to study maybe the graduate studies, but as to whether anybody was teaching it in Ghana, no. So we were planning, but we didn't even have a clue what demand we were talking about. 2, we talked about supply. So we introduced flow modeling. So as Pablo was showing us, you estimate the demand, then you have to deal with the supply. So we introduced a course on flow modeling at the graduate level. Then we introduced another one called Intelligent Transport Systems. And I mean, Dr. Aka from the BRI, also because TREC works with a lot of partners across the country and globally. Someone like Dr. Aka, who is now Professor Aka, is one of the resource persons that have come in very useful. So we trained our staff, we introduced new courses, and then we also undertook short courses for the participating assemblies. Now, these courses that we introduced, currently, every year you have an average 30 students taking each of them. So if you take 3 courses times 30, that's already 90 people, and we've done it for a couple of years, since GUMAP, and we are in about the 8th year. So you can imagine the impact that has made, and the students, 30% come from regional countries. So we have people coming from Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and all of that. So the benefits of GUMAP actually has gone even beyond the borders of this country. Also, TREC had the opportunity to serve as a local consultant to help some of the transit activities for the diagnostic study, which also, one, helped us to get the exposure, the needed exposure for our academic staff, and also to allow some of our younger faculty to work with the transit consultant and develop some capacity. After we have done all this, I can say that some of the things that we did under GUMAP, we ran a course with EPFL on Africa Cities Lab project, and we trained, we ran one in Accra and then one in Kumasi, short courses. And we trained additional municipalities, virtually from every municipality in Ghana. So what we did with GUMAP, we extended it to several other municipalities across the country, just for them also to know that there's more than just being in the municipality, and we need to pay attention to our transport system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, from passenger transport perspective and from where you sit.
Yeah, so I think I am an embodiment of all the benefits that my other colleagues have spoken about. Starting from where Prof left off, because of GUMAP and the presence of these academic courses within Ghana, I had the opportunity to read the transport engineering component, and that is just by the way. To come to what GUMAP has done for the MMAs, the data that Pablo presented looks at the entire demand or the pattern for travel that we can have from the household level. Then Pablo also talked about the traffic counts. So from the assembly's perspective, now you have the option to look at both demands in terms of what is operational and visible on the corridors, and then what people really are expressing as, let me say, the latent demand. From the assembly's perspective, this is a very important source of data to compare, to know the extent of investment decisions that need to happen on our corridors. Additional benefits from the GUMAP project is the exposure of the assemblies to be able to collaborate with other institutions. So now we are exposed to having interchanges with the academia. We talk more with our DUR counterparts, even right up to the head office level. You know, the assemblies are supposed to be decentralized, but we didn't used to work together like we've done within the GUMAP context. So there was a technical committee that was comprising all the expertise from the local assemblies coming together around the table. So back in the, in the discussions, there were questions on how this data was going to be used to improve the system. So let me say that GUMAP has given us a first window opportunity to know that we can work with each other, the collaboration. Now, that collaboration is what has led to the richness of this kind of data that you see. I remember when we had to do some traffic modeling from one of the components, and Prof. Adams needed to come in. I think those were exposures to what considerations that the assembly needed to make, especially from the perspective of when you collect traffic data, how you treat them, and then the priorities that you give to which directions of flow on the corridor. This make so much difference in improving, let me say, the efficiency of operations of our travel patterns. Lastly, I want to talk about the processes that the data needed to go through. Exposure to a lot of planning tools, technical analysis tools, but in the end, it all came back to what Prof. Boyce delivered, that if we cannot develop a vision for the things that we have gathered here to witness, then it means that the data cannot be put to use. What that also means is that the assemblies being planning authorities are the ones who are supposed to mobilize that vision development process. Fortunately, we have a collaboration for the Greater Accra Area Assemblies in the organization of GAPTE, that's the Greater Accra Passenger Transport Executive. And this executive works across the assemblies. So if you look at it from every angle, GUMAP, GAPTE, all the other collaborating agencies, we have come to, let me say, one melting point where we can have all the solutions put together. So I want to challenge us that now we do not have the excuse to say that we cannot work together, because we have worked together up to this point. And the necessary things to do going forward is simply looking for the right framework, identifying who is to lead what activity, and all of us supporting every activity. The understanding that GUMAP gives me is that transport cannot be attributed to just one institution. It is a multi-sector activity. And just like we all understand it from our training, that transport is a derived demand. It means that we only travel because of something else. And that something else is what makes or puts the city together. So I think that GUMAP has done more, and I want to use this opportunity to thank all the professional colleagues who have shared knowledge and materials. I think the assemblies have a bigger challenge now. We can't fail. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you started on my last, what I want you to submit on last before I go to the audience to also share their ideas with us. I want us to find out, we've been talking a lot about how we get the impact on the ground there. So with all the coordinations, collaborations, and the data that is available and all of that, how do we get the required framework that will let everything that we have seen with GUMAP be reflective, be impactful on the ground there? And also going forward, what examples are we to see elsewhere beyond GUMAP? Whether there's GUMAP, there's... Prof, I'll start with you.
Well, I think the experience we gain working under GUMAP, I'm sure will be very useful for us as we try to find space working with the World Bank in Kumasi, because that is our home territory. So I believe that the opportunities we had with GUMAP, at the moment, the bank is also asking us to see what they can support us to do in terms of capacity, which is along the same lines. So we believe that the experience that we've had here will come in very handy, especially in the area of data and applied research and probably monitoring and also mounting of courses. So when it comes to data, for example, we believe that as a research center, we could be a good place where we could have the observatory, and we already have a scheme how we think things ought to be done. This is something we are doing across Africa, because we are an African regional center set up with support from the bank. And in area of capacity building, we see that GUMAP is coming. Hopefully, we should be able to train even more of our staff and then get them engaged, get their hands dirty with the design of the project, so that our young faculty that have joined will get a first-hand experience with GUMAP. And by the time we finish, we are sure that we will be able to extend good knowledge and expertise to the municipalities in the Ashanti region and all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat, practicalizing the impact, the experiences gained from GUMAP.
You know, the topic or the theme for urban mobility, and with the participating assembly, I think we have all now understood what urban mobility is. And it's not just book, but then how we practicalize it. We see we are more or less in it. Because if we have a road reservation, and then the assembly are to ensure that the reservation is put to its right use and is not abused, then it means that the walkways, the road, the cycle path, all the elements of infrastructure are well kept in place and are maintained and are used in the right way. But unfortunately, we see the opposite. So this is the time, with the understanding of urban mobility, we all have to get go and start working and get it right.
Mr. Basa, how do we get go and starting right?
So thank you very much. I will use 3 points. 1, strengthening inter-sector agency collaboration. 2, we need to deepen decentralization. Devolution. At the center is policy. Whatever happens in our urban conurbations, it is not the policy that happens, it's the implementation. The last, which is more important, is the issue of enforcement. We cannot continue to do the same things over and over, expecting different results. They say it's what? Insanity. That's Einstein. So it is a high time we began focusing on enforcement. Scapegoats. Try. Let's have a model. Mayor is here. When he started stopping the tricycles, there was noise, but you should push it so that our cities are devoid of mess. Because in other jurisdictions, we have what you call congestion charges. You don't come to the center, you come to the center, you pay, so you park somewhere. So we need to enforce, regulate, and plan. Everything happens in the district. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, so I would want to touch again on the Assembly's planning responsibility. I think that central to that is the allocation of resources. We should try to look at this whole business in the perspective of internalizing the resources we use for the implementation. Because if we have to depend every time on external support, then
projects that we can learn?
Thank you very much. I will want to stress on human behavior being stressed on, like Mr. Passa said, which I believe if it is done, we will, without even bringing out new designs, we'll be able to make mobility much more seen in Accra and, for that matter, Kumasi, where we want to do. Let's take, for instance, those who are occupying, the sellers who are occupying the roads, the pavement, and therefore human beings are competing with vehicles in the road. They cause traffic congestion. Look at crossing at unauthorized places, like the previous person said. It causes congestion. Parking and picking passengers from unauthorized places. Trotros, they will stop there. When you get there, you see that the front there, there's no traffic there. Then repair of broken vehicles in the middle of the road. If the mayors will just arrest some of them, let them pay. It's also an income generation. Get towing vehicles, and then you tow those vehicles, and you let the place become animals competing with vehicles. If you just catch some of them and then you seize them, you sell to the assemblies, they will make money. And then finally, I'll see slow moving vehicles and in fast lanes. The roads, sometimes we will dualize them, hoping that when you are not going fast, you move into the slow lane for people. Then you see two big trucks. They are going side by side, and they are causing traffic. So if the mayors will act on these people, if you see such people, I swear they will give you ticket. In Jakarta, I don't think the whole of Jakarta is, even the population is more than what we have in Accra. But you cannot cross the road when you have not walked about 500 meters before you use an overpass to cross. But here, where we have even overpass, you see people under the overpass trying to cross roads. So if we can arrest some of these people and then use them as scapegoats, at least we will let the traffic flow instead of some of these things that we want to come out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have some questions on our Slido as well that we can ask, but those of us also, we can start bringing the questions up. So this one says, but how does deepening decentralization aid with urban mobility? And when are we walking the talk? Timelines for implementation. Who am I starting with to take responses, and maybe if you want to also, maybe some, and then part.
So thank you very much. I think we create the platform. It's a platform created to have conversations of sort. But what is important is that the takeaways, all hands on deck. I call something IENC activities, information, education, communication activities. After this forum, what next? If you don't communicate, you don't disseminate, you don't create awareness, some people are clueless. And that is the pain. Some people do not even know.
So who should take this initiative?
That is why I said decentralization, the local authorities, the civil society organizations, the media, you have been part and parcel of us from day one, and the fact that we had the urban journalism, where media themselves must also even understand the subject matter. Are they here? They left because the minister has left. So I think that if you don't understand the subject matter, you cannot also communicate to the citizenry for them to exercise that right, and for them to, as it were, do the things that they must do, the rights and responsibilities of the citizen. So if they are well educated, sometimes we are too sensational. So we should endeavor to communicate, tell them the other side of the story, and then animate people with perspectives. We like writing, brofo. I think we should be visualizing. We should be able to animate people with vision, the vision of the city. How is this going to look like if you want to do Kumap? They should be seeing it everywhere. That, this is going to be beautiful. Then they buy in. Then we can, all of us, the MMDs, I've said this countless times, that if we want to always create authorities vis-a-vis the role of the local authorities in terms of transport planning. I call it mobility and accessibility. I was in Lausanne. I mean, you don't find it a fun to join a bus. You want to walk. To the extent that some places where there is you have to climb, they have the one that you walk, the stairs. Electronic one, I forgot the name. Escalator. So they make most of mobility easy and several options. Let me give an example then close. I was in Netherlands and I went to join. I didn't want to because I found it. I have that cultural thing that bicycle you will be sweating and cars will knock you. So I bought $50, 50 euros in 1 month. I started joining one way because it's a one-way zone. Then the second month, one-way zone, 100 euros. My friends were riding by. I said, wow, bicycle was $80, 80 euros. I realized that I can't spend that money anymore. I jump onto a bicycle for the whole course because the systems are created for you to be very comfortable in using other forms of mobility. So I'll end by saying that active mobility is the way forward. Active mobility is the way forward. We cannot continue to be jumping onto our buses and into our vehicles, but mass mobility, active mobility, then the dividends will be realized.
We want to find out, you talked about this experience. Somebody made those systems available, and that's why you have options to try and do what education to see that this is good, this doesn't work. Who is making these systems available? Are we getting them out of those programs and all of that?
With the infrastructure, I would say that Urban Roads is doing its best. But then when the issue that we have, or the challenge that we have always had, is how we can use it well and not abuse it. And if we are using it well, then it is for all of us to play that good role. Because you do a walkway and you do it for the community, and it's the same community who comes to sell on it. It's the same community who come to steal a metal cover and all that. So we really, it starts from us. And we all have to be involved and then be able to get things to work well. I think that's what I would say.
Well, I think that from where we sit in the university, and particularly I'm talking about TREC, we are not only interested in the theory, and there are a couple of things we've done to show that we want to do things. So, for example, when there was a roundabout situation that we didn't like, we made, like you said, we did a design and we showed it, and we worked with the Minister of Roads and Highways and Ghana Highway Authority, and we solved it. And this problem had been there for more than 10 years. So there are ways of translating, and we just made a 3D model to show them how it will look like, and then we did the analysis and we solved it and we helped them to implement it. So if you come to Kumasi, the only paid parking scheme that has worked in Ghana was implemented by us. And it came from our research. So I think that when we get committed and we create partnerships and we collaborate well, we should be able to solve a lot of the problems. It is not all that require a lot of money. In fact, I think that even a lot of the municipalities have to learn how to generate money from their local areas and do small things. And from where we sit, we are open to collaboration. I mean, we are discussing something with GAPT already, but we are very open to discussions, and then we want to help you to deal with your problems. Fortunately, we are not coming from engineering perspective. We work with planners, geographers, anybody that is in the mobility space. So at TREC, we are not an engineering center. We are an interdisciplinary center. And therefore, our solutions and our approach is completely different from what most people are used to. And I believe that most of what we are doing, we can work and make it work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sami. So I'm glad Prof mentioned about the fact that they are trying to be more practical, not so much of theory. Albert Einstein once upon a time said that in theory, theory and practice appear to be the same, and in practice they are not. There is one practical aspect that so far we haven't mentioned, and that's about the political transition. Definitely, whether Ghanaians choose to break the 8 or to opt for a 24-hour economy, there's going to be change in priorities. I'm just throwing this out there to our panelists. What are the guarantees that whatever priorities that we've set, Mayor is here, but if there's a change, what is the guarantee that these priorities would continue for the benefit of Mother Ghana? Thank you.
Any other, please? Yes, I have a hand.
Thank you very much. Yes, brief. We were talking about how decentralization would deepen our cost for mobility within our streets. Yes, when you go to other jurisdictions, the police departments and the rest are all under the various districts, and therefore implementation and enforcement is not a big deal. I can give you a practical example. In Kumasi, with my phone, and I covered it, there were these MTTD officers who stopped all the trotros, and they were taking money from them, allowing them to load on the streets. Meanwhile, traffic was building behind those vehicles. I took it to the police commander. He said he was going to deal with it. Nothing was done. If that had been my own city cars, I could have taken the actions immediately and make sure that, yes, you are suspended, you are fired or not. So, yes, to decentralize, bring it down. Let's deepen it. Devolution, as engineer said, devolution. I believe if we go that way. And to your question, yes, we need to have a blueprint. Nothing should be stopped. I'll be able to stop tricycles from operating within the central business district. We took a decision at the General Assembly. It's been one of the bylaws which make it gazetted. So whoever takes over from me as the mayor cannot change that decision.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a hand here, please, and that should be the last, I think.
Thank you very much. Prof. Adams, you spoke about how you used modeling to understand mobility in terms of demand and supply. And also, we've also learned about the lessons on GUMAP when we wanted data to initiate the process. I want to find out what is the plan moving forward now that we know how deeply data is involved in planning, especially mobility and accessibility in Accra. What is the plan? We usually lean on sample surveys, administrative data sources, and censuses. What are we putting in place such that we'll be able to understand the moving patterns when it comes to use of the same space in terms of the population, in terms of the asset, when it comes to transportation, and those things that compete with the same space? What are we doing moving forward, and how to harness this data to make sure that policy doesn't fail? Thank you.
Thank you. So on Slido, actions, they say, speak louder than words, but in this country, it's rather the opposite. So how can we remedy a problem with this behavior? The other one says, learning from the success of GUMAP, what are the plans and strategies to improve mobility in Accra? And do we have indications to assess our progress? Engineer, Alex, I want you to finish on some of the things that have been said quickly, and then we can go for lunch.
So what to do? I think we have lots of provisions for institutional arrangements for implementation. That's local government arrangements. For special projects, obviously, because you do not have all the expertise in one institution, the way forward is collaboration. And we have a national planning system that spells out what you should do when you are planning. You need to do a public hearing and all that. I think what we should do beyond the public hearing is to deepen the engagement. If you look at other cities, Curitiba, for instance, in planning their eco districts, the first thing they did was to put up a schematic, a visual expression of how they wanted their neighborhoods to look like. And then, based on that, local governments were tasked to do their normal planning, and then the expertise were brought in to discuss the implementation. I don't think it's so very different for us. I think what we should try to do amongst ourselves as Ghanaians is to let the silos break down.
And coordinate.
Exactly.
And beyond the political regimes and all of that, how do we move forward?
So it still comes back to the blueprint that Honorable Mayor mentioned. And that blueprint is the medium-term plans that the districts have.
Okay.
We are simply not optimizing what we already have. Prof mentioned vision development, then behavioral change. If you pick on those, let me say, activities, they are existing models on their own. In a technical way, I think the academia can help us to bring out the substance to that. If you are talking about a vision development process, there are practical ways to engage communities and document those processes.
Okay.
So I would say that finally, GAPTE is a very, let me say, strategic institution that has crossed many squabbles, like institutional building squabbles. We have gone through the storming period. Now we have settled and agreed that GAPTE should exist. The only way forward is that GAPTE leading an urban mobility planning process means that we are all coordinating, and GAPTE is bringing in the technical assistance that is needed at each point of the process. So let's not forget, transport is multi-sectoral.
Thank you.
When we need an engineer, you bring an engineer. When you need a psychologist, you bring in the psychologist.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So Alex Johnson, Professor Charles Adams, Planner Samuel Seth, Pasa, Engineer Patience Oni. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Thank you very much. When we come back from lunch, we will highlight a bit of what they have talked about, and then we will get into the next panel. We have two after lunch, and we'll try to stick with time when we return. Lunch is going to be 30 minutes, I'm told. Please try 30 minutes. If we want to have enough time to talk about what we are here for, 30 minutes. Maximum time I'll spare will be additional 5 minutes after lunch. If we all have our coupons, thank you very much, and lunch is served. Hello. I'm told lunch is at the Bamfo Hall. Bamfo Hall, that's where we have the lunch. We return in 30 minutes, please. Yes, sir. This whole account because the money in that.
One station, one road block here, go affect the whole Accra. It's in Accra, nothing at a yet. Yet, one of the prayer says.
The traffic is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500 because of the road. You just fall in a pothole and then your rim goes wrong. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are appealing to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through advice was hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So we end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issues, as I was speaking to you now, myself, I am an online driver. In a day, we'll be giving some campaign to complete it because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips between a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that's easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah. So basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us. As the money that we should get, the income, it affects the income.
See how far they are finding. Maybe I can that airport 37. Now, so I can in Sawan, how much time I put quarter fine airports away. Only the other Babano, who through by young Namtale, who quiet or bad, but you be jolly. As I thought to do so. I find it in Sawan, you know, the American some more young fine, so many years. See, you'll be a year and not a boy and the boy and
car can be easy in terms of traffic. And we rounds be CCA back won't mean because one station after one road block here go affect the whole Accra. It's in Accra, nothing at a yet. Yet, one of the prayer says.
The traffic is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road was very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,500 because of the road. You just fall in a pothole and then your rim goes wrong. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are appealing to them that they should do something about it.
Driving through advice was hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So we end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issues, as I was speaking to you now, myself, I am an online driver. In a day, we'll be giving some campaign to complete it because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us as the money that we should get, the income, it affects the income.
See how far they are finding. Maybe I can that quite say and the airport 37 quino. Now so I can in Sawam quino. I'm a summer in Pukwase quino aircoins away. Only the other quabano in foot rubber young Hunam Charlie, who quiet delivery or bad you buffy be jolly, as I told delivery so. A quine danger. In Sawam quino, the American said, Most of more year quino, so Munya. nti bia mo be ye na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye pa travel to me ma damuni na me ye adwuma na ma ye adwuma me nsape just me deliver mama for me nsape
Accra car can easy in terms of traffic any bia wo pese wo ye rounds bi sisia papa adwuma bia wontumi nye because one station as one road block here it go affect the whole Accra until Accra nante ne eye din ye kwan no so bebre asay
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim got spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama sama mpoko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum dia obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa so to delivery so ekwan dia nye insawam kwan timi no dia mekan se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wiye nti bia mo be ye wie na ase be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa travel timi ma damuni na me ye adwuma na ma ye adwuma me nsape just me deliver mama for me nsape
Accra car can easy in terms of traffic any bia wo pese wo ye rounds bi sisia papa adwuma bia wontumi nye because one station as one road block here it go affect the whole Accra until Accra nante ne eye din ye kwan no so bebre asay
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim got spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. nanso enkankan ne insawam kwan no ama sama mpoko ase kwan ne ekọ insawem no onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale eza to to delivery so ekwan ne de enye insawam kwan ntimi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wie ye nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape just me deliver mama for me nsape
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. Any bia o person we hear rounds be sisia back adwuma bia won't mean because one station as one road block here it go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra nantin eyedin ye kwan no so bebre asay.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily, so that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income, it affect the income.
Sisi apa de ye kwan de enye ebi akanda kwan ase en de ye kakra ekọ 37 kwan no nanso enkankan ne insawam kwan no ama sama mpoko ase kwan ne ekọ insawem no onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale eza to to delivery so ekwan ne de enye insawam kwan ntimi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wie ye nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me nsape just me deliver mama for me nsape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. Any bia o person we hear rounds be sisia back adwuma bia won't mean because one station as one road block here it go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra nantin eyedin ye kwan no so bebre asay.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us as the money that we should get, the income. It affects the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum dia obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kan timi no dia meka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me sape. Yes, I may deliver my mom for me and Sape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we hear rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station has one road block here. It go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra, nothing a year ding. Ye quite be brave, I say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and you know our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affects us as the money that we should get, the income. It affects the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poko ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum dia obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale esa to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kan timi no dia meka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya nya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me sape. Yes, I may deliver my mom for me and Sape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we hear rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station has one road block here. It go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra, nothing a year ding. Ye quite also be brave, I say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase ye dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale eza to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kwan timi no dia mekan se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wiye. Nti ebi ombe ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na me ye ejuma me ensape. Just me deliver my man for me ensape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. Any be a person we hear rounds be CCA back ejuma bia won't mean because one station has one road block here. It go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra nantene eyedin ye kwan no so bebre asay
For the traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase ye dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Na so en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo ba aju ba fi bedwale eza to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kwan timi no dia mekan se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wiye. Nti ebi ombe ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na me ye ejuma me ensape. Just me deliver my man for me ensape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. Any be a person we hear rounds be CCA back ejuma bia won't mean because one station has one road block here. It go affect the whole Accra. Until Accra nantene eyedin ye kwan no so bebre asay.
For the traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005. Because of the road, you just fall in the pothole and then your rim goes spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue, to us, I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete. Because of the challenges, you are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Nanso en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo hoba aju ba fi bedwale esa to to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kwan timi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me ensape. Yes, I may deliver my man for me and sape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean because one station has one road block here. It will affect the whole Accra. Until Accra, nothing a year ding. Yet, quite also be brave, I say.
The traffic there is very serious because nowadays the traffic is very huge in town. Our road here is very serious. As I'm talking to you now, I bought my new rim. That's 1,005 because of the road. You just fall in the pothole and then your rim got spoiled. It's very bad. It's really costing us a lot. So if something can be done about it, we are pleading to them that they should do something about it for us.
Driving through Accra is so hectic because of the traffic issues and the roads. The roads are very, very bad in Accra. So you end up all the time going to shop and stuff. And the traffic issue too, as I'm speaking to you now, myself, I am a online driver. In a day, we'll be given some campaign to complete because of the challenges. You are not even able to complete the number of, let's say, trips given to you in a day. It's a very, very, very big problem.
It's not all that easy because of the road and the traffic. Sometimes you could be in the traffic for long, and our work is about sitting, and you'll be very tired. Yeah, so basically driving in Accra, not all that easy. The way the road is bad, it also make the cars do spoil easily. So that one also affect us as the money that we should get, the income. It affect the income.
Sisi apa dia ye kwan dia nye ebi akanda kwan ase en dia ye kakra eko 37 kwan no. Nanso en kankan ne insawam kwan no ama saman poku ase kwan ne eko insawem no. Onum de obekọ aba no mfuturo be ye honam chale ukoye delivery wo hoba aju ba fi bedwale esa to to delivery so. Ekwan ne dia nye insawam kwan timi no de ameka ne se me hu so mo ye kwan no so mo nya anya wie ye. Nti bia mo be ye wie na se be boa ye na nde be boa ye mpa. Travel timi ma damuni na me ye ejuma na ma ye ejuma me ensape. Yes, I may deliver my man for me and sape.
Accra car cannot easy in terms of traffic. And be a person we rounds be CCA back you may be a won't mean
Good. We all moved from here straight for lunch. We didn't get a chance to know who we have met here. Shake one person, take a card, know who they are. Prof, what's the name of your counterpart?
He's called Charles Annan. He is in charge of GAPTI.
Charles Annan is in charge of GAPTI. Dr. Abekuatha just spoke with him. Yes, I was. Who did you just speak with?
I just met with Sylvester and Vincent. Vincent is the Deputy Minister, local government.
You met with the Deputy Minister. Good, good. Boss, who did you meet?
I met Akua Pokua, World Bank.
Good. Boss, have you met anyone, sir?
Yes. Hello? Yes. My name is Daniel from EPA. Yes.
And who have you met?
Oh, I've met with Dr. Ajiman and Doris.
And Doris as well, good. So thank you. Now shall we please take our seats so that I can bring my microphones across. Let's take our seats now. If we are done exchanging the pleasantries, we can exchange cards afterwards and get to know one another, please. Shall we please take our seats now? Thank you very much. We had a very fruitful session earlier before lunch. We considered the role in improving mobility and accessibility under GAMA, reflecting on the GUMAPs. We had a lot of revelations coming from that and the action points that we need to take home. We have another assignment ahead. We are going to reflect on repositioning GAPTI. Shall we please be seated now, please? Let's take the next session. Reflections on repositioning GAPTI, the lessons on trans-jurisdictional approach to public transport planning and management. Reflections on repositioning GAPTI, lessons on trans-jurisdictional approach to public transport planning and management. Our next session will deal with decarbonizing the transport sector, sustainable transportation options that we have. We'll be looking at the environmental issues, the sciences around the transportation sector, and how we can make progress as a country. This section, section 2, reflections on repositioning GAPTI, lessons on trans-jurisdictional approach to public transport planning and management. I'm going to step in real quick. So this is why it is important that we solve our transport issues and bail my brother Ben out, because the transport issues have hit him somewhere. So I will step in. When he comes, he will probably take my session. Or the other way around, yes. If he doesn't get here, to blame GAPTI. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the last session we made quite a number of progress. We discussed quite a number of things. We heard from Engineer Patience on GUMAP that the introduction of GUMAP had a lot of components and that were undertaking. And one of them included data survey and household surveys. Consultant used the collection or the data that were collected for conceptual and preliminary design. And Urban Road is also designing it or doing its best in ensuring that infrastructure is put in place to give us the best that we have already earned from GUMAP. Mr. Samuel Seth Passa, with the Ministry for Local Government and Rural Development Decentralization, says, as the name GUMAP connotes, a lot of policy, from policy perspective, there have been a lot in terms of formulation, designs, and preparing as far as projects is concerned. GUMAP also brought up a lot of issues which linked with theory and practice and all of that have been factored. The GUMAP has also brought to the fore the recognition of the transport department that is being physical and planning, bringing physical and planning together and strengthening inter-sectorial collaboration. Okay, collaboration. I know my name is Ajiman, so if I don't repeat it, they will say, aha, those people, they can't pronounce collaboration. Collaboration. Okay. Mr. Alex Johnson also made all of us aware that we are not optimizing what we already have. Now, there's a need for active mobility in the way that we have already begun with the GUMAP, and that's the way to go. We need to deepen engagement and also where solutions are put together, identify a whole lot of activities and come together as institutions and work on them together. He also said that there's a window of opportunity for ministries, departments, and agencies to collaborate. Again, collaboration came up from Mr. Alex Johnson. Transport is multi-sectional or multi-sectorial. That is what he asked us to go home with. And then we had Professor Adams giving us a lot of perspectives coming from the academia. He says academia has been involved from the early stages, revamping master's program and all of that in terms of the academia. And then they introduced courses that were not thought before. So 30 students each across 3 courses, making it 90 students per year. And that's very impressive, according to him, that with that we can begin to have a foundation laid for future projects. Where they created partnerships and collaborated also, there should be enough and more collaboration we heard from Professor Adams in that earlier session that we had. So we're going to move to another session, reflections on repositioning GAPTI, having done GUMAP, lessons on trans-jurisdictional approach to public transport planning. My panelist for this occasion is going to be Mr. Julian Ale, Dr. Julian Ale. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Dr. Julian Ale. He's the Director of International Operations at Transitec Consulting Engineers. Doc, pleasure to have you. Also joining us upstage is Daniel Esel. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Daniel is the Deputy Director with the Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate of the Ministry of Transport. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause again. Dr. Bernard Abeiku Arthur, we've heard quite a lot from him earlier. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. He's a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Planning and has served in various capacities, including institutional development expert with the Ghana Urban Transport Project as the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Urban Transportation and Principal Urban Planner with Cities Alliance in Brussels. Next, joining us is Mr. Charles Annan. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Charles Annan, the Acting Managing Director of Greater Accra Passenger Transport Executive, GAPTI, the man whose area we're going to talk a lot about, knowing how we reposition it, we reflect on it, and lessons around trans-jurisdictional approach to public transport. Thank you very much, gentlemen, this time around. And maybe start with you, Charles, real quick. Help us, tell us where we are with GAPTI.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chairman, if you will permit me, before I go to his questioning, I would like to help bring members' mind on what GAPTI or who GAPTI is. I'm sure a lot more of us may not even know what GAPTI is about. So, Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, I'll give a little introduction about GAPTI. You know, before 2013, regulations of public transport services in Ghana as part of the local government administration was virtually absent until the Ghana Urban Transport Project concept was introduced in Accra and Kumasi. The institutional challenge encountered during the implementation of the GUTP have led to a remodeled approach to passenger transport regulations, leading to the formation of the Greater Accra Passenger Transport Executive. GAPTI is an umbrella regulatory body that draws its legal authority from the local government administration within the Greater Accra metropolitan area. And Mr. Chairman, over here we can underline that because that is one of our major challenges. GAPTI is expected to deliver on the mandate of clearly defining the institutional roles of both public and private transport agencies through regulations and coordination in the provision of world standard transit services in GAMA through the following strategic objectives. So these are the 4 core GAPTI objectives: institutional governance, regulations of routes and bus transit services, transport network planning and development, and project outcome monitoring. So GAPTI is incorporated as a company limited by guarantee under the Companies Act 1963. The objectives of GAPTI, 1, is an inter-MMDA coordination of urban transport passenger services, regulating, planning, and integrating public transport objectives and development of activities for the overall area under the jurisdiction of the MMDAs, managing the initial network systems through subcontracting arrangement. And then we have also helped in deploying the Ayalolo bus service, which is an arrangement between 3 of the informal transport operating entities whose capacity have been built into 3 companies, and I want to mention the name of the companies to enhance the discussion. We have the Greater Accra GPRTU BRT Company Limited as one of the operators of the Ayalolo service. We have the Cooperative BRT Company Limited as also one, and then we have the Amalgamated BRT Company Limited. So if anybody thought that GAPTI is the operator of the Ayalolo service, it is a big no. There are 3 entities that operate the Ayalolo service, but GAPTI provides the governance and the leadership required to keep the system running. In conclusion, the lack of dedicated funding has hindered GAPTI's operations. All the above achievements have been possible through funding from the bus operations, which often is not enough to pursue an aggressive operational plan and to achieve a greater purpose. So today, GAPTI is undergoing restructuring, and in 2023, the Ministry of Local Government decided that GAPTI is an integral part of their plans to resolve the urban mobility challenges. So under the leadership of the ministry, GAPTI has been restructured. The organizational framework has been changed a little bit from what it used to be. So under the current GAPTI, we have 6 departments created. The Department of Transport Planning, which is headed by Mr. Alex Johnson, who was the previous panel. We have the Regulatory Department headed by Mr. Edem Nyaduji, he is also here. We have the Operations Department, also headed by Mr. Solomon Osei, who is also here. We have the Business Development Department, which is an innovation brought on board because over the years we realized that GAPTI has been self-sustaining, self-funded. So we've created a Business Development Office that will also look at all the activities and how it can maximize its potential. Then we have the corporate services, and so many restructuring is being done. The ministry, together with the Office of the Head of Local Government Service, have also seconded seasoned staff to GAPTI to give it the leadership required to actually enhance its operation. So, Mr. Moderator, this is a brief summary of what GAPTI is as at now.
There are quite a number of things that we intend to ask you around how effective you have been ever since you started your operations. But there's the bit of the support that you've gotten from ministries. I would love for you to highlight that again, and let's see also the bit of support that you had from GUMAP as well, because I'm told that you had some components of your operations were supported under GUMAP.
So as I earlier reiterated, GAPTI is serving as an inter-MMDA coordination body of urban transport services. So if you look at the GUMAP program, it sought to build the capacities of the participating MMDAs that had the transport department set up. So GAPTI became the coordinating body to put these departments together. As we speak, when GUMAP started, the MMDAs were just 13. Today, the MMDAs are 27. So we have MMDAs within the Greater Accra metropolitan area that do not even have the transport department set up at all. And that is one of the major challenges. So GUMAP has come to actually help us build our capacities, understand the role we play as transport department heads or transport department staff, and also GAPTI as the inter-MMDA coordinating body. So that capacity with training programs from lecturers from Lead University and other very participating programs has really enlightened us to be able to be focused in achieving our set mandate. So GUMAP has been very instrumental in helping us refocus.
Julian, I would love for you to continue from there and share with us your experiences with GAPTI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's true that from the beginning with GUMAP, we have worked with GAPTI, considering that GAPTI was a Metropolitan Transport Authority, even if only few MMDAs were part of it, etc. I use that word, Metropolitan Transport Authority, because that's the way now we are using, normally we are describing normally such organizations that have to contribute to the planning of transport with a comprehensive view, with a multimodal approach, but also its implementation, delegating some activities to the private sectors, etc. And unfortunately, GAPTI, even if the organization would like to go further on so many aspects, it doesn't have the resources and also the political leadership. You tell me if I'm wrong, Charles. But compared to many other metropolitan transport authorities I know all over Africa, I think GAPTI is still weak, unfortunately. I say that because I want you to understand my point. I consider that Accra is one of the richest cities in sub-Saharan Africa, but one of the poorest in terms of urban mobility. It means that if you look at urban mobility, you, people from Accra, no offense, but I want to say you are not in first league. You have some BRT running in Dar es Salaam, in Dakar. You have some that are under construction in Abidjan. You have metro under construction in Abidjan. You have some running in Lagos. You have BRT plan in Nairobi, etc. And in Accra, nothing yet. Nothing is really under study. And this is directly linked to the fact that GAPTI has not yet enough responsibilities, resources. The work we have done with GUMAP was to bring more capacities, thanks to data collection, thanks to trainings, thanks to the work we've done by studying, analysis, etc. But there is a real need to strengthen the organization to make something happen. To end my first point, I just want to say, to remember what Pablo said earlier. The mobility will double within 10 years. Double, it will be even worse in terms of car trips per day. So you will have more than 2 times the number of cars entering in Accra every day. What will happen? How could you solve that? Not with a car-centric vision. You have to develop a multimodal approach. For that, you need to have such institution. And that's really what has to be decided as soon as possible, because 10 years, in fact, it's tomorrow. in terms of transport planning and infrastructure development. So I really want to emphasize the fact that it is urgent to strengthen GAPTE.
Thank you very much, Julian. And very, very important caution that you have given us. And I'm sure that GAPTE has taken note, and all of us have taken note. GAPTE is weak. Greater Accra is one of the poorest planned transportation. 10 years, mobility is doubling. It is urgent, and we need to take action. Dr. Abikwata, your reflections on GAPTE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Chairman, I feel a bit impotent, and I'm choosing my words carefully. If you have any bad mind, it's up to you. GAPTE reflections. The thought of GAPTE was 2010. Work that was done on GAPTE was under the GUTP. Studies were conducted. Clear directions were given. Clear steps to get GAPTE established were laid down. In 2010, it was clear in terms of the mandate that that institution must carry. It was clear the type of leadership that must exist in GAPTE. It was very clear in terms of how it should be resourced, in terms of funding. What was not very clear was the way it was to be established, because the establishment determines the structure. So there were two schools of thought. The first one was, should we establish GAPTE by an LI, or it should be a company limited by guarantee? Now, the moment you establish it as a company limited by guarantee, it dies from birth. Because we are a unitary state and not a federal state, and that's a very important thing to consider. For most jurisdictions where metropolitan transport authorities are established, they are more or less federal. But in Ghana, we are unitary. So you need to look at the legal structure that exists in country for establishing public institutions. GAPTE was cross-jurisdictional. It's supposed to be cross-jurisdictional. So the moment it was established by company by guarantee, which is like GFA or an NGO, how do assemblies, which are public institutions, put funds into an NGO? So you kill it right from birth. Then the second thing has to do with the leadership of, you need a leader who can walk into the corridors of power and be able to influence decisions. You need a leader who has that capacity for strategic leadership and management. So right from birth, these were issues that were not there. Now, the third thing was about the capacity, and I think Julian has hinted at one. The capacity that must exist. This is supposed to be a body that was going to do network planning, transportational planning, which will not only include just bus, but include the network in terms of how trains will connect to buses, how air will connect to buses, and how NMT will connect to buses. If you go to other jurisdictions, you find out as soon as you land at the airport, you have the options of either joining a train, a bus, or whatever you want to. And these were the things that GAPTE was established to do, beyond looking at just assemblies coming together.
Yeah.
One other thing which for me is critical, and it's also because we do not consider the establishment carefully, it's about the governance. The governance of GAPTE. You see, if the governance is not strong, anything at all can happen in the institution. So the governance was for mayors or MMDCs. And that is why I say I'm a bit impotent. Because you are talking of a political system that is guiding a public transport authority. So the governance was, GAPTE was supposed to be an authority, a GAPTA, Greater Accra Passenger Transport Authority, was supposed to be established. and GAPTI was supposed to be the secretariat. The executive was the secretariat. The authority was supposed to be there. This did not happen. And so here we are today, fantastic rendition, reading, but you realize that the weaknesses still exist. And until we solve these weaknesses, we will not make a headway. For our leaders in the political structure and for ministry, I think it's about time we consider if we can go through the legal regime. Maybe this year is a political year, so elections will be a limiting factor. But we must consider how we can get the authority. Lamata, Lagos Metropolitan Authority. You go to Setud in Senegal. These are authorities that exist. For Kumasi, unfortunately, the mayor is not here. Until you go that approach, where the authority comes in. And for Kumasi, one key thing I think must be there is a public-private traditional authority partnership. Traditional authority in the sense that Otikokoso, when he coughs, everybody will catch cold. And when he draws the whip, everybody will follow. So for Kumasi, we must look at a PPTAP approach. Public-private traditional authority. This has been piloted by the World Bank before, when I was a very young planner, somewhere in 2003. The World Bank gave the Asante Hini some money to reorganize, and gave the Ochin Hini also some money to reorganize. So it exists. It's an approach that exists. And I think it can be applied here. So GAPTI, structure-wise, was not well set out. Leadership, something else. Capacity, an issue. Governance. But these are the things that we have to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Powerful. Daniel, from the ministry side, and having heard all the things that we have heard, weakness in structure, weakness in capacity, governance, or weakness entirely in GAPTI, you probably want to also help us highlight some strengths, opportunities, as well as deal with the weaknesses.
Okay, thank you, Sami, and thank you, Abeku, for that rendition. I think to add on to what you just said, one key aspect is that we've not been able to really define a scope for GAPTI. At what level can they plan their services, their network? The MMDAs have their mandate, which is clear. They are responsible to regulate and plan activities within their catchment areas. Now, when it comes to cross-jurisdictional, where is their scope? Are they looking beyond just the road network? Are they looking at railways? Are they looking at other mobility options? So the scope have not been really defined for GAPTI, if I should say. And I think it's something that we need to look at it going forward. In the urban space, leadership is key. And as I sit here, I don't think we can pinpoint one institution that would say that I am leading urban mobility in Ghana. That is our biggest challenge. And I think we need to have a certain focus that there's going to be a certain body that will champion the urban agenda. For now, we don't have it. And I think it's something that we need to work towards it.
Or would you want him to finish so that you come in? Because I'm sure there's a lot of things that have been said. Almost the one coming from Julian, Abeku, and Daniel himself. I'm sure you can react to most of them.
Yes, and then to also add to it. And Abeku, I think you raised that point, that funds must follow functions. And indeed, in creating GAPTI, yes, there were some funding structure that was identified for them. But I think we should have clearly mapped out where these funds are coming from, what the contributions of this will be in that whole ecosystem. But we haven't been able to really define a certain funding structure for GAPTI. Yes, in the initial stages, the idea was that we're going to have a company limited by liability that will benefit from the operations of bus and then some contribution from the participating assembly. But I think this arrangement have not really worked well with GAPT, and going forward, we need to look at how we're going to deal with that. I think I would pause here for now. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll let Abeku, you take that one, and then GAPT will line all of that up for us.
Thank you very much. In public transport, governance, and leadership, there is what is called the system owner, the system operator. The system owner is always the authority. And the authority chooses, I think Julian mentioned it, the authority chooses to either cede or franchise part of its functions to private sector to operate. As we speak today, GAPT is not really the system's owner. And I think going forward is one of the things we must work towards to ensure that by regulation, by the processes of regulation, it can take over the system ownership. Another point I want to raise is that GAPT is not Ayalolo, and Ayalolo is not GAPT. That clarification must be made very, very solid. And not until we have that clear delineation between GAPT and Ayalolo announced, worked towards, and enhanced, people will see GAPT as Ayalolo. But that is not the case.
And when they see it that way, what would be the problem? What
No.
problem does that create?
You see, by structure, which I said was a bit weak, GAPT was supposed to do franchising. Franchising is procurement. Franchising is contracts. Franchising is standards. Franchising is KPIs. So if those things are not there, and it's just by association of, how can GPRTU Company Limited be operating on the road where GPRTU people also operate? You see? So it is not the leadership of GAPT today. It is a weakness in the way it was structured, and the fact that there was no funding, and the fact that they had to now lean on partnering with some operators so that they can make money to run the office.
Charles, I think that you have a myriad of some of those comments that have been made to respond to.
Yeah, I mean, everything said is actually the reason why GAPT exists. And if these comments were made from any time 2014 to 2022, I would greatly agree with some of the comments made. But from 2023 till today, the Ministry of Local Government focus or their perception about GAPT has greatly changed. And that is why I earlier said that the ministry itself has realized the importance of GAPT in its quest to reorganize the urban mobility space across the various MMDAs. So there has been a lot of restructuring activities happening from 2023 up to today. Now, leadership. My co-panelist, Abeku, talked about leadership. Yes, it is the reason why the Ministry of Local Government now have reorganized the leadership of GAPT and brought in, at least to the best of my knowledge, the current persons holding the various departments at GAPT are one of the finest brains we have in not only GAMA, but in the country. And almost every agency we work with will attest to the fact. That is a commitment enough to say that let's reposition them to begin to give them the mandate that they require to be very effective. We talk about capacity. Yes, in the past, GAPTs, nobody paid attention to GAPT. In fact, one of the things that we need is a champion, a political champion who can actually push the GAPT agenda forward, because you are working within a space that the people acting there, the actors, they've done this over years and they are compromised. To bring change, one of our doctors, Professor earlier on, said that the only change that is allowed is when you are changing a child's diaper. Any other change is a problem. So once you have a political champion who can lead you through the way, everything works in your favor. Look, in 2017, GAPTI's work were visible by working with the other stakeholders to introduce the Ayalolo service and also get the operators to register their routes at the assemblies. Those assemblies that had the transport department, they will attest to this fact. Just one mistake. Change of power comes, new mayors are elected. The AMA mayor came to power without understanding what GAPTI is. People were complaining that GAPTI's enforcement were hindering them on running smoothly on the Achimota area where the laybys were. The mayor gave a directive that the enforcement activities should be stopped. We stopped it. Later, when he realized that he was the board chairman of GAPTI, for his entire life in his office, he tried to bring back the enforcement. It didn't work. So in the past, we've had all these struggles. But from today, leadership capacity, governance, as I'm talking to you now, there is a paper that we are presenting to the minister because he called for it. That how can we reposition GAPTI? What legal mandate does GAPTI need to make it effective? And we've done a paper on it, yet to be introduced to minister, for him to also lead us through the process to give GAPTI the mandate it requires, because now we are working with delegated mandate from the MMDs. But we need our own mandate as an authority. And minister is so emphatic on it that we should get this thing done. And we are working so tirelessly to get it done. So yes, we may have had such challenges, but today the story is changing. It will be gradual, but trust me, for the entire period today, almost every speaker mentioned GAPTI. The fact that GAPTI, an institution that is not funded, keeps being mentioned means that there is something that does need to be studied, that needs to be pushed, and that needs to be helped to execute its mandate successfully. Yeah. So GAPTI is really alive. It is not dead, and GAPTI will not die.
GAPTI will never die.
GAPTI will not die.
GAPTI never dies, but Charles, Charles, this is it. Established 2014. We are going to come back to the floor, so please just give them the chance, and I'm sure you hear a lot more from Charles. Established 2014, so we're in 2024, that's 10 years. Began operations in 2016, so 8 years on, you've been operating. You're asking for political champion. We are being told that you have weak leadership. Would you be able to tell us what is the leadership that is required? Why do you need a champion? In what capacity? Don't you have a head? You are the MD. Who else do you need? Who else should be a political champion? You have an MD, I'm sure you have a board, board chair, and all of that.
You see, again, I said it, that within the space we are working, there are actors or players that you need to collaborate with who have compromised positions already. And to be able to break through those status quo, you need a political champion who will lead you through.
Isn't that why we are looking for a proper structure? And Abeku mentioned that we need a structure.
No.
But I'm reading here, though, Charles, one sec. I'm reading here that under GUMAP, progress has been made on some key institutional matters for GAPTI. I was thinking that institutional matters includes your structure. A proper structure that you don't have to now go hunt for some champion or political champion who will then coordinate for you. Or we're getting
anywhere in the world that transport authorities are established, you will realize that the concept developing and implementation stage, there is always a political champion. Let me give you an example. An Honorable Abeku mentioned Lamata. Lamata's existence was dependent on the governor of Lagos State. Without him, you could have had the institution and all the legal mandates required. But without the governor himself putting his feet down to say that I am not listening to left, I'm not listening to right, all that I care about is for Lamata to pursue its objective. In anywhere in the world, there is always a political champion who defies the odds and pushes the authority through. Because people have compromised positions that if you don't take time, they will demonstrate. In South Africa, when they were starting their BRT, in fact, some of the buses were bent until later compromised positions were met. In fact, in Accra, GAPT's existence only came to being because of the mayor, Okovandapoy. He became the champion that was required to be able to even get GAPT to move through. And then until now, that currently the current Minister of Local Government has also become the champion for GAPT. Without that, for the past, from 2016 to 2022, because there was no political champion like the current minister and then the past mayor of Accra, nothing was done.
So now you have a champion?
Yes, the current minister is the political champion we have now.
And is he moving things? Are we
very well, very well,
Julian,
very well.
Julian, again under GUMAP, and this is what I'm reading here. A policy note was developed in 2017, that way back, recommending actions that are essential to improving the governance structure for urban mobility and accessibility within GAMA. Now this includes GAPT and all of that. I was thinking that from 2017 coming, we should have had this structure challenge fixed.
I would have dreamed about that.
Can we have the other microphones working as well? Because it looks like
Thank you.
once I'm talking, the others don't work.
Thank you. Is it okay? Yeah, it works. I would have loved to have seen it happen during the last 7 years. But I think under GUMAP, maybe first I should say, in French we have an expression. We say that we wash dirty clothes within the family. And I'm very glad to be part of the family today. Thank you.
We have similar expression here too, so we are familiar.
Good. But to say that I think under GUMAP we could have done much more in terms of strengthening GAPT if we would have more political leadership.
Okay.
So we missed it, and I think nobody will be offensive if I say that. And so the policy note we made, inviting people from Lamata, from CETUD in 2017, explaining how it works in these two capital cities having a strong Metropolitan Transport Authority. Clearly, we have not succeeded in making the changes.
I see.
And maybe some people in the room have a better answer than I do about that, but clearly that's for me a big challenge.
When you say you didn't have, sorry, not to let you lose your thoughts, but when you say you didn't have the political leadership, what did you expect which you didn't get?
In fact, so it makes me come to a second point that I wanted to say about a question came this morning about how to go deeper into decentralization. And Mr. Passa was saying that before, maybe before I leave the room, he could hear me saying, for me, compared to many African cities here in Accra, there is a clear fragmentation, territorial fragmentation of powers. And that doesn't help decentralization. It's too little pieces for decentralization.
Yeah.
What is needed is a metropolitan authorities, because there is some issues you cannot solve at the municipal level, you have to solve it at the metropolitan level. And so the mayors who were involved in 2017 in GAPT, finally, is the urban mobility and metropolitan level the first thing they have to do in the agenda? No, of course they want to solve urban mobility in their territory, but the effort for them to go at the metropolitan level to solve the issues is too big. It's not for what they are elected, etc. So they could not put enough energy to solve the problems because the powers are fragmented. And on the other side, at the ministry level, like we see in any country, the role is not at the ministry level to solve territorial issues. It is, as it was said by Mr. Passa this morning, it is to elaborate policies and to implement policies to be sure that it is done by other stakeholders. And so there is, for me, this lack of leadership that comes from this decentralization that is not yet, let's say, mature, if I may say. And then, if I can just add something, because for me it's really interesting to see that 2024 is a year of election here. So, which candidate will make the campaign to say, I will help people from Accra metropolitan area to save time. I don't want you to spend 2 hours going to your work. I want you to spend only 1 hour. And I'm committing to make a good multimodal transport system. Which candidate could do that? I asked this question during the lunchtime, and people said, for the moment, nobody said that.
Nobody is saying that.
But so, as a community of experts here, that's what we
should
can
demand
claim
that.
for. That's what civil society is doing everywhere. It's trying to get commitment from candidates before election in order to be sure that it will be made after.
Good.
And that will be my recommendation in order to have leadership.
Good. Abiku, you wanted to say something on
Yeah, hello. Okay. I think we are overflogging a key point. GAPTI needs to be strengthened. That is a point that we cannot run away from. But GAPTI's strengthening has to be in 3 areas: the governance, the leadership, but also in the area of funding. Currently, GAPTI's funding is coming from your association with the operators. The assemblies have not put in anything. So if the assemblies have not put in anything, which they cannot because of the way you are established, they cannot. In terms of public finance management, PFM, an assembly cannot put its money into an NGO. If they do, and somebody takes them to court, it will be a scar in the face of government. So until GAPTI is restructured and given that kind of legal mandate to operate, this cannot work. So in the area of funding, it has to be looked at. There are so many ways in the area of public transport financing, so many ways.
Okay.
Insurance, just insurance. Insurance of your buses, insurance of your structures, your assets. Insurance alone can pull in something. Then in terms of maintenance agreements, there are ways by which we can go about it, such that those things alone can show you up a little bit.
All right.
And then, so those are the points I just wanted to raise.
Okay, I'm going to go to the audience, but I'll
Mr.
let
Moderator,
Daniel...
let me say something briefly. So, again, with what Mr. Abekwata said, if you look at the department I mentioned, I told you that when we were thinking about the reform, as a matter of fact, this whole reform started with Honorable Dan Butchie. And he personally insisted that even if you had funding from government sources, you still need to develop certain services that gives you a lot more money than you may probably require for the MMDAs to be able to
because my colleague, Ministry of Roads and Highways, Urban Roads, GHA, they are all here. In that, the road fund, as it is geared towards infrastructure and maintenance. We need to really have some vote for service provision. So when it comes to running public transport and all that, can we have a dedicated fund that goes into that vote for the planning, implementation, and all those things about public transport? It's something that Ghana doesn't have. And from experience, it's always from the GOG funds that more often than not has not been coming. So, I mean, these are issues we have to really sit, and then as stakeholders, we can agree on a way forward, but not just looking only on GALTI, but let's look beyond that.
Good. So on that note, let's get others involved and hear views from everyone else. Prof, those from the ministries, from what you have listened to. Yes, sir. What is our problem? How do we deal with it? Can we get a microphone there, please?
Thank you very much for all the discussions and then the explanations. No, mine is not a question, just a reflection. Daniel mentioned that, okay, it's not only GAPTE, how we are going to address these things in other secondary cities, Kumasi, Tamale, other places going forward. I think this discussion is for me, I mean, for the bank, for the World Bank, it's very important. It's now we are hearing the challenge we have been, saying, discussing, but boldly here. There's a problem in urban mobility governance. We have been discussing this in the last 2 years with Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Transport, with everybody. We are preparing a 500 million project in Kumasi. And unless we get this institutional arrangement right, we cannot move. Let's face it. We don't want to repeat the mistake we have done in Accra. So I think going forward, my request to the government is that let's face the problem and solve it. So GAPTE has been in the process, 10 years? In fact, the first project in Accra started 2007. 15 years down the road, we haven't solved this problem. Are we waiting another 10 years? Pablo's presentation was very clear. 10 years from now, Accra will be choked.
Yeah.
And 10 years is tomorrow. It's just presidential election? So let's sit down and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very deep one. 10 years is just around the corner. Is there anyone we are reflecting on GAPTE, how we reposition GAPTE, and the lessons that we are learning from what we are hearing? We have a national urban policy. I don't know why we don't have a structure for urban, for GAPTE in something captured in there. We're struggling to define ourselves when we are drawing a lot of policies. The National Urban Policy launched 2012. It's been reviewed now. It's been reviewed whether things of this nature have been captured, or we are going to review it the next 15 years again before we come back and look at GAPTE. Any hand, please. Yes, Prof.
Mine is also another question. I think that a lot of these problems have existed for a very long time, which makes me believe that even the very policies we've made themselves are questionable.
Yeah.
Because how could you have these problems and you have reviewed policies upon policies and they have not dealt with them, and you are happy that you have finished them? How? Did we not understand the base before we talk about the review? So for me, I think, like has been suggested, we need to take a critical look at everything we've done. Because if you have a problem 15 years ago, you have done all sorts of reviews, new transport plan, transport policy, all these things are there. Still, the problem is there, and we are talking about it. So what did we do that I mean, all those policies, what was it for? How could you make a national transport plan that cannot be implemented in something? The other one is that there seems to be somebody with a knife and is cutting the cities into pieces along electoral areas. And every few years when we are going for election, we cut a little piece. I don't know which theory is supporting that a municipality is cut along voting lines, voting constituencies, so that the more, you see, when you have a city, you need to build the infrastructure, you need to plan things across. But all we are doing is cutting it into pieces and giving little authorities, and they say, do your best. And then we make a plan, and we don't see that as a weakness. So for me, most of what we have done in the past, I think in the recent past, I think we have to go back and look at them. Because I have looked at, I mean, some of these fora, when you go and you ask certain questions, you are looked up as somebody who is against what is happening. But actually, there are certain fundamentals, when you don't get them right, no matter where you go, you will come back to it. So like, you know, what I see Charles doing is that they are trying to make their best out of the situation, which is fantastic because they need to do that. But is that what is required to build a city, a sustainable city? These municipalities that we have created, which have no center, a lot of our cities are dying. The cities are dying. There is investment flight all to Accra. Why do you think these gated communities are being made by people? Because it's not working. It is not working, and we have to face it. And sometimes I wonder whether we who are planning, maybe we don't understand what we're doing. I think so, all of us. Maybe we don't understand.
Okay.
So we should reflect and then go back to the drawing board, and instead of saying we have this, we have that, we have that. If the plans we have made over the last 15 years have not cured the problem, do we think that the ones we have made can cure the future? I don't think so.
All right. Sami Pasa. Prof, thank you.
But too much of law. But we should take ourselves out of every process. We should not be so emotional. Because that's what happened under UTP. You should not say, Pasasidian, what is this saying? This is our mandate. The law is clear on local governance. Who is responsible for urban mobility and accessibility planning? You don't need to put your emotions. We have high order services. When services that are central government oriented. And we have local or basic services. The UN Habitat has also defined what basic services are. In other jurisdictions, they call it municipal services. In Rotterdam, by the time you go there, waste management, urban mobility, urban this thing, it's within the local authorities. I think that it is time we began dissociating ourselves with our sentiments and tackle the issues. Local authorities are responsible for urban mobility and accessibility planning, but policy from different facets. Policy is different. Environmental policy, transport policy, that. We come and talk and as if we are fighting amongst ourselves.
No, but Sami, are there structures?
No, can I?
Yes, I'm coming just to build up on that, and because of the time, I see Bernard here. I see Bernard here, who was also late because of Gapti. Okay, I'll let him fight. I'll let him fight Gapti. But look, so what we are saying, what I get to say is that I think there's a defined structure.
Yes.
If there is, why are we sitting here, including the MD of Gapti, saying that he needs a certain champion? If we have a structure, we have leadership, we have governance structure. Okay. Why would we be struggling for champions?
Let me end. There's something the lecturers here who have taught us. Political economy. That's what he meant. The political economy. If you don't take cognizance of that, nothing happens.
You won't get.
So that's what he said. I said that the administrative unit is for administrative convenience, but we have what we call metropolitan planning. It transcends boundaries. Luzerne has 88 counties. That they have their master plan. They have the metropolitan strategy. Everybody works into that. I think we are not looking at how we can plan in a joint manner. LI 2232, all of you come together. Section 31 of the Local Governance Act, joint development committees. Is it joint development committees? Yeah, so the laws are there, just that we are siloed, and that we are having this conversation to ensure that even KUMAP, I want to be very practical, KUMAP preparation, 3 chief directors have not been able to meet. Just for institutional arrangement.
And how do we deal with this?
It is our problem, I'm telling you.
So how do we deal with it? How do we deal with it? From the ministry, from institutions?
I've said it in the morning that intersector collaboration and partnership is the way forward. You think the Ministry of Local Government can construct roads? No.
Okay, Sami, I think...
Thank you very much.
Yes, we will have to leave that there. I'm going to give you just 30 seconds each, so we have 2 minutes. I really am pressed with time. I have to do this. Or let's do 1 minute each so that we can move to the next session. Thank you. Julian, I start with you.
I've been working on institutional arrangement for urban mobility for the last 15 years in Africa, in Europe, and other continents. And I've got one mantra. It's really to say, when you cannot coordinate, you integrate. And when you cannot integrate, you coordinate. So I let you choose what you need to do, coordinate or integrate.
Thank you, Julian.
Yes, so on the integration part, I think we need to really draw, as I said before, a scope for urban mobility. This is to ensure the integration. At what level? When we think of urban mobility, does it transcend beyond just the road? Are we also referring to railways? Are we talking about NMT and all those things? So when we think of that entity that plans services within the area, let's think of it in that sense. So that is what I will say for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I actually do not know what to say now, because I think we have a sickness that we can talk about everything, including nothing. And when you make nothing a topic, people can give you pros and cons. And that is a problem for us.
Yeah.
Ghana has a lot of good professors, good technocrats, but it looks like we are not able to do what we think is right. When I was a little child, and that is how I'll conclude, when I was about 7 years old, my mom could put me at bus station 7:15, and we knew that a bus will move by 7:15. If we miss the bus at 7:15, by 7:20 the next bus will come. This was Accra. I moved to Takoradi. We moved to Takoradi. It was the same thing. We moved to Kumasi. It was there. I don't know. But it's okay.
Yeah. Well, under the current leadership of GAPTI, with guidance from the current leadership of the Ministry of Local Government, and with the kind of vision we have, we believe that GAPTI's impact is beginning to yield fruit. Now, it's not going to be a lot of talk anymore. We can actually assure you that very soon, everything that we've planned, everything that has been a problem as we are discussing, GAPTI will begin to change the narrative. And you realize that the leadership that is required is currently in place. Thank you.
GAPTI never dies. It is clear we've all heard it. GAPTI is weak. And Greater Accra is one of the poorest in transport management. 10 years from now, mobility will increase, double. We have a lot at stake. GAPTI was established by Guarantee Limited. Leadership was not there. Capacity, networking planning, and institutional planning all weak. Governance of GAPTI weak. There's a lot to do if we have to reflect. And I think that at least sometime, some little bit of emotions come in, because a lot of people want to see our problems solved. And particularly if you are heading an institution like this and everybody is telling you everything is weak, that is a lot to take. And I hope that all of us have learned some lessons reflecting on how we reposition GAPTI. And going forward, we need to sit down and probably not this forum, but find other forums and see how best we reposition GAPTI. Looking at the lessons that we have learned when it comes to the trans-jurisdictional approach of public transport and planning as well as management in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this particular session. Let's put our hands together for our panelists. Dr. Julian Ale, also Daniel Esau, Dr. Bernard Abeiku Arthur, and Charles Anan. Let's put our hands together for him. So, like I said, I blamed GAPTI for Ben, but fortunately Ben is here and will take over the next session, which I was originally going to take. And that session, the panel session 3, decarbonizing the transport sector, sustainable transportation options. Let me hand you over to the one and only Bernard Able. Let's put our hands together and welcome him, please.
Please put your hands together for Samuel Ajiman again. Good afternoon, everybody. Apologies for coming late. I was actually at a Ministry of Finance, they call it the Quarterly Economic Roundtable with ISE. So, you know the economy, if everything you are saying, if they don't give you money, you can't do anything. So, we had to finish that one before coming here. So, but we'll move very quickly. So, it's not GAPTI's fault that I came late. So my panel is quite interesting. We're looking at decarbonizing the transport sector, sustainable options. Now, I promise we'll make it very fast. So let me start with my panel, Dr. Ernest Ajiman, Department of Geography and Resource Development. Where is he? A round of applause for him. So Dr. Ajiman has done some really great work. Some of his research studies include market feasibility for e-bus deployment in Ghana, and he has done some work on barriers to consumer adoption and application of electronic vehicles. So he's a big man. He's a big man. The other panelist is Doris Edem Agbevivi. She is the lead project coordinator for Drive Electric Initiative. Please put your hands together for Doris. She is a Yale Climate Fellow. She is doing a lot of important work at the Energy Commission, working closely with energy sector stakeholders and informing policymakers in Ghana on this sector. So Doris, we are happy to have you. We also have Daniel Benefo. He's also a doctor. He is from the EPA. Please put your hands together for Dr. Daniel Benefo. So he's acting director at the climate change unit of the EPA, and he's been working with the agency for close to 24 years, 23 years and counting. And he is really the vice chair of the Global Methane Initiative and is Ghana's alternative focal person for climate and clean air coalition. You are a big man in the system, you know. And apart from that, he also gets time to lecture in carbon accounting. Wow. And management at the University of Ghana. Please put your hands together for Daniel Benefo. Last but not least is Irene Mesiba. And I don't have any information on Irene. Or no, they've removed it. They've changed Irene. They want. That's why. Okay, so let's bring back. So you are not tired from the first. Daniel. So you know, me, I want to make everything very simple. So people are like, I can't even get a proper car from Kaswa to Accra. Why are we talking about e-mobility matter? You know, it's like, should we be talking about this thing now? At least let's get buses that work first. All right, so maybe let me provoke you with that question. Is this not like a last mile issue? Because if you live in Kaswa and you work in Adabraka, your main problem is that the trotters are not reliable, the traffic is too long, and you are really frustrated. But we are saying we want to decarbonize our transport sector. For those of us who don't understand this, it seems like a luxury. But those of you on the panel, it'd be like you think it's a very important thing. So, the way you are wearing your suit there, and you have done research, you look at these carbon things, just say, who believe in carbon? So you convince me why I should not be thinking about getting a faster car to Accra and be thinking about carbon in addition to all my problems. So let me start with you.
No, Bernard, thank you so much. Yes, those are very real, everyday issues that confront us within the urban space. So I do agree. Coming here, we're all going through difficulties. So the idea is that why don't we get, some system working? Why the talk about decarbonization? There is this famous Greek philosopher once upon a time. He's called Heraclitus. He said there's nothing permanent except change. So whether we like it or not, change is occurring all over across. You recall, Bernard, that for those of us who are driving, not long ago we're accustomed to driving using the manual gear system. But now what do we have? Without recourse to us, the car manufacturers decide that we are shifting all of you to automatic. And somehow we complied. Our auto mechanics also adapted to the change. Now talking about the fact that why don't you address the myriad of problems that we do have? It's similar to saying that, well, so imagine we're coming here, and there are different options of coming here. You can walk, you can fly, you can swim, and then you decide that, well, you have a lot of challenges, so you want to walk. Yes, you can walk. Suddenly you get here, but the world is not waiting for you. So the idea is that there are a number of commitments. I'm sure you must have heard about the COP27, one of the take-home initiatives that came, that particularly when you go to the advanced countries by 2035, they're going to phase out all of these internal combustion engine vehicles. And then for the rest of the world, those within the global south, by 2040, they're going to phase these out. And I recall saying this on the many trips that we did when we were having the EV regional consultations. And one of the feedback was that, well, if they don't want it, they should ship it here, we want it. But the point is that if they stop producing, a time will come that we will not even have the wherewithal, the resources, or if you like, the spare parts to fix them. So yes, I do agree that there are bread and butter issues we need to address. There are even issues with, if like, erratic power supply at some point in time, which we're all very much aware. But we can choose to operate like the proverbial vulture. Instead of building, preparing,
electric. These rural areas are using that to get onto the grid, to power, to move into a pure green transition just with their 2- and 3-wheelers. So what I'm saying is that look a little bit beyond your bus on the road, and let's look at how the transition can go beyond where we are to leapfrog into green. When you take a bus on the road, there's so many conversations we're having. We're talking about congestion, we're talking about air pollution, we're talking so many other things. So if you take an electric bus on the road and you have your normal bus on the road, what are the conversations we are having now? That is where we should be looking at it from. Now, in addition to that, for electric vehicles, yes, the initial cost is expensive, it's quite high, but the cost of maintenance and cost of use is such that when you even amortize your cost over a period, it becomes a good alternative for bus transport operators to use for public transportation within a country. And that will mean that in addition to you being on the road and thinking about your traffic, you also be thinking about cost, because there may be a lower cost due to the fact that your maintenance for the transport operators will be low. So that brings it to the conversation where you understand it from that. Let's go to the big umbrellas and look at the numbers. But the thing is, when you have all of Europe saying they are all going to decarbonize, when you have a country that most of our vehicles are coming from out of the country, whether we like it or not. I said this to Total, to Shell, to all the operators that today have charging stations. I told all their CEOs in the same room that whether they sleep and do nothing, electric vehicles will come. I have used one for the past 2 years. Whether you bought it for me or not, I still use it. There are people in Ghana who are still buying electric vehicles. There are people who bring more. We are assembling 2-wheelers in Ghana. Yes. I saw your face. We are assembling 2-wheelers in Ghana. There's so many companies, Wahoo, Max Mobility, Kofa, Solar Taxi. There's so many of the companies all assembling 2-wheelers. So whether you understand the conversation happening or not, I'm saying that the conversation will happen, and that is what we're talking about. The green transition has to be something we push. And when we push it right, we'll be able to leapfrog from what we are doing and we think is to move totally into a more green transition. The World Bank is going to fund a project in Kumasi. We are just saying that in the context of you looking at buses, look beyond the fact that it's just a normal bus. Why not we look at hybrid buses? Why not we look at, do you see where I'm taking the conversation to? Yeah. So I'm not saying change anything. I'm saying let's look at where we want to move and use that to leapfrog into a green conversation.
So instead of saying we have some emission target to achieve, which is also true, let's rather look at it as saying, in going green, we're actually solving your basic transportation problem as well.
Yes, so we're solving that.
You can do both. But by the way, how well are we doing in the energy transition generally and in the e-mobility one? Because you see, I'm told that about 48% of the emissions are from the transport sector. But when I listen to discussions about energy transition, I don't hear transportation much. Generally, it's about, oh, we want to move to gas. We want to stop burning fossil fuels. That's what I hear. I don't know about you. So even though transport is a major contributor to emissions, transport doesn't get even half of the conversation around energy transition, at least in my world. Maybe you guys, you hear that. Doris, am I right? If
funny
that's
enough.
Yeah, talk to me about that.
No, funny enough, when you take the energy transition plan and you break down the cost elements, you will see that there is a chunk of about 12 million that we're dedicating towards, that is being allocated towards charging stations. Now, you can't tell me that charging stations are not for electric vehicles. They are for. But I get where you're coming from, because when we are talking about the energy transition, we are just talking about the transitionary fuel in generating electricity, right? But when you generate the electricity, what then do you use the electricity for? And that's what we're saying, to power what? You need to create a productive demand system that can be able to take that supply as well. So the energy transition does point out charging stations, right? But it's just because it's not solely highlighted and pushed. That is why it's looking as though it's not. But it is, and that is why in the framework of things, under the Drive Electric Initiative, we've been pushing the public-private partnership for installation of electric vehicle charging stations. And that is why you see in charging station, he said in Kaneshi, that is the first and by far the only DC charger we have in Ghana. I think that's a 60 kilowatt charger. We have chargers at ANC Mall, we have 37 stations, we have
let me ask you a simple
couple is coming out.
So I'm now trying to understand this. So let's assume we have as many, maybe half as many charging stations as we have fuel stations in Ghana, and we have maybe 3 times the number of taxis in Ghana being electric taxis. Does the economics work better for taxi drivers? So if I'm a taxi driver and I have a charging station and I do say work and pay, will I make more money than using normal petrol?
Absolutely, you make more money. Let me use a company in Tema. It's called NODOC Logistics, so that you can all go follow up. NODOC Logistics, the transport company, that started with 2 buses, electric buses. And they are Chandong E60, if I remember the brand of the buses. Now, currently, NODOC has about 7 buses. And NODOC, I was pushing for them to get the SunRef funding to go 22 buses. The reason why NODOC was able to move from 1 bus to 2 to 7 was because of the economics. NODOC gave me their numbers that in a month, whereas for fuel, they would be taking about 2,400 for each bus, they were doing about 800 cedis for the bus in terms of charging. Again, you're looking at fuel. Fuel has so many components, and it has so many, when it comes to the charges that we split on it. But you're looking, as I said, that the electric car, the initial cost is where your money is. After the initial cost, the rest is on the maintenance, which is 0, next to nothing. So using that as a transport operator, you understand that for a transport operator to get into the market, it benefits you, and where you're going to benefit in the long run is the cost element. And you've got to break down the cost well. If we're able to do it such that your initial cost is one that is taken maybe by the bank, or you can amortize it over a period of time, which most transport owners will do. You're not paying for your bus with your own money immediately. You get to see that your benefit in terms of the maintenance cost will mean that it will be lower cost. And that for operation is why this particular company is going on. It's not that I'm trying to use numbers. I don't like just throwing numbers a lot. I like to use what is on the ground. It's working. It works for people.
So it means one of your challenges is letting people understand the economics around this transition. Wonderful. Put your hands together for her. I want to move to Daniel. Daniel, because of all the posts that you hold, you have a lot of posts. So what I want to ask you, how well are we doing in the transport sector? Because you wear many hats, right? And you are from EPA. So when you take Ghana's transport sector and they are transitioning, forget about the fact that you are Ghanaian. If you were comparing us to similar countries across the world, based on our potential, are we doing as well as we ought compared to peers? I want you to give me that as a starting point.
Thank you. I wanted to start with where we ended in the previous discussion. Okay. That as we talk about dealing with governance, as we talk about tidying up the policy, the institutions, and the planning processes for the urban transport, I think that we should also take into account we are setting up a system to plan or manage a future urban transport system that will not be the same as we have it now. The infrastructure, the technology will change in the future. So my point is that as we solve the rudiments, to me, we have the opportunity to also think about what comes with the urban sustainable mobility transition. That for me is the first point. It also comes up with the issue of better transportation outcomes.
Okay.
And to your point, is about how we make our urban transport areas competitive. I think the previous speaker was talking about Ghana, Accra and Togo, or Accra or Lagos, or Accra and say Kigali. It is about how we make our urban environment competitive as well. So to me, I want to start with some numbers, and I like numbers.
Yeah.
We all know that globally, the total emission contribution from urban transport or from transport is around 20% globally. So assuming climate change is a problem, then transportation is responsible for 20% of the problem. In Ghana, transport sector accounts for 99% of the total CO2 emissions in energy sector. Let me repeat. 99% of the emissions in the energy sector, the CO2 component, a chunk of it is coming from transport, of which a chunk of it is coming from road transport. And the reasons are, to me, three. One is about what Doris said, it's about traffic congestion. Two, that is about the way how we drive, right? The other one is also about the quality of the fleet. The third one is the quality of the fuel. And the fourth one is just what we discussed, is about the governance system. So together, the outcome that we are experiencing from these complex problems is a very unsustainable urban environment, of which we are dealing with public health issues, poor air quality, poor transport outcomes, poor use of our economic time, and also contributing to climate change. So that's what we have right now. And for me, this issue is not only about, it's not only for the big men. For me, it is a day-to-day problem that our people face. So how do we modernize the transport services in such that we respond to the whole idea of better transportation outcomes? That for me is where we are looking at it. Last point is that, so the discussions around the green transition for me is also about how we can leverage resources that come with the green transition to enable what we want. Okay. So one of our work that we are doing is how we can allow all the transport options that are green in nature, how we can enable the investments in country by bringing on board this whole idea of carbon financing. So we also help companies in the country to access the carbon financing. And let me give you an example. We are working with KOFA, and we are working with Wahoo for Wahoo to enable the distribution of 117,000 e-bikes to support the gig economy in Accra and the rest of the cities. So what we are doing really is to monetize the carbon savings that will come about from shifting from the use of two-wheelers or three-wheelers that are ICE-based to an electric base, so that we can save the carbon and monetize it and sell it, so that Wahoo can get additional revenue to enable the investment. So in reality, we are trying to ensure that the transition that occurs is also enabled with finance. And that to us is really important.
Wonderful. Please, a round of applause for him. Wonderful. So Daniel SL, you are the focal point at the Ministry for Road Transport and also climate change activities. So just give me some education on what policy, is there a policy around e-transport or something? Is there a policy within Ghana which is guiding our transition as far as transportation is concerned? That's number one. Number two, what are some of the key programs under that policy that you oversee? Because I believe you are the one who's the focal point for that. So it's a two-in-one.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. And just to touch base from where my colleague, in fact, my name is also called Daniel. So on some of the things, we do share ideas and align on most of it. But I think the bottom line is we all have specific targets to do. And from the Ministry of Energy side, some mentions were made what they are doing as far as the transition is concerned. Now, as a sector, we needed to guide our development going forward as far as the decarbonization is concerned. So what we sought to do first, I think we started with some baseline assessment in collaboration with the Energy Commission. We were able to do some baseline assessment of what the situation is, what the country's situation is. Now, following from that, and with some assistance, we've been able to come out with some total cost ownership. My colleague mentioned about the savings that you make when you run EVs, and
In fact, some of these you have to really run through the numbers to see whether indeed it makes a business sense. Now, what we did, we were able to identify that, yes, the CAPEX itself does not support the transition. So as a government, you need to look at it. How best can you then come in within the space to support? So what we have introduced is the National Electric Vehicle Policy. And that policy received approval last year and was launched by His Excellency the President. And in fact, in that policy, we have a clear roadmap on how we intend to transition going forward with some indicative target. And as of the short term, that's from now to 2026, it's more of the preparatory phase where we are looking at some investment strategy to guide the transition for the sector, some advocacy. But I'm sure many people in the room are not even aware that there's a policy of that nature, and therefore there's a need to build capacity going forward, train people, let them understand. In fact, there are so many opportunities that can be leveraged within that policy. Area of training and capacity building, the charging infrastructure, the issues of standards are all issues that have to be dealt with. As I speak, the Energy Commission have been able to complete standards for the charging infrastructure, working in collaboration with the Ghana Standards Authority. So you could see that all the charging infrastructure coming up is being guided by a certain level of standard. What we don't have now is the standards for the vehicles themselves. It's something that we have just started that process, going into what can be allowed to come in, at what age and all that. Bear in mind that the EVs themselves have a critical component, and that is the batteries. This is not an engine. Engine, once it's 10 years and it's of use, you could always retrofit to run a set. But with the EVs, it's just the batteries and the motors. So once you bring in an EV, which is 8 years, 10 years, warranty issues, you know your EV is already dead. So it's the issues of standards and what we allow to come in have to come in critically. Let me add this. We went to Belgium to do some inspection on some buses we are procuring for the Metro Mass Transit Limited. And we saw a number of buses. We had these VDL buses, very nice. And we saw a number of electric buses also being manufactured. And we asked, where are these all buses going? And they were able to explain. And they told us that their production capacity, 99% of their production capacity is EV. These are buses. And the 1% was the one coming to Ghana. Wow. So it means that if we don't align and transition along with whatever is going up there globally, will be found what issues of spare parts. In fact, we have to go into some arrangement with them that for the next 10 years, 10 to 15 years, they are going to make sure that the buses have spare parts. So there's this policy that is driving
so the policy is there.
Yes.
I didn't listen to the full conversation on GAPTI, but I'm not very hopeful that government can drive as the operator of a transportation system. So I like the policy. So my question to you is, what's the most important thing holding back the uptake of EV? Is it the capital? Because the policy is there. The ministry is committed. Is it that the initial capital is expensive? Is it the public that's not interested? Is it the roads are not there? I want to know the most important choke point that we have to unclog so that next year when we are here, we'll say EV cars are 60% or 30% or whatever, instead of coming to discuss the problem again.
I think one key issue is to deal with the regulatory arrangement as far as the vehicles are concerned. We have a Custom Excise and Amendment Act that imposes certain duties and penalties on vehicles. As we speak, EVs are treated as luxury vehicles. So when you are bringing an EV, you pay very hefty duty once you are bringing those vehicles in. So it's something that we have to work with the government to look at it. Last year,
even if it's a new EV,
even if it's a brand new whatever, you would pay a hefty.
There's a ban on, they're supposed to ban 10-year cars which are more than 10 years old.
Yes, so we have
but they're still allowing them in.
We have this policy incoherence that we have to address going forward, because with the EV, if you don't address these inconsistencies in our policies, these are some of the challenges. If you recall, last year, government in the budget statement made some pronouncement that, yes, we want to transition, and our focus is going towards public transport. So government in that budget statement made a commitment to waive import duties on all vehicles designated for public transport. We are working with the Ministry of Finance to make sure that that commitment is given effect. So for government, yes, we want to transition, but at
the regulatory framework. Okay.
Yeah, have to be
So
done.
this is what I'm going to do. I wanted 4 key things we need to do. And he is saying, number 1, regulatory framework. Stop putting duties on EV cars. Right? That's your recommendation. EPA, what's the most important thing we need to do so that I'll get an EV, you'll get an EV, and as if what will get an EV, so we are all driving happy. It's not only Doris is the only one enjoying. The rest of us are driving smoke-infested cars. So apart from the regulatory framework, from your perspective, what's the most important thing that needs to be done for the uptake to go up?
Affordable finance.
Affordable financing. From Ghanaian banks? No, hold on. In Ghana, there's no affordable financing for anything. I was from ISE. They said the Ghana interest rate are the highest in Africa. That's what they said. And our inflation too is high. So affordable finance doesn't exist in Ghana. And because of FX loss too, external financing too is difficult because the cedi will depreciate. So it means we can't do EV in Ghana.
No, but I think there are examples of how local Ghanaian companies are innovating to design workable financial solutions.
Wonderful.
And I think the example that I mentioned earlier is the Wahoo example. All right, so they are blending both concessional financing with carbon financing.
Wonderful.
And that, for me, is a good example of how this can be done at scale.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, you see how MasterCard Foundation, because they support SME, they allow some banks to lend at lower rates.
Exactly.
With all the money you people discuss at COP something, can't you also bring some money and say, if a bank is going to finance a transportation company in EV, you get 10% interest or something?
Yeah, so that's what they are doing. So what they are doing is that instead of getting a high-ticket, high-cost capital, they are deploying the carbon finance to de-risk the loan.
Wonderful.
So it deals with the interest rate and also the terms of the loan as well.
Super.
Yeah. So that's one good example in Ghana here that I think is good to
I think we should talk about that later. I like that.
Later.
So regulatory framework, affordable financing. Doris, I'm giving everybody one solution. One man, one solution. One district, one factory.
Oh, Daniel.
So we don't have
Daniel.
one. Because we have 4, so 4 solutions.
Daniel, regulation is my storehouse. That is where I sit. I sit on regulation. Okay. So Daniel can't even talk about regulation. You should talk about policy. Don't mind him.
So just re-emphasize.
Yeah. So basically, I would push for incentives, regulation, and public-private partnership. The incentive Daniel is talking about that we don't have is for the cars, the salon vehicles, the vehicles that we will buy as individuals. What incentives are there currently is targeted towards buses for public transportation and for 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers that are going to be assembled. I mean, I like the presentation that was done by Pablo or someone earlier, where he showed the numbers and showed how much of Ghana, Gama region, is heavily dependent on public transportation. And I think that in a way goes to speak to why having incentives that are targeted at public transportation will help us in this regard. So it means that if a bus company wants to come in and operate public buses in Ghana, right, it means you are able to have an incentive at the port. So your initial cost is even further reduced by that, and that can push you to either transfer a bit of those savings to your customers for them to pay lower charges. I talk of regulations because out of all of it, when we set policy framework, we need to strategize, we need to have implementation plans, and we need to be able to see that we can be able to have rules that set the framework in place. Daniel talked about we having done the standards for charging stations. As I speak, we are doing regulations for charging stations because you are trying to promote public-private partnership. We, the public, are not necessarily the ones going to be building the charging stations. The private sector are the ones. All the charging stations we have in Ghana, mind you, they are all privately owned. So to be able to have private sector be able to feel comfortable to do business, you need to have the regulations in place. You need to have standards in place for them to feel that where there is that, then the funding can absolutely flow in. Because for us, our framework is not necessarily going to follow Europe. I mean, I've studied a lot of Europe, France and all. It's not going to follow Europe in a way that we see Europe where you see the assemblies as authorities, as we're discussing here, for them to implement some of these things. And they are able to implement charging stations in homes, in offices, and we may not have this. I'm being specific with my words. We may not have what we have there in Ghana, but we have to use what we have here in Ghana. What do we have? We have the private sector that is ready to go into this business, and then public sector being able to set the rules as referees, being able to come into that collaborative mechanism with the private sector to either build the charging stations or either even do mobility as a service as a whole for them.
Wonderful.
So it goes beyond that alone.
So that's your PPP. Wonderful. The last, so by the way, you see where I'm going, right? So Daniel 1, regulatory framework. Daniel 2, affordable finance. Doris, incentives, PPP, regulation inside. So you are the academic on the panel. So what's the final, most important thing we need to do to unlock this green transportation in Ghana?
Okay, so from where I sit, I think I may want to fly on the back of what Doris just said. And she made a good point that we cannot transition like the advanced countries. I think the conversation about subsidies and tax waivers have been floating around for the very simple reason that we're all looking at brand new imported vehicles. But it should also be a policy priority for us to also build capacity locally. Already we do have some local vehicle assembling companies, Kantanka Automobile, for instance. I understand as part of the, I must also, if your permission, say that myself, a few others, together with the ministry, assisted in crafting the transport EV policy. And as part of the consultation processes, we had opportunity to visit some of the initiatives that are happening on the ground. And we think that support needs to be given. So for instance, when you go to Kantanka Automobile, they are into assembling what they call the Amwanima EV version. At the time that we have a conversation, they said it could run for a range of 40 kilometers, but they were still working on the technology. So how do we incentivize them? How do we help them upscale? Already, we do have the Ghana automotive policy, development policy. And the idea is that if you assemble, knock down, parts here in Ghana, you are given, I think, 15% waiver, VAT waiver, which is something that we can encourage. So initiatives like the Kantanka Automobile, we also got to know that there were some startups like OC Technologies. You can just drive in your existing IC, they'll just take out and retrofit. So I recall picking the contact of one of these companies called randomly to say that we are doing some projects for the ministry, and I am interested. I wanted to bring my Nissan Saloon for a makeup. In fact, Bernard, the amount of money that was quoted, if I may have to sell maybe a kidney and an arm plus my meager salary as a university lecturer just to get the retrofitting done. And so how do we ensure that all those already in the system, we can help them upscale? The private sector initiative, how can we assist them? I think that's the way to go. How do you develop capacity at a local level?
Thank you. Please put your hands together for the panel. So, because it's late, we've solved the problem. So I don't even have any question, anything. We have the answers already. Solve the regulatory framework, give us affordable house financing, give incentives, PPP, and then build local capacity to manufacture. So we have solved the whole problem. Unless you want to add something, I think it's late, so I'm not going to even open the floor. Okay, you want two comments? Okay, yes. I think your name was mentioned, so let me start with him, and then I hope I'm not being oversimplistic. I need a mic for him, please. Anything to add to the discussion? Is that Pablo? Is that your name? Or what's your name? Bernard?
Julian.
Julian.
Nice to meet you.
Julian.
Just one point to make the link with all what we have discussed before. Having electric buses, which have high capital cost, as you mentioned, in congestion, it's not possible. Because they will not make enough money if they run at 10 km per hour to cover the capital costs.
Yeah.
So just the comment is to say the solutions are going together. We have to solve the congestion problem. At the same time, we will have electric vehicles.
Where's the BRT guy? Would you run a BRT EV where the car is moving fast on green?
Yes.
The fuel cost alone for the current Ayalolo buses is 72% of the total revenue.
Wow.
Yeah, 72%.
So if you have dedicated lanes where you can move quicker, and then you have a sort of a cheaper power supply, which is the EV,
exactly,
then it works.
We can reduce transport fares, the burden on the individual travelers, by almost about 1/3.
So the key issue is the initial investment.
Exactly.
So we cannot. So these two panels are together. If we can't crack this guy, this doesn't go anywhere. So it's very important. Prof, let me give you the last word.
Thank you very much. Mine is also trying to connect the previous to what you're saying.
Yeah.
I heard Daniel once say we are now crafting the standards for the vehicles.
Yes.
And I heard Daniel too and Doris say, oh, a lot of companies are assembling two-wheeler. Listen, but we know that more two-wheelers are dying on the road. So there's a safety problem with two-wheelers. And here we are permitting companies to set up more two-wheelers to kill more people. How do you reconcile that? Because when you make more two-wheelers, you are changing the character of the traffic stream. Then you are creating even a bigger problem with congestion, poor driver behavior, safety issues. So I don't know what the ministry itself thinks about it, because your transport policy has to think about that. When we are emphasizing public transport, we cannot be promoting two-wheelers mixing, unless you are talking about cycle. You see, if it's an NMT to use this, but the one I've seen you people do on the TV is replacing the motorcycle. So you are doing an electric motorcycle. So the motorcycles are the #1 killers according to BRI. So you are only replacing the fuel to kill people. How do you reconcile that?
You see why professors are dangerous? They don't allow professors to talk early. So this one, Doris will start, then Daniel 1 will continue. If they don't finish, Daniel 2 will answer.
Prof, I think the conversation we need to have is not the two-wheeler. It is the driving. So we have to get something right. When you go to France, I've just spent my whole month touring about 6 countries in Europe. And what I have studied, the two-wheelers, I've been on bikes in Madrid. I've just sat on bikes all through. My time was all on bikes. And I don't mean bikes, I mean motorbikes. It's all been motorbikes, motorbikes, motorbikes. Mean easy for me. It's not that you don't have motorbikes there. We have motorbikes there. It's about, I mean, somebody clearly got up and gave a very interesting conversation earlier this morning where he said it's about driving attitudes and our social constraint. We make it as though it is the two-wheeler. It is not the two-wheeler. It is we.
Human beings are the two-wheeler.
It is the rules that we keep breaking on the roads, and it is how we drive. It is, yes, it is fair enough, but I don't want us to say that bringing more two-wheelers to kill people. No. It's not the two-wheeler that kills. It is the person driving and the rules that they are intentionally not following. So I really like to come in on this, because these conversations will have to go further, and I like us to build on these conversations. It doesn't end at the two-wheelers. The two-wheelers, though, will come. You know why? Our market is mirroring India. When you go to India right now, about 80% of what they have on their roads is 2, 3-wheelers. And you are having the same in Accra. The reason is because of the cost associated with these two-wheelers. It's cheaper for them to be able to make these two-wheelers. Wow. It's cheaper for us to be able to get the low and middle income class to be able to get. I'm not promoting two-wheelers, but I am a fan of buses. I've always been a fan of electric buses. And so when UNDP under the program wanted to run the pilot phase, the conversation was from Accra to Adenta to be able to see how we can be able to run a couple of electric buses on this lane, get a few charging stations on this, pilot that. My conversation was pilot it first. Let's see, what do we need? The charging station, do we need to have it solarized? If it's solarized, what battery capacities do we need? Do we need 60 kilowatt battery capacity? Are we talking 100 kilowatt? Do we need 300 kilowatt? What are we talking about? Then when we pilot that, that conversation moves on.
Wonderful.
So Julian, yes, I know, I see you nodding your head. Yes, that's my conversation. But it doesn't deter us from the two-wheelers, because in the rural areas, in some areas where the rules are not as jagged as the streets of Accra here, where people just don't obey any rules, you are navigating to the left and the motorbike is also coming to the left, but from behind you. And it's our attitude, not so much the two-wheelers.
I think that was a powerful one. I like that. I just want to say that, by the way, from where I sit as well, two-wheelers are employment for people more, right? Because you also have an unemployment problem. Two-wheelers are people's businesses. So we have to solve our problems in a holistic way. So thank you for that comeback on that, Doris. Is there any other professor who wants to? Because this professor, you are not a professor. Okay, it's okay. A practicing professor.
Come on. I think, Daniel, you should speak to the facts. I'm not saying you have not spoken to facts, but you should speak to the facts. The National Transport Policy and the road traffic regulations frowns on the use of two-wheelers as public transport, isn't it?
You. No, he's supposed to answer now. Are you? Answer.
Regulations frowns on the use of 2 and 3 wheelers for carrying passengers. Passengers. The focus is on passengers. However, if you are using it for courier, the law allows it.
Wonderful.
So you could see that the emphasis, and in this case, the Wahoo mobility, the focus is on courier services. So that's where the attention has been going to. Now, back to the issue raised by Doris. You know, she has been in 6 countries in the last 6 months. I have been in China once.
China is like 10 countries.
And then, in fact, I observed a lot of 2 and 3 wheelers. But the bottom line is the safety. In fact, you can't even hear them coming. So this issue of the peak issues, that's why there's the need for some level of standards to guide us going forward. So in our development of the standards, these are the things can we introduce some audible devices in these motorbikes and the rest, so that at least people can hear them coming. In fact, they are very silent. So if you don't see them coming, it will be a danger to you. So it's something that we have to look in terms of safety, the standards that we set for them and all those things.
I think this is really great. Any more?
So, Ben,
Charles.
So as part of the planning aspect of what we do, the transport planning section, we've realized that there is always a first mile and a last mile concept to always address in areas within Accra. For example, if you live around Dowenya, just Dowenya here, sometimes you could, in accessing your home, you may have to walk from an area to the nearest roadside to access vehicle. We realize that most people are using these two-wheelers to serve either the first mile or last mile. Correct. So what GAPTI has realized is that there could be a potential in there, but the transport department and the regulatory people are crafting laws that will guide people who wants to use these two-wheelers to provide services, so that they don't cross certain jurisdiction or they don't use certain road spaces. So we've seen that as a problem, but we are crafting a lot of things to help address it, just to structure it in a way that it doesn't cause the kind of nuisance it is causing now.
Wow.
So the planning people have seen this.
Wow, this is fantastic. Please put your hands together for yourselves. As for me, I have listened to enough. I'm okay. I don't know if I'm okay. I hope you don't have any more questions. All right. So I call this the DDEP panel, Domestic Desk Exchange Panel. Yeah, so Daniel, Doris, Ernest, DDEP panel, policy panel. So far, so our panel has included Daniel SL from the ministry. Then we have Daniel Tutu Benefo from the EPA, Doris Agbevivi from the Energy Commission, and then Ernest Ajiman, who is the PhD, so he's the DDEP. Put your hands together for them, and let me bring back my friend Samuel Ajiman to continue. Charlie.
Okay, let's put our hands together for Bernard and his panel. Thank you very much. The DDEP and then the PhDs. We thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time is far, far spent. And I see that we are losing a lot of our participants already, so I wouldn't talk that much. Quickly, Chairperson also requested and sought all of us our permission to take leave so that he handed over his heart to our Deputy Minister, who will be taking over from him as Chairperson, and then also wear the heart of the man closing us from this wonderful, wonderful assignment for today. I am tempted to, no, I think I'll let Chair speak, because I've been warned that time is far spent. I wanted to highlight quite a number of the things that we have talked about earlier. But quickly, our Chairperson, before he left, and in the morning when he spoke to all of us, he gave us a caution to remember, and I'm reiterating that particular point, to remember that today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we shouldn't ignore. And it shouldn't be said when we were in charge, we didn't deliver. He emphasized that I remind all of us of these particular words. And you can't behave like infants who are interested in just here and now. What is happening now and never again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's invite the Deputy Minister for Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, Honorable Vincent Eko, who is also a member of Parliament, to give us the Chairperson's remarks first, and then the closing remarks from him as well.
Thank you, Samuel. Good evening. As rightly indicated by the MC, I think time is fast spent, so I'll do just about a page or two of my speech. Allow me to stand on pre-existing protocols today as I close this workshop. All too soon, the Ghana Mobility Forum has come to a successful end. On behalf of my minister, the Honorable Martin Ejimensah-Korsah, I wish to say ayuko to you all for sharing your invaluable experiences and perspectives on the subject matter. Today we have engaged in insightful discussions under the theme, prioritizing sustainable urban mobility and accessibility in the Greater Accra metropolitan area. Your active participation and candid deliberations on the issues whilst preferring appropriate solutions has culminated in a successful forum. I want to reiterate the points made by all speakers, particularly the theme speaker, Professor Michael Poku-Buensi, and the distinguished panelists on the impact of the Ghana Urban Mobility and Accessibility Project over the last 8 years in Ghana, financed by SECU. The project has contributed to knowledge as a result of the various surveys and studies it conducted in addressing the challenges associated with urban mobility and accessibility in GAMA. During the forum, speakers have shared findings and recommendations from various GUMAP studies, which have stimulated good discussions. In this regard, permit me to highlight on key issues discussed and takeaways, which include but are not limited to the following. First and foremost, let me say that GAPTI, from what I heard here, has been a challenge, or if you like, has been a problem as far as implementation of its mandate is concerned. But Director Divine will attest to when we were at the Ministry of Education. At the time, I remember where most ministries in the, in Ghana had some agencies, or if you like, were superintending over institutions that were dealing in technical vocational education training. And so you have Ministry of Employment awarding certificates to some technical vocational education training. You have Ministry of Local Government having agencies that will deal with technical vocational education training. And so we had a plan, and the plan was to use the current Act 1023, that is the Education Regulatory Forum, the Education Regulatory Act, to be able to deal with such a problem so that there can be some amount of standardization. Because clearly today you can see that GAPTI is finding it difficult to deal with, as it were, GAPTI is finding it difficult to have a mother body to be able to deal with its mandates for them. And so maybe we will support you to be able to do that through an ally, which you said that you have a paper that you present to the ministry. We are going to support you to do that. The conversations highlighted the necessity of an integrated approach that includes both infrastructure and soft issues, such as governance, institutional frameworks, and capacity building. The need for continued collaboration among all stakeholders was emphasized, especially on how we can integrate end-user insights in the planning and implementation of transport sector projects. The critical role of attracting investment and securing buy-in from development partners and international organizations to pursue opportunities to present our urban mobility vision and strategy for GAMA to potential investors and partners, leveraging the momentum generated by this forum. Of course, one of the panelists also mentioned that EV, or if you like, labeling EVs as a luxury car, for me, I have a problem with. Because if you want government to support, or if you want to make EV something that everybody will have to patronize, then you may not have to, as it were, label it as a luxury car, or if you like, a luxury vehicle. But of course, you can label it in such a way that every ordinary person can also patronize EVs. Again, I also want to reiterate the ministry's unwavering commitment to implementing the recommendations from GUMAP and this forum, and to contribute to improving urban mobility and accessibility in our cities, which is multifaceted and requires strengthened multi-stakeholder partnership and cooperation. We will take the following actions. 1, continue to incorporate the key recommendations from the GUMAP studies into our urban mobility and accessibility programs and projects, as we have already done with the draft revised National Urban Policy and Implementation Plan. Also, the ministry will continue to invest in training and capacity building programs for our urban mobility stakeholders, particularly the district assemblies, to ensure they are equipped with the knowledge and skills needed for effective planning and implementation of transport sector's policy. More so, we will maintain open channels of communication and foster an inclusive dialogue among all stakeholders to ensure that diverse perspectives are considered in our decision-making process. Lastly, the ministry will actively seek and secure investment to support urban mobility initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to SECO for their support to the ministry in the implementation of GUMAP, and may like to add that in spite of the successes chalked under GUMAP, I would like to seize this opportunity on behalf of my minister, the Honorable Martin J. Mensah-Korsah, and the good people of Ghana, to sound like Oliver Twist and ask for more, to call for GUMAP Phase 2 with support from SECO and other development partners to provide adequate funding for investment based on the surveys and studies shared at this workshop, in order for us to fully surmount the challenges in our metropolis. On this note, I thank you all for your contributions and your dedication to urban mobility and accessibility in Ghana, and I look forward to our continuous commitment to meet the needs and aspirations of the Ghanaian people. I wish you all safe travels back to your destinations. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Let's put our hands together once again for the Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. And as a matter of fact, he's also a Member of Parliament for the Old Tafo constituency in the Ashanti region. He likes that one, so I couldn't have denied him mention of that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate all of you for showing up in this auditorium for this all-important assignment. Now, not only is it the first time we have in this Urban Mobility Forum, but most importantly, also we took a look at the closing session of a very important program that we've all witnessed in this country. And it's of no surprise that the Deputy Minister is asking a lot more from SECO. I think that's what I even mentioned when SECO took the seat. They mentioned the fact that they gave $6 million for the past 8 years. And we've all seen some of the things that have come out of it. We've also heard that there are quite a number that we can still do. So asking for more, indeed, is in order. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for heeding to our call to be here and to be part of all this important assignment. We thank you. We thank the ministry. Wonderful job done by the Ministry for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. The entire staff, they made this happen from beginning to the end. You can see the wonderful gentlemen, the beautiful ladies who themselves are getting involved to make sure this happens. Now, I keep saying that the way we are beginning to see a lot of push when it comes to the urban agenda these days, I'm impressed, and this is what we want to see. We talk a lot about other areas, health and all of that. Entertainment people are making a lot of noise. Sports, they are making a lot of noise. But we went dead and silent on urban issues. And when we get floods sweeping all of us and sweeping our properties, we come crying to everybody. It's about time we all wake up, and thank God the ministry is pushing and leading this agenda. We can only also ask for more. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Have a good night.